A new week dawns, but what a final it was on Friday. Albi's Almy in a boil-over. They were the qualifiers from Group D, but Group E are here now, including the host country, Spain, and 5 other countries. There's only one spot left in the championship week. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big week in European cricket. Well, if Group D was the group of death, I think that Group E is the week of excitement as the final 6 teams involved in ECL 22 will make their mark on the tournament, and only one of them will make it, of course, to next week's championship week. And we're starting with a blockbuster clash this morning. Match 1 of the day. It's HBS Krijnhout of the Netherlands versus Farmers of Jersey. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Sorum Kemming, who's with 2 captains for the Giant. Coin toss.
It's your call. That's the ball. BET2BALL is called. It is BET2BALL. Love the ball.
It is Farmers from Jersey who have won the toss, and they have elected to bowl. BET2BALL was the call. That's the way it fell for their skipper, James Pershad. Very fascinating story about Farmers and their cricket ground. There'll be more about that. We'll explain to you throughout the day. Look, they have been around for a while now, about 45 years since they were founded, and they entered the league 15 years ago. And well, they are here because they've won a mixture of a 10, 20 and 40 over competition. So they do have a little bit of experience in the format. So I think that will come in pretty useful, but I don't think it'll be anything like the ECL conditions. And we're probably going to see Charles Pershad, the international Jersey captain. Well, they call him Chuggy. He's likely to open the batting and bowling for Farmers this morning. So watch out for him. And I'm sure they'll get to know their players better and better as the week goes on. It's their first time playing in ECN cricket. HBS Krijnhout, well, another team we haven't seen before on the European Cricket Network, but they are here because the Dutch have 2 slots. Because VOC Rotterdam were defending champions. Of course, the Kings were knocked out of the tournament last week. But yeah, HBS Krijnhout, they fancy their chances here. I think that their captain, Ferdy Vick, he won't worry too much about batting first. Gives them a chance to get some runs on the board. And watch out for Tobias Wiese. He is a really, really lightning opening batter. Very innovative. We've seen him in franchise cricket, opening the batting with Chris Gale at one stage. So he is definitely one to watch out for HBS. Well, it's another week of cricket and another week alongside this man who I think will really enjoy the first day of Group E action. Rico Full is in the commentary box. Let's go there. Get ready for the first ball. The news from Group E. Match 1 is that Farmers of Jersey, they have won the toss and they're bowling first.
Thank you there, Mr. Maximo. Good morning, cricket lovers around the world. Welcome to you once more, a global cricket family, to this lovely Cartama Oval. And that's a lovely sight there as well. The Farmers team there receiving their baggies, and once more it's the start of a new week. It's the start of our final week. 6 teams to decide who will go into the finals week next week. Who will it be? We have teams this time, the champions from Netherlands, Jersey, Spain, Portugal, Greece and Cyprus. They will do battle, and we start off with HBS Krijnhout versus the Farmers team. So we've got the champions of the Netherlands against the champions of Jersey. This promises to be a sensational encounter. Nice to see plenty of people at the ground already. Good morning to all the spectators. Give us a wave. Come on, stretch those arms early in the morning. That's what I like to see. And all hungry for some action. And action, I'm sure we are going to have. It's going to be Tobias Wiese will be on strike. Tayo Wilberg is the non-striker, and the first over will be bowled by Asa Tribe. Here we go, the start of Group E, and it starts with a wide. Good morning to our umpires out there. Stefan Gooch is at the bowler's end right now, and Asad Ali, and the third umpire, Joe Foster. In the air and goes just over the man at third, who's inside the circle. A fantastic effort but not going to catch up with this one. 4 runs, first runs on the board. Pretty wide delivery, probably would have been a wide once more. We'll see it again on your screen here. And yeah, that's the first one that was called a wide, and the one afterwards was pretty wide as well. It goes over the head of the fielder. 4 runs, the diving effort. Be careful, don't go banging into those boundary boards. Go again. Nice shot. Oh, that is lovely. And it's time to put your hands up in the air. Vale, vale, vale. 6 carreras. Well, what a lovely shot that is. Just put to the pitch of the ball. He's up and going. 10 of 2 deliveries. Good start here. Goes for another one, this time through the gap. 4 more runs to the roar of his teammates. The HBS crying out, making a sensational start here. And it's Tobias going for the big shots here at the moment. And, time for some thinking for the Farmers. Maybe want to just bring one more over there. Making a change here now. You see the man who's at long on comes up. Put the man back. Hit towards him. Attacks it. See Maria there. Attacking that long one. No run. 15 off the over so far. Tried once more. And well, there's going to be a chase on here for the fielders. And they do well. Bit of morning dew assists the slide. And that's Ben Hinman. Makes the stop. He takes the single. So opportunity for Tyle Walbrook to face his first. Last of the over. And gets a little bit on this, but good backing up from Tobias. Takes the single, so that's the end of the first, a productive one. Good start, 16 on the board. And there's some nice shots played there as well. Back, just having a little chat. They'd be quite happy with the start this morning. It's a nice bright start. The forecast is well, pretty mixed actually. You're looking at it out there at the moment, you wouldn't think so, but there are some chances of scattered showers during the day, but hopefully, as we've been pretty lucky so far in this location, that the mountains of the Sierra de Cartama will keep the rain away and keep the sun here. At the moment, it's a lovely start. Sun is out. You see that the shadows there making its way up. It doesn't feel as cold as it has done on some mornings. And a good time for me to welcome back into the commentary box, Mr. Maximo. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Well, here's Chuggy. It's pushed away and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, that was nothing more than a push from Walbrook. And second over. Once again, we see boundary hit early in the over. Yeah, good morning, Rico. Morning to all of our viewers, of course, watching on Fangirl in India, and all of our viewers watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and all of the other partner broadcasters globally. Great to have your company for the final group week, Group E. This is Charles Pershard. He's the Jersey national team captain. He's known to most as Chuggy. And well, this one just gets past the edge of Theo Walbrook. Isn't it great to see? I'm always excited when a new country is represented.
It's fantastic, isn't it? 2 new countries battling out there. And Chuggy, yeah, I mean, Chuggy's been a great wicket taker, not just for Farmers, but also for Jersey. These variations, watch out for the variations, they say.
He's not the quickest, but he's real wily. Oh, he's pretty close to the stumps. This is going to be a bye in the end. I thought this got a little something on the way down. And, yeah, you see how Walbrook is saying there's a little bit of variation there. Maybe just hitting the keeper, James Pershard. brothers, bowler and keeper. Full toss, and this one's helped around the corner. Well, that one's heading for the giant ice cube. Pretty fitting on a pretty frosty morning. This good start continues. Visay gets 4.
Yeah, that was a Gundy ball, and it was there for the taking, and no mistakes. Batting really well here, and just almost goes inside to the cube. You don't get any bonus points for that. I'm really talking about this. Maybe you should get an extra point.
A few targets around the ground. Maybe the DJ booth was under attack the other day. We had one ball come up in the commentary box, didn't we? Earlier in the tournament.
We had a bit of scratching going on there with the DJ the other night.
Visay, he's sent a signal already. He's 19 off 6. Showing no signs of slowing down. Keep it back. And this one's blasted down the ground. And that is straight, it's true. Maximal. 6 more to Javier Crandall.
Yeah, this is a nice shot, isn't it? It's just pure timing. And once he gets hold of this is going all the way. There's no question about it. And yeah, it is a really good start here. Visay batting well, moves on to 25, just 7 deliveries. Score 32 without loss.
Last ball of the over. Slow ball. Oh, this one sent the fielder going the wrong way. James Smith. Oh, just got him doing the Derek Zoolander. Couldn't turn left. He went to his right. And the result goes to the boundary. 2 overs down, 36 for no loss.
Yeah, I mean, this is, look, you can't really see it from behind. Smith, but he's obviously done a little bit there. I don't know, when he gets to the fence, he's sort of rubbing his eyes a little to try and maybe clear him, but that's the end of the over. What a start this is, Vinny. 36 on the board, 2 overs gone.
Need to steady, don't they? And, I mean, it's not easy. They tried a few things there, tried to keep her up, keep her back. I think pretty unforgiving, his conditions for bowlers, but that's what makes this so gripping, because they have to be innovative. And the slightly smaller field also creates chances, you know. They're going to go for their shots, the batters. Walbra, he's only faced 4 deliveries. He'll be facing up.
For those of you that are new, this will be the final over, the power play. After this, you can have 4 men outside, only 2 at the moment.
Palmer, this one's crunched, but straight to cover. Palmer will rock out some off spin for the Farmers.
Bowling from the hill end once more, and then I don't think there's as much bounce on the pitch from this side. But, leg side saw a lot of bounce from pace and spin.
Sliding that one past. He's man I'd love to get. Love to ledge on this, but he survives. Quite time this, but they will get one.
Yeah, nice start from Palmer. Palmer's here, just trying to keep the pace now off the ball. Interesting, they started with spin first up. Sticking with spin. And this one gets through. Does it get a bit of bat on this? Be interesting to see. Don't think, no, it's given us buys. Goes all the way through.
Yeah, slid past the bat and the keeper. It's the thumb. It's a pretty annoying one when you get one into the thumb. Anyway, Palmer slowing things down a bit, but will it last? A couple more in this over.
This one will be 4 runs. There's nobody out there, and he's making the most of the last few deliveries in this power play. And afterwards, you know, Farmers will be able to spread the field slightly, and certainly that's an area I would imagine that they'll have a couple of guys out that they'll love to be able to push the square leg back. But for now, they've got to weather the storm. Delivery to come. And the score already into the 40s.
Yeah, he's looking very, very dangerous, isn't he? Habeas Visay. Retain the strike. And that one set the DJ off as Javier's side, they're up and they're firing. 44 for no loss. And look, you know, the scenes of last week, you know, the Albies Open team, this is what happened, the Champions Group D, when they returned to Stockholm. Have a look at this. And this is all of their all of their supporters at the airport, Rico. Isn't that something that's quite special?
Listen, it was amazing. And when you say, what does it mean to win your group? Well, it means you're coming back for the finals, and it means that there's a lot of happy people, and there's chants there as they were coming through. LB, Zami, Zami. It was amazing. And those kids and their supporters, well, they were fantastic all the way through, weren't they?
Yeah, that was something really special. What a game that was in the Group D final. So we know we do now our fourth qualifier, but there'll be one more. And the way that Crown had started, they want to stamp their authority here on Monday morning. Farmers of Jersey, they did elect to bowl first. I wonder right now, after a 44-run power play, if they're having second thoughts about that. The conditions, pretty good at the moment. I think the rain forecast maybe potentially for around game 3 today, but hopefully it stays away. Hello to Maya, who's in the chat as well. Good to see you back in the chat. Maya, of course, was with us in person last week, as well as Liam Day from New Zealand. All right, let's get moving. Here's Ben Kinman with the ball. It goes up over cover point, just out of the reach of the sweeper down there. Let's get one. And so Ben Kinman,
everyone on the leg side moves.
Got a name that some of his teammates like to swap the letters around, and they call him Ken Binman. So we might call him the Bin Man this week, but it's not a bad start. Almost started with a wicket. You just need something to go your way, don't you, when you have this runaway start.
Yeah, so it's been good aggressive hitting, but now's the time where they can claw it back. I mean, you can set a better field, more people to protect those boundaries.
Cuts this away, it's in the placement, and this is going to be 4 more. Quattro, Carreras Mas, Walbra reaches double figures.
Yeah, this is a really nice shot, really. I mean, they have got the men back now, so the protector is there, but look, this is just toying with the field. He knows that man is behind point. He's hit this, he's darted it dead straight in the point area, and once it gets past you, especially on this outfield, you're not going to stop it. 4 more runs, very good shot.
You know, we talked about a couple of brothers in the lineup for Farmers. Do you know they also have a father and son in their lineup today? So we've got Joel Richardson and his son George both playing. So isn't that a great moment for them?
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. They're very much a family-orientated side and club.
Thick outside edge. Good fielding, keeping the standards up here. It's been pretty tough, just as I say, a terrible throw to the keeper. But
what about the story?
Oh yeah,
the club was formed. I mean, this is what European cricket is all about, isn't it? Learning about these clubs and their stories. And it started in, I believe, 1976, Vinny, and it was a case of when the harvest of the potatoes was done, they decided, well, look, why don't the Farmers play the Builders? And that was the first match they played. Back to the action here. Oh, well, that's a full toss, and he's got enough off this. And they haven't opted to go for mid-off, to go back. So once this goes over the infield, 4 more runs. Wasn't the best ball. It was a slower one, but he still gets enough on it.
Tell you what wasn't slow was the 50. The first 50 of this week. It came up in 21 deliveries. Now add 4 to that. So I just put a link in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, about that. The story of that Farmers ground. It's quite incredible. Kinman trying to pull it back. This one, I think there's a little edge on this.
There was a sound here. Yeah, this one goes down. And don't think it was the easiest catches, Vinny, because I think it changes direction sharply. The keeper does well.
Yeah, it's dying. I don't know if it's so much about how big the edge was, but it's low, so it's always going down. And so that's why I think it does get there on the full. It's not a man you want to drop, Visay. Last ball of the over. Steps across and sends this one out of sight. Well, excited what's to come from Visay, who goes maximal, finishes the 4th with a 6. It's 60 for no loss.
Yeah, what a shot this is. Absolute class, powerful. And, well, he's coming to this in really good form. He's racing away. And Farmers, well, they need to find a way to get rid of him. Had that half a chance there. And sometimes against the good players, you've got to take those.
Yeah, I mean, that was authoritative, wasn't it? And well, it gives us a great chance to welcome you to the broadcast. It's Monday, so It's our 5th week of this tournament, 5th of 6, and it's our last week of group action before we hit the championship week next week. And maybe we'll have a few people joining us for the first time, maybe from Jersey. Certainly, I know we've got a lot of Dutch viewers, but no matter where you're watching from around the world, it's great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full as well. And we'll be joined today by Andrew Ryan. And finally, we'll get to see Rhino back.
Rhino's in the house,
He's a man who's done a fair bit of work for us here on ECN when he's available. And also Corey Ruckers. He was meant to be off, but he snuck around. So you'll see a bit of Corey as well today. So hopefully you stay with us. We have 5 T10 matches over the day, and of course every day, Monday to Friday. This is the week we will find out who is the final qualifier. And really, I mean, Jersey, I'm really looking forward to seeing them because they're a new team at the moment. They're really being put to the test by this strong HBS Grindhout lineup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here is Joel Richardson. Well, has a good look at this and he gives in. And it's just a matter of if this pitch is in line, I think, as, well, it's the older of the two Richardsons. It's the father. And he comes on and says, who's your daddy? First ball. He doesn't worry about the start. 60 for 1. And we'll have a look at this. Just what farmers needed. And they'll have a bit of an interesting chat here. Let's have a look at the replay when we get a chance. But yeah, it's only a matter of the height, I think, because I think pitch is in line. Nothing wrong with the line. And, well, certainly looks close. Now, what do you think, Rico?
Well, it's one of those, I mean, the umpire, remember, only gets to see it once. We want to watch it a second time. I think, yeah, the only thing that the umpire has to decide is this is going to go on to hit the stumps. I'll be interested to see where the ball pitches as well, just for one more time. But those are the things the umpire's going to be playing in their mind. Okay, where does the ball pitch? Is it wicket or wicket? And then it's the case of, well, is it going to go and hit the stumps? And he's made a decision, I think, very much umpire's call.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very hard to tell. But, yeah, it seemed to hit him kind of above the pad, but the leg was slightly bent. It was fairly short-ish, but I think it did pitch in line. All right, so here is Navjit Singh, number 3. He's a player we did see in the group stage for the Netherlands 11 in the ECC, which is the European Cricket Championship. It's the international T10 tournament we had here back in September, October. Hello to Clayton Floyd, who's in the chat. Hello, Clayton. He was the player of that tournament, so we'll be keeping a close eye on Navjit here. Well, he goes straight. Does this one have what it takes? I don't think so. He's caught it eventually. And, well, it's the binman that has to take it out. And, well, this one's pretty much, I'd say straight to him. Had to make a bit of ground round to his right, but there's a little bobble, I think, and his heart was in his mouth for a second, but he does hold on. And that is finally the end of Visay. So both openers go in the 5th, and it's a double blow for Joel Richardson.
Yeah, this is a great comeback. They needed that wicket. That one particularly, I mean, okay, it was good to get Wahlberg out. That gets the breakthrough. It was their first wicket in the championship here this week. But this one is the big one. He was looking good. He was looking to get his 50 in style. And, well, this one just slices off the toe end of the bat. And you're absolutely right. I mean, the catch was taken there by Koeman, but it did bobble out a bit, didn't it?
Well, I know they're farmers, and there was a bit of horseplay from Julius Summerer. He always tried to saddle up on Ben Kidman, but the main thing was it was the end of V-State. Really important they saw the back of him as he was running away with this game. And look, we've seen some fast starts, but then wickets pegging it back, haven't we, Rico? So Joel Richardson, the 45-year-old, showing how it's done. 2 for 1. Reece Mason comes to the crease at number 4. Oh, this is, well, now we could have trouble here. Wow, it's an absolute dog's breakfast, that ball.
Yeah, we're all over the place here, Vinny, and I think it's a good decision they decided in the end. Let's just forget this run.
Yeah, because it actually ends up going along off, and there's the first victim of the bat plug. But yeah, just because the short cover was in so tight, just stopped them getting going. Bowled around his legs, and Mason's got to go for a duck. It's 3 in the over for Joel Richardson, and what a comeback as Jersey storm back into contention in the 5th at 61 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the moment this left the hand, I'm thinking that's on his leg stick, you know, and he's missed it and he's gone. Now, I don't know if that was something that was intentional from Richardson, but what an over this is. And sometimes, like I say, you need something to happen. And the way things were going, especially the way that power play went, you thought that the Farmers were really going to be under the cosh here, but they've come back well. And it's Richardson. They've gone with experience, and the experience has shown. Here we go again. You see, he's just played all the way around this. He shows his leg stump. Yeah. Richardson darts it in there. It's good full delivery. Gets his man.
Yeah, so how about this from Joel Richardson? Well, his son is in the team. I mentioned that, his son George. But his dad, Ken, was actually a founding member of the Jersey Cricket Club back in the day. So I'm sure it would make his dad very, very proud as well to see him getting 3 wickets in his first over in ECL cricket. And this is the pinnacle of European club cricket. There's nothing like it. Champions League of European cricket. Now, Manjinder Singh has to come out and try and stop the bleeding. This game has turned on its heels.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 2 things now have to combine here. And dropped himself. He's only just played the 1 ball. So, interesting period of the match now. Be interesting to see how they go here. We'll get to see maybe a little bit of the depth here that Crying Out have. Will they still play their shots, or will they try and just rebuild a little?
That's for sure. Manjinder didn't expect to be out there at the start of this over. They lost 3 wickets. This is going down the leg side.
It's a good job we weren't straight. That's all I'll say there, because he's totally missed this.
Yeah, he has. The leg blinder finished the over. Richardson takes 3 for 1 off his first over in the ECL. Yeah, you're right. Could have been a 4th, and that was a little bit straighter. At the end of the over, it's 62 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, we saw plenty of action with the ball, didn't we, last week and the week before. When we saw the first 100, last week we almost saw one. It was 98, wasn't it? There was scores by Varun Prasad. Yeah. So we leave you to look at that scorecard. But it all happened with the bowling last week.
Yeah, that's true.
We saw a hat-trick. We saw a fifer.
Starting to happen. We already had a golden ball, of course. That was back in Group 8. You see Julian DeMay on the lineup there, listed at 7. Question from Keanu about whether he was in the lineup today. We remember him, of course, from the ECC. Very talented, tall left-arm spinner. I think the importance of spin can't be underestimated as well.
That's a try coming back now. It's a different ball game now, isn't it? His first over, he opened the bowling up with 17. But now, with 2 new batters in, it's time for him to maybe make his mark in this match.
It's a pretty good start. Manjinder just gets a little bit of bat on this. You could see Asad Ali there umpiring. Back again, and Stefan Gooch is currently slide on. Ace the Tribe, young player. Made his senior debut now for the Jersey national team, also under 19 representative. He's only 17 years of age. Start one here, it's not a disaster. They just need to stop the boundaries here. If they can do that, they can probably keep it to something in the kind of 100 to 120 zone, which, I mean, they would have been dreaming of that Jersey at the start of this innings when, especially that power play that went for plenty. It was 60 off 4 overs.
Yeah, but there you see here now, it's a different ball game, isn't it? I mean, once you've seen, especially Visek, he's gone back, and those big shots have stopped. So this is a good time for them to claw this back.
Tries to force the issue. Manjinder just gets one here. So it's good captaincy as well from James Pershaw. Just bringing back Ace at a good time. And yeah, I think surely we'll see John Richardson continue. This is pretty close. Maybe just going down the leg side. Remember his ECC debut. Found a little bit hard to get going early. He's going to step across. It's
pretty close enough. I've seen those given. I have seen those given. Was that going to go on and hit the leg? Well, that'll make you wind up.
I'd say yes. It's not my opinion that counts. I think the fact that wearing him on the pad, sometimes umpires look where the ball goes, but I think he's actually just had gotten really, really far across. Anyway, it's the end of the 6th over. The score is 67 for 3. So yeah, let's talk about 6 over check-in time. And I think from here, look, you always hope for that 2 ball, aren't you? If you get that from here, then you get 115. That's no given, especially with Richardson. His confidence is high. But they're resisting the temptation. Are they to bring him back here? Looks like they're going to go back to Chuggy, to Charles Pershard. I'm a bit surprised. What do you think? When the guy's on a heater and he's just taken 3 wickets.
I think it's a good idea. I'll tell you why. Because the runs are dried up and they're thinking, okay, we have got Richardson who bowled that super over. But look, while the runs are dried up, we've got to use these other bowlers at some point. This is probably a good time. And really, Chuggy, I mean, we know all about him and his variations. I think this is a challenge he'll take up. I can see him really testing the batters here now. I mean, both the Singhs are, well, they're not exactly motoring along. Just between them, they've used up 8 deliveries for just 5 runs. So, yeah, I like this change.
Especially if we get it right. One thing I really like about the field placing, they've had this kind of this cover that's in, and you can see that's actually Joel Richardson who cuts it off there, and it just cuts off some of these pushes down the ground instead of being an easy one. It even stopped a run before that got to long off because it made them hesitate, and the long off could really hustle in. Well, there's the slow ball, but it's going to disappear. Abracadabra, Maximo, as Majinda gets his first of the week.
Yeah, Majinda, I think he was waiting for one to really latch onto. He gets it, he picks this one, and he gives it the full Monty, and it goes all the way over. Boom, shakalaka.
That leg cutter kind of slow ball, and it's risky. It turns into the left-hander, turns into their wheelhouse. Goes pace on, this is a miss hit, and someone has to catch this. It is caught. Well, again, I don't think it's quite in the middle of the hands, but the catch is taken. And that time, there's Reece Palmer out there at deep mid-wicket. Well, I haven't caught many in the middle of the hands, but it is Shuggy with his first wicket of the week. It was effective from Palmer as RBS, they lose a 4th, 73 for 4.
Yeah, it was a full toss, and I suppose you'd expect these to get punished, but this is all about the pace of it. Not too much pace on it. He's dragging this also to the onside, and the fielders, they did the job. Like you said, Vinny, it wasn't the cleanest of takes, but the take has been taken. So Palmer gets the catch, and Charles Prashad, he's a wicket-taking machine, isn't he? He takes a wicket, and well, that bit of bowling change there. I mean, there was temptation would have been to go back to Richardson after taking that 3-foot, but he's changed it around a bit, and it's worked out well in the end.
It's worked out okay. I mean, 6 and out, so it has conceded a 6, but the next ball was Reece Palmer. I don't think it was caught in his Palmer. I think it was more of a Reece wrister, but still, 4 wickets. So it just shows you how quickly the game can change. I mean, we were talking about how many he say was going to get. Almost, some people had 100 in the book for him. Yeah, he fell just short of 50, and that's changed this match. Chuggy's going to come over the wicket, and this is the captain, Ferdy Vink. He has to come and try and make something out of the last third of this innings. In slider for a second. That's maybe that flicked the pad first, but it did. He was going to be in trouble. As it is, Vink goes off the mark.
Yeah, this is an important moment of this match, isn't it? Because I think if you're still looking to try and get to that score, 115, 120 that you're talking about, Vinny, they've got to keep the momentum going. But at the moment, the new batters coming in, it's going to be difficult. You see there again, that's that field position you talk about, and you know that I like it. I think not enough teams have that man there. It just means you're not giving away an easy single every time the ball's hit out on the offside.
Just as you say, that goes back on the ring now. I think because they want to make sure this isn't a boundary. Just get out of this over. It does go to that man, so they do get a 1 that side. But yeah, just going back, he gets a bit more range. It's the end of 7. The score is 75 for 4. So they're going at 150 pace after 4 overs. Now after that, going at 105 pace, I think. So yeah, interesting. This is also interesting because the last 2 qualifiers, Precious EC Group C and Albies Army last week, they came from 4th. So it's so hard to do that.
Yep.
They've joined Tunbridge Wells of England and Brigade, the All-Ireland champions, who will be in Championship Week, which starts a week today. Hard to believe. They'll be joined by one of these 6 teams that will meet this week. Of course, we've got these 2. We also have teams from Spain and Portugal, and then Greece and Cyprus represented this week. Well, here he is. Back for a curtain call, Joel Richardson. Yeah, once again, I mean, the thing is, you can get away with that short cover fielding position as long as the guys aren't whacking the ball so fast it becomes redundant, because there's a big gap behind him, but there's just been enough mishits to bring that fielder into play so far. Just a full toss, and next no ball call.
It's a no ball. They haven't read it. They haven't seen it. Get in your crease. Get in your crease, buddy. Get in your crease. Well, he gets back. There was a roll around the ground, and the crowd didn't know it. The fielders didn't know it, and the batters didn't know it. The umpires called it.
The thing is that they're consistently harsh on these. and even the borderline one seemed to go to the batter. Yeah, it wasn't a no ball for that. It was certainly for the height. So we'll have a free hit coming up. I mean, I heard the call straight away. Anything that's kind of in that area, the umpires will be harsh on it. Free hit. Another one, slightly lower this time. Just the one, so in a sense they get out of jail, but I mean, it was one of those 50-50 calls. No real damage on the scoreboard though.
I think with those, the only thing you'd say is that you'd want the consistency. So if they're calling them,
Yeah.
then you've got to call them. You call them all the time.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, we didn't have the advantage of seeing it on the replay.
Tips across, gets a edge. Well, just gonna watch the spin here.
Back it.
Does so just one. I mean, what a remarkable comeback when you consider that they were 60 after 4. So, since then, we've gone 3.5 overs for 19. Very, very good stuff, and shows you that this Jersey team has a bit of mettle about them. Good block hole delivery.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this field positioning, and you can set a field to this type of bowling. If he's going to be bowling that length, then you know it's going to be very difficult to try and get the ball over that man.
Yeah.
And this is where it's so good. He was a bit unfortunate, I think, with the slow delivery. Full toss stroke catch. There
Now
it is
that-
again, you see. And this time, it goes the distance. It saves Carreras. 6 more. And he gets away with that one, but the batter takes it on and hits a big 6 down the leg side.
Yeah, and he'll know, Richardson, he's just been a little bit too full a couple of times this over, by his own admission. There's been just a couple that have gotten away. I often do think you're better off being too full than too short, though. But still, that one goes the journey. Last ball, a very good spell. This one is sliced away. Well, has to be cut off. A good standard. Making a lot of ground around to his right there. And so it's 8 overs down. RBS, 86 for 4.
Yeah, the 80s, we're in the 80s here now. I mean, they were definitely looking for at least 10 of each over from here on in. And that, of course, will bring the 116 up, which we thought they were looking to get to. But I still think here they're looking for one big over. Those 3 wickets in that over from Richardson, that's what really stopped them. And after that, they've had, well, they've been steady, but the boundaries have dried up. But that over there from Richardson wasn't his best. A couple of full bungers, which they made the most of.
But this is what I find really interesting. Even really, really good players like Tobias Wiese, for example, they will give you opportunities in this form of the game, or normally they will, because they aren't going so hyper aggressive. So good fielding sides, take those chances. You can. Anything a winnable game. Just have to weather the storm. So Palmer's coming on to bowl the ninth. We have a bit of an expression here on ECN. I think you came up with it, saying it all happens in the ninth. Let's see what happens in this ninth.
Singh now on strike. He's really got to get going. It's only on 5 of 8 deliveries. Tries. Single once more. I seem to think the last time we saw Singh,
Yeah.
that's Navjit Singh, it was very similar. It wasn't really a very aggressive batter, was he?
Yeah, just found it hard to push the issue. Well, this will be useful as Vink gets an outside edge, get another full toss. There's pace on, and that pace took it in pretty quick time to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be worth having a look at the boundaries that have been scored. How many of them have come off the full toss delivery? I mean, you can probably, if you look at it from once Visi was out, it's quite a lot. And that's one thing that the farmers will learn from, is that they've got to get that ball, eradicate that out of the attack, because that's where the runs are coming from.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, he's willing to toss any up here. Harris car return kind of strategy. Well, that's certainly not tossed up. It's almost a bouncer.
Yeah, but I don't know how much James Bushard knew about this one. I wonder if you got the signal there, Vinny.
Well, this will wake you up. I don't know if it was meant to be quite this short. Yeah, Palmer. It's very quick for an off spinner. It's just below shoulder height. Still one to hit though. This time is a missed stumping. Just gets through and will concede a bye, I think.
Oh, this one again, quick delivery, missed stumping. Let's have a look. You're very hard, you are, Vinny. Very hard.
I think he would have hoped to have taken this. Got 2 steps out, but it was an awkward one because it was full, bounced just before the gloves. Another full toss this time. I mean, I think they're not the easiest balls to hit. Well, should have a wicket here. Well, get back for an impossible 2. Any sort of throw, I think, had him. So Jersey just missing a couple of opportunities in that over. That is the end of it. It's 95 for 4.
Yeah, William Prashad there doing the fielding. It was a little bit sluggish getting to the ball, but I think once he's got it, a good throw, he would have had his man.
Navjit goes, well, nothing's really happening here for me, so I'm going to get down to the non-strikers end for the next over. Unwittingly, he survives, and so Ferdy Vink will be facing up 95 for 4 after 9. Great to see all the people in the chat as well from all around the world. And I don't know that's you're always sending well wishes and nice messages in there, so we want to thank you. And look, if you are watching for the first time today, you can get involved in our live chat as well. Let us know where you're watching from. ECN European Cricket Network. All right, 10th overtime. Here's George Richardson, who completely stacks it.
Yeah, he's going down there hard here, and he won't mind me using the expression. He's going down like a sack of potatoes here.
Gone up straight away, so that's a good sign.
Well, you can see from his trousers going there how hard he's hit the deck. I think he'll probably want Medic to come here and put get a bit of free spray on that pretty quickly. He is limping quite badly. He hits the deck really hard here, Vinny.
Just needs to sit down here. Just needs to just let him take some attention. It looks like he's going straight off. You see, yeah, it's just nasty. It looks like it was 1 or 2 steps into that follow through, and he hits the deck hard, doesn't he? So certainly wish him the best. He'll have to find someone else to finish the last over. So 5 balls left. It'll be Julius Samarer that's going to take over.
Yeah, George Richardson there, just his very first delivery, and he falls down like that. Hopefully he's okay. I'm sure he'll get the attention that he needs back there.
Don't forget George Richardson. He's the son of Joel that took the 3 wickets, and the grandson of Ken, one of the founding members of Farmers. Yeah, so couldn't remember his first ball in ECL cricket for all the wrong reasons. On the scoreboard though, they only get 1, so.
Quite interesting because his father, his first ball was a wicket-taking delivery.
In the air, get it in the air.
So
Back that.
the over will need to be finished off here by Sumurea.
I just heard Chuggy shouting to me, he's protecting his economy rate by only bowling the 1 ball.
He's probably thought there's no way I'm going to bowl better than what my dad did. So I'll just bowl the 1 ball. This is where he takes his eyes off this, I think, but he's going to get the result. He does in 4 runs, and he sort of half-heartedly applies this short delivery, but he does get the desired result.
Gets the gap. It was actually a really good chase from William Pershad, but yeah, he just couldn't cut it off. I think he beats the batter, it all ends up here, but just gets a bit lucky, gets into the gap, and gets 4.
4 runs, and that also brings the 100 up. So congratulations to RBS right now. 100 on the board, first innings of this week.
Yep, it'll just be 1 down the ground. Got a few people watching from around the world, let us know. I've got, saw that. Isaac DeBrade watching from Tasmania in Australia, beautiful part of the world. Heard Arun Kumar's watching from Romania. Everyone else got Helix watching from Australia as well. Stephen Waddell watching from Portugal. See, oh, he's totally. Have a look at this.
Perfect lob there. Where's the bat?
No, it's not there.
Where is the bat?
The bat's gone backwards, the ball's gone forwards. And
Go on, boys, close it out here, fellas. Close it out.
there it is. Well, he's lucky that doesn't go back on the stumps.
I was going to say, we've had a hit. We had a hit wicket, which resulted in was the start of a hat trick.
This one's not working. Give me another one. Last ball coming up. 103 plus this. And will they come for 2? They may not even try in the end. Well, they'll scramble back. Wouldn't have cost them a run anyway. Well, that's an excellent comeback by Farmers. They're going to finish chasing 105 here. RBS, after 60 off their first 4 overs, they only get 44 off their next 6. And they are going to finish 104 for 4. In the first innings of this Group E. And last week it was the Group of Death. I think this one is the Group of Excitement. We've already seen a very exciting 10 overs. And it was It was Tobias Wiese early on that really lit it up with 46 off 17 balls. Hit 9 of those balls to the boundary or over. But still, I think at the end of the day, it looks like a pretty even contest. 104, about a par score. Again, on ECL debut, it'll be a new experience for all of these Farmers cricketers, and a great history and a great moment in their history as they received their baggies. But then they had to wake up pretty quickly because Wiese was away, and it looked like he could run away with this match.
Yeah, Tobias Wiese, he was in fine form, wasn't he? He was found his touch early, hitting boundaries to all parts of the ground, and at one point, we were wondering what was going to stop him. He raced along, and so did the score. The power play, 44 without loss, and the fourth over went to 60. But then, well, a bit of magical moments came from the old-timer. You won't mind me saying that when you've got so many under-19s playing in your side. And it was Richardson, Joe Richardson, that is, senior, that comes on. And his very first delivery resulted in a wicket. No, he wasn't going to stop there. Once he was in the mood, he was in the groove, the catching, well, they didn't go in first time, but they went in. That was Ben Kuman taking one. And then this one, well, this was a clever bit of bowling. If you're going to show me the leg stick, he says, I'm going to take it. And he does. He gets his radar right. Boom. And that's another one. 3 wickets in the over. And that really is what really slowed it down. You heard Vinny say 60 of the first 4. And there's just 44 off the next. And that was a remarkable comeback. But this one, somehow, it stayed, well, I'm not going to say it stayed in the hands. It stayed in the legs. Catch was taken, that's all that matters, and he smiled on the face of Palmer as well. And Richardson, his second over wasn't as good. His first one, as you know, was absolutely fantastic. Just 2 runs coming from it, but a couple of full bungers, and the boundaries did start to come, but they weren't flowing by any means. And the one man that's not flying at the moment, I hope he's okay there. And that is George Richardson. He went down and hit the deck hard. I suppose it's all about protecting your figures. Is that right, George? Well, I'm sure we'll find out. Here's another full toss. No power in that. The only power was the ball hitting the bat and the bat going backwards. So an exciting innings it was indeed. The key thing, I think, for RBS find out is they have got the 100 on the board, but the main contributor there really was right at the top there. Wiese, 46 and just 17 deliveries. It was a really explosive start to the week. And then Freddie Vink there, not out. The captain played his part in trying to get to that score of 100. They still will believe at the start they had that 110 had to be a must for them. So they believe that they lost their way a little bit. Take nothing away though from the Farmers. I think they all bowled really well. We're going to see those bowling figures coming up now. All started, of course, by Joe Richardson picking up those 3 wickets in that 1 over. So no surprises there. You see Joel Richardson 3 for 12, but really, I mean, when you think that Charles Pershard, he had to bowl right at the beginning there when runs were flowing as well as a try, but when they came back with the second overs, they bowled really well. The other wicket came to Charles, so they'll be pretty happy. In fact, they'll be very happy. I think the captain, James Pershard, will be saying to his bowlers, well done guys, and to his fielders as well. They did hold on to the catches, so well, as Vinny said, maybe not cleanly, but the fact is they took them, and that was the most important thing. So a good show from them, especially in the second part of that innings. That means that this match, the first one of Group E, is very evenly poised. You see that summary coming up on your screens just now. So RBS crying out, the champions from Netherlands have got to the 100, only just 104 for 4. But that was thanks to a very good comeback from the Farmers. So this is going to be an interesting match. I think the man that made all the difference there was Tobias Wiese. That 46 was a magnificent knock for him. And I think Vinny's right. We had Group D, the group of death last week. This Group E is certainly going to be the group of excitement. All of these teams are going to be out there, and there will be plenty of excitement as well. Trust me. So join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, in about 10 minutes time as we return to the first match of Group E. It's going to be the Farmers needing 105 for a victory. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back to the sunshine of the Costa del Sol. It's the home of the Champions League of cricket. And as you see, another team. It's RBS crying out, receiving their baggies. And don't they look magnificent, both these teams. And you'll see from all the teams, all have a distinctive look about them. And great kits, great baggies, looking the part. Of course, our thanks go out to one of our partners, Kiwi Inu, who sponsor the team kits as well. There you go. There's the old Kiba on the shirts. It's going to be an interesting start this for me. We've got the international captain, Charles Pershard, captain of Jersey. He's going to be opening up, and a little bit of experience and maybe youth as well. As a tribe, it's going to be the non-striker, the under-19 international. And I've heard good things about him. And look out for his muscles, I've been told. He's the little muscle man. He hits the ball big. Certainly looking forward to that. And I'm sure maybe that as a tribe has had a look at these boundaries and says, yeah, I fancy it. But he's going to have to put up with the bowling of Dumay first. And of course, we remember Dumay. We saw him playing for the Netherlands 11 in the ECC. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, well, get ready for some action. 105 to win on debut. Pushed a little bit too wide, will be called a wide. Demay was a clever bowler, bowled in tandem with Clayton Floyd. Left arm, orthodox twin attack back in 2021 ECC. And this is what they'll do. They'll just try and put it inside that tram line. Just missed out the first one. This one, pretty much perfect.
Yeah, it's a good start for Demay. One of the things I was saying about Julian Demay, Vinny, when we saw him in the ECS, I think sometimes he just pushed the ball through a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Didn't use the flight, and he's done that here straight away. I'm liking this. It's a good start from Demay. Oh, well, this one is not. That's the commentator's curse. I take you back. Can we rewind?
So call it
He's
wide.
not bowled well at all.
Do you know why it's a wide? It's not off the. It's not a no ball for off the pitch because it bounces after the stumps, according to the umpire. We'll get an idea of where it bounces here. Yeah. So if he thinks that's bounced after the stumps, that's a wide. So it's not a free hit. And so next one will just be a single. So Chuggy's off the mark. First run off the bat. So what a great experience this is for all these players, I'm sure. Most of them wouldn't have played at Cartama before. All of them on ECL debut.
It's a good opportunity to see the kits here.
Oh yeah.
Of RBS crying out. Don't they look good? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm loving this black and red combination.
Bit of
the
Tetris. There's a bit of Tetris about. We had Pac-Man last week. There's a bit of Tetris about the Crows kit. He's a tough customer, isn't he? Because he is so tall. So he gets this bounce and ball just kind of gets big on you on this hard surface. No damage on the scoreboard yet for the Dutch. Goes for it now, and this may create an opportunity. It's the captain who holds on to it, Ferdy Vink. He is going to take their first wicket in ECL cricket. Demay, and it was his captain that finished it off. So it's unfortunate for Asa Tribe. He has to go for a duck, and that's the first wicket down for Farmers, 3 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the big shot. I think it was probably the right shot to play here, but he sort of scoops this up. He goes high as opposed to the distance. And you can see there that the captain, he did start off inside the ring. He made good ground and takes a good, comfortable catch. That's a big wicket because, as we were saying, Asa Tribe, if he gets going, he can hurt you. He can hit the ball big. And they'd be happy to see the back of him. It's a lonely walk back, the youngster, but I'm sure we're going to see plenty of him.
Here's the thing, you don't want to chew up balls. I mean, it's a first or second ball duck. It's actually not the worst result because at least you've left balls for your teammates. So it's going to be Julius Sumarat to come out at number 3, see what he can do. Of course, if there is a wicket caught, even if the batter's crossed, they have to cross back. So he will be on strike. That's the rule in ECN cricket. Demay, who we did see what a batter struggle with back in September and October in the ECC. Gets off to a very, very good start. So just the 3 on the board. Sumarat faces up for the first time. Quite gets the pitch of this one. How would you play, Demay? With difficulty?
Yeah, I mean, when he's bowling like this and he's getting that loop in, yeah, it is difficult because you've got the height as well to contend with. I think when he fires it in, it's a little bit easier. You see again the loop, And trying to get it through the gap, not able to, so it's going to be a dot ball. That's going to be the end of the over. What a good over as well. Picks up 1 wicket. But more importantly, see, I quite often say it's not the wickets, it's the runs.
Yeah.
Because it's not very often you see teams bowled out. You get those dot balls, and then that really does put a lot of pressure on the side. Only 3, 1 wicket. Great start from Julian DeMay.
Yeah, well, dot balls create wickets, and wickets create dot balls.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, how do you play him? I think you've got to back yourself. You've got to be assertive. You've got to say, I'm going to use my feet. I'm not going to worry about the wicketkeeper that's breathing down your throat. Go out to him and try and hit big and hit hard. And it's the confidence. Have the confidence to play, and that's what one of these batters has to do early on here, Vinny.
Yeah, well, it's hard to do that when you know the ball's getting pushed wide. So if you're charging the balls away from your body, it's always a bit of a higher risk strategy. Ferdy Vink is going to bowl the second over, the captain. Keeper up to the stumps, over number 2 on the way. All right, goes for this, and this will be their first maximal. 6 runs, and Farmers, that relieves the pressure a bit. It was just run in, popped on a length and popped out of the ground by Chuggy.
Yeah, this is a good shot. It's boom, shakalaka. Well, they are the Farmers, and this one does go to cow corner. That's big. Like it.
Very, very clever.
That's the haymaker, as they say.
Very clever. Well, you've been planning that all weekend, haven't you? Bold this time, such a safe shot. Cow corner. I never quite expect it when you're funny. That was good.
I'm not really that dry.
And they got the little cow on the logo as well. I love it. It's a great story behind Farmers Cricket Club.
Yeah, we need to hear more of it, and I think we can arrange that, can't we, Vinny?
We will. You're going to kind of drop the mic, and I'm going to kick you out after this over.
I'm going to go milk the cow and leave you to it.
That's your one joke for the week. Waiting for the chat to light up. Well, Helix liked it. And I think see people targeting the jungle on the leg side for the right-hander. This one's hit hard. Quite carried to Manjinder. Does well to actually block it in the end.
And I think this is uses a bit of his right knee here, Manjinder, but he shows no pain. He is a seeing, he's a lion, and he says, that ain't going to hurt me. But it does well, yeah, it was an awkward bounce. Gets his body behind it, good stop.
Short, Samaria picks it up over the leg side. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. And he's off the mark. That's a good confidence booster for him as well.
Yeah, a little bit short, but Julius Samaria says, yep, I'll take you on. You're going to bowl that length to me. You're going to have to go fetch it. It's a nice shot played. 4 more. So this is the over that the Farmers needed to get started. Slower delivery. Been hit pretty hard, but we'll go to the fielder. Fielder had long on, keeps it to 1. Here comes the throw. So they're on their way. They've got takes them to 15. They have lost that 1 wicket early, which could be a costly one.
Yeah, well, Rico, I do thank you for your contributions, especially that cow corner remark, but I'm going to bring in a special guest commentator for the next little part of this game. And this is a gentleman I'm looking forward to asking a few questions. And not often someone comes up here that I would say is better dressed than me, but he is, as we'll see in a short period of time. He's dressed very similar to that, in fact. We've got the president of Farmers Cricket Club, Robbie Pershard. Robbie, welcome to the broadcast and welcome to the European Cricket League.
Well, thank you, Vinny, and it's great to be here. And we're really delighted that the Farmers are down here in Spain playing in this tournament, and it's absolutely wonderful for our young players.
Yeah, for sure. We've got a good mix of kind of experience and youth in your side, it looks like. A lot of Jersey national team representatives, and I'm sure the boys have been preparing pretty hard for it.
Yeah, although this is out of season, but they've been training over the winter, and great to see you mention the youth and experience, that Joel came in and played so well. You know, he's our senior player today, taking those 3 wickets and missing out narrowly on the 4th. So, yeah, he'd be thrilled about that.
Yeah, we'd be thrilled with this as well. Sumarat, that's Chuggy actually, that's hit that behind square, and he gets 4. See that, just takes off the off stump. It's a very different kind of a format, the T10 cricket. I know that you have played a bit of T10 cricket in Jersey in the last season, but I'm sure it's a new experience for the guys.
Yeah, we played a tournament at the end of last season. That's how we qualified to be here as Jersey champions. So it's the first time a Jersey team's taken part.
Outside leg stump, so I don't think this will be out. And how about the whole experience of obviously playing in Spain? I mean, some of the guys obviously with some international experience, but there's nothing quite like the ECL atmosphere.
No, exactly. And some of them did play in Spain last October.
Yeah. Ranjinda bangs it in and gets sliced away, 4 runs. Well, Pershad's getting moving.
Our younger guys, they're getting used to this quick format cricket. You know, in my day we played a longer game, and you know, you just played yourself in, but you don't have time for that now. It's smash and grab.
Yeah, well it is, but it still rewards good cricket shots. That's what I think.
You've got to be good. Yeah, it certainly finds you out.
Goes after this, completely misses it. So a bit of everything, but they have done pretty well. He's got around about that rate, which is 10 and over, 10 and a half and over. So they're just probably maybe a couple behind, but certainly in the game at this stage. So last ball of the over coming up for Manjinda. This one sneaks past the keeper. Not sure there's anything on this. There will be a couple of wides. Well, I really want to ask you about the origins of the club, Robbie, and I know that you were one of the founding members back in about 76 or 77.
I think it was 77.
I believe it all started with a game against the Builders. Is that right?
Yep.
Farmers versus the Builders. I might ask you about that just after this ball from Manjinda, which will be dispatched, and it's going to be 4. So they do get up with the pace in the end. Farmers, pretty productive power play despite losing a wicket of ace a try.
Yep.
Particularly these two have been decent, 30 for 1. Yeah, so tell us about it.
Well, it started back in 77. A couple of our friends, farming friends, were building their new houses, and they had the building firm rep. He played for their team, carried a cricket bat in his car, and the subject turned to cricket. And one thing led to another. A challenge was issued, so us farming friends who were very keen cricketers, if not all players, sort of teamed up, and the first match was August 77.
Wow.
And we had such a great time, and we said, you know, we must do this again. So the next season we made a proper team up.
Yeah.
And one thing led to another, and that was 45 years ago.
Yeah, so were you playing in that first match?
Yeah, actually 3 of us on the ground today were playing in the first match. And Snowden, James and myself, and several of the players today are kind of the same families or friends.
Slow ball, and this one is hit nicely, straight over cover. Seven Vink has come out, and this slow ball gone wrong. Simarez looking dangerous as well. He moves into double figures.
Yeah,
so
Julius is a good player.
He's looking good at the moment as well. That's a good cricket shot.
Yeah, and a
so
fine bowler too. But yeah, so one thing led to another, and we've got, you know, we built our own ground at the Farmers Field in St Martin's back in 2003.
Yeah, I want to know more about this ground as well, because I've seen it. I haven't been there live, but I have seen a bit about it. This is a straight hit, it's high, and it's going to fly down the ground. Maximo! 6 more Sumarat, flexing his muscles. Farmers, they had a terrible start to this match. They were getting back the first 4 overs, but now they're getting going. Yeah, so that ground, I know now it's recognised for ICC cricket, so it's internationally accredited ground, but pretty humble origins, right? Well, this could be trouble. DeMay, well, he won't quite get there. Well, athletic from the big man, but well, if he can't catch it, nobody can. The result, Maximo, 6 more Simarat. He's come out and stolen the thunder of Chuggy. He moves to 25. Good shot.
Yeah, as you say, humble origins. We were just quite a village team in those days, but we always aspired to sort of emulate an English. I'll let him bowl.
Probably just be one.
We wanted to be like an English village club, and so we managed to acquire the field, and through the hard work of the committee, and particularly Jimmy, who is the groundsman and maintains it immaculately.
Yeah, I have heard. Spends a fair bit of time on it.
Yeah, well,
through the summer.
That's his passion. He's out there first thing in the morning, rolling and mowing.
Yes, that's the end of the fourth over. It's 48 for 1. And, well, it's great to have a special guest commentator. Not often I get to do it in the ECL, but it is really sad to hear Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Robbie Pershad. And Robbie, so this ground that just started, it was a farm. And your team, there's a few questions in the chat about why the name Farmers, is because it was the origin was a farmers team.
We started out as farmers, playing after a day's work, evening games, playing about 15, 16 matches a year.
Yeah.
And then we started playing Sunday afternoons, and then we eventually got into the league.
Yeah.
Then we merged with a proper league.
That was another question about how many teams are in the league. I believe there's kind of 4 clubs at the level that you guys are playing.
There's only 4 in the Premier League of Jersey at the moment, but it's a good standard.
Yeah, well, it is. And Jersey, kind of punching above your weight as well. 'Cause only just over 100,000 people, but the ICC ranking around 23 or something like that, 22.
Yeah, I just let him bowl.
Dyke, bowl for the first time, left armour.
We have very good cricket development set up in Jersey, and they're investing a lot in development and women's cricket as well.
Yeah, well, that's exciting as well.
And in fact, at our ground, we've just had a grant to extend the facilities for women's cricket.
Oh, wonderful.
With obviously changing and showering facilities, etc.
No ball called. It's a little bit cut off though. That can be costly. Bonendijk, left armour, coming in. And
we were the Farmers, and I'll have to explain to you about the logo if you like.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'd love to.
Which is it's the disc with the head of a Jersey cow, and we had a competition actually to design it, and the members submitted entries.
Well, this is in the air, and it should be caught by the keeper. He has to find it first. He does. He takes it, but it's a free hit. So, I mean, obviously I knew that, but Rico's laughing his head off. Yeah, come on, let's not focus on me for a second. Okay. Let's have a look at, can we see the logo there? You see, it's got the Jersey cow. So you said this basically was designed.
Yeah, and a local artist helped us with the design and the mowing strips to look like stumps as well. So
yeah.
It's a nice touch.
Oh yeah, it does too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so clever.
Yeah. So no, we're a very a happy club, a sort of family club, you know. And obviously looking forward to embracing women's cricket.
Yeah, well, I think that's a natural step in the progression.
Yeah.
Another no ball. And this might have been out, but it won't be out. And this is definitely a free hit that I'll remember coming up next. Rico's still giggling away. Why are you still here? I told you one more. Yeah, he's having troubles here. That's costly in a 10 over game. What do you make? I bet in your back in the day where you were first playing, you never would have imagined you'd be playing farmers cricket in Spain in a 10 over format in February.
Absolutely. This is beyond our wildest dreams, you know, and it's just shows how the game has come on. Look at that shot that he's just played, that ramp shot. It's just amazing. That was not textbook in my day.
Exactly. Well, I've now been informed it's March. Well, I'm getting everything wrong this over. But it's...
We could play a long game, you know, and just it would be a draw at the end of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of people would say that this is like anything they've seen before. As we see, it's in the air, but it's not going to carry to Demay. Yeah, so just before I let you go, what do you think? You know, give us an idea of a highlight of the club's history or a really proud moment for the club.
Well, this would be the pinnacle, I expect. But looking back over the years, was probably that when we first toured, firstly to Guernsey, our neighbouring island, and then we did some trips to England, and we've got a great relationship with a team in Oxfordshire called Turville Heath. If any of them happen to be watching,
sure, there's a few.
Best wishes.
End of the fifth over. It's 57 for 1. So at the moment, you're right on the pace.
Right on the pace, and it's exciting, isn't it? But no, then we've had probably our greatest tour was to St Lucia a number of years ago.
Wow.
But no, this is it really. I think to have achieved this level.
Yeah, well, it's great to have you here, obviously, as our guests at the European Cricket League. Sam in the chat, so we do have the live chat here, you see, Robbie, so people are chatting to us from all around the world.
Right.
And he says, well, maybe most important question, Do you have a nice bar at the ground? I see there's been a few upgrades over the last few years in that respect, right?
Yeah, we've put a lot of work in, and we've got a very, very successful bar now, yes. Let him bowl this one.
Yes, is captain back, Ferdy Vink. Sideways and into the gap. 4 runs, super rare. Yeah. He's getting going. He moves into the 30s. That's a nice shot.
Yeah. No, there is a good bar. We've got the great local Jersey ale, Liberation Bitter.
Okay.
Hard to beat, yeah. And cider is very popular, but no, the bar has certainly added a lot to the social side of things.
Now that you're our guests here at the Cartama Cricket Oval, I'd love to shout you a Victoria Malaga.
I wouldn't say no later.
Later in the day.
Particularly if we can
Bit early at the moment,
if we can
maybe.
get a win out of this game, it'd be wonderful.
You're looking pretty good at the moment, I have to be honest.
Well, look, only 1 wicket down, and
But as you've seen already, the game can change pretty quickly.
yeah.
And
Well,
we
look
saw
at that over of Joel, 3 wickets, just turned the whole tide, didn't it? Because it was pretty brutal at the start.
RBS with this many after 4 overs. Slow ball back down the ground for 1. So yeah, I know there's a barbecue area there at the ground now. I mean, this is one place. I think I went to 26 countries last year. Haven't been to Guernsey. I really want to go and check this out.
Yeah, we try to put on a good show and hospitality, but we're hoping to host the Interinsular possibly this year. We've done it in the past when Jersey and Guernsey play their sort of crunch game, you know.
Yeah, of course. Big rivalry, isn't it?
That's good rivalry. It's always very friendly and sporting, but you know, it's one you like to win, and we're very proud to host it. So we're hoping that we may get it this year or certainly soon.
Yeah, we had the Guernsey team, Griffins, earlier in
Yes,
the tournament.
yeah.
They were wonderful to watch as well.
Yeah, well, we didn't play them this year. Since COVID, we haven't been doing the league, the CI League, where teams travel. But so we're hoping that we might revive that perhaps next year. We don't know.
So as we get to the end of
this is great. No,
the over coming up, I just wanted to say, look, on behalf of all of us, it's been great to have you here and have a chat to you. I think we'll get to know you even better as the week goes on.
yeah,
This one off the
certainly.
QN, going nowhere. But that's the end of 6. So this game's in the balance. I'm going to let you go
Thank
and
you,
rejoin the
Billy.
fan zone and watch the last 4 overs of this game. As you see, 64 for 1. But hasn't it been great to have Robbie here?
Beautifully poised. And look, the sun's out. It's
Yeah, the sun's out. And look, just one more time. And look at this logo. So that the grass is mowed look like cricket wickets, which I think is fantastic. Not often I get someone up here who I will concede is looking just way, way, way nicer dressed than I am. So look, Robbie, it's been great to meet you.
Thank you.
Wishing you all the best and all your guys.
Okay.
And I'm sure that was very interesting for all of you as well to get a look behind the scenes at Farmers Cricket Club as we head back out to the middle. And we've got 4 overs left to this. And it's going to be a very interesting finish. It's need 41 off the last 4. Are you feeling confident?
I am quietly confident. Yeah, these are good players, and we've got a few more in the hatch.
All right, well, best of luck. Best of luck with the result, as we see.
Okay.
See you later.
Cheers, Vinny.
Over number 7, and it's going to start with just a single. As I welcome back into the commentary box, Rico Full. Rico, so interesting to speak to Robbie, wasn't it?
Absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I think he is much smarter than you, Vinny. I have to say, I did like that blazer. What a blazer. And yeah, I do like the logo as well. With the grass, which is all in the air. And he's done him with a slower delivery. And this is a breakthrough at a critical stage. And well, I think they're checking here if this is a bump or not, I believe. I thought it... Well, when I saw it with the naked eye, I thought it was straight up in the air. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think he chips this straight up. So maybe if we can see a side view of it. And here we go. Yeah, I think that's it. Probably straight up,
Yeah,
quarter bowled. I
I mean,
think big time to get a wicket.
The batter's reaction gives it away as well, I think.
I tell you what, the farmers will be saying. You know what they're saying? They'll be saying, "Look, can we get him back in here?" Because he was bringing them luck.
That's true, actually.
Send him away, then lose the wicket.
We were having a nice little chat, and they were just cruising, weren't they? Seen both teams cruise to 60. And yeah, I think. Yeah, I was having another look at this. I think it is off the bat. You look at the reaction of Pershard. Yeah, that's certainly...
You can see from the, the batter starts to go, and then he hears maybe the umpire there saying, okay, we just want to, I think he hears him saying to the third umpire, we want to have a look at it.
Yeah.
So he hangs around. But I think he himself probably knows or believes that he did hit it up in the air.
If I've learnt anything, though, expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
I had a very bad record in picking third umpires. Now, they could be looking at something else here that we're not aware of as well. So, open to all possibilities. And, a slight delay. I think the camera one probably shows it the best, where you can actually see here, that's just a full toss that never hits the ground, I think.
Yeah,
I think it hits the toe of the bat and comes back up. Pretty good catch as well by Bonendijk. See this one here? It never hits the ground. So, I'm waiting for... I think that's a legal delivery. I don't think that's the issue.
Yeah, I think that's the conclusive one they need to look at. I think the batter is angled. The bat is angled up, and I think with the bat at that angle, there's probably no way the ball can hit the ground.
I think when it lands, if you roll that back a little bit, I think it lands behind the line. Just there. See, when it lands, I think it's okay.
Yeah, the finger's gone up there from Stefan Gooch in the end.
Good camera work as well. Got to say, Spring Productions. And, he's pushing the front line, though, Bonendijk, but I don't think that was what they were checking. I think they were checking whether it was a clean off-the-bat catch. And so, Chuggy, he chucked along to 21 before he's been caught and bowled. So eventually he gets his marching orders, 65 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's done well for his team, hasn't he? He's got them to a point where just needing about 10 and over. They'll be happy with that for victory, but it's a crucial point to lose a victory and to lose a wicket when you're going for that victory. Because one thing that we do know is when new batters go out there, no matter what the rate is, it does tend to escalate. It's very difficult for a new guy to go out there, especially when you're not used to the pitch. So you're playing your first match out there. It's very difficult to expect somebody to get going straight away. So the key really here now, I suppose, is that Julius, he does stay in as well. He doesn't give each wicket away, tries to get to the strike and tries to keep up the good work that he's done here so far.
So it's the bin man coming in at number 4, Ben Kinman. Searches for this one. He'll get a single, so he's off the mark. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat saying it was nice to speak to Robbie Pershard. What a story. I mean, I actually think it's got a lot in common with our story at ECN. We started pretty small and just doing a few little things, and it's grown to the fact that we've got an audience in the millions and millions and millions every day watching ECN cricket. Oh, he gives up his stumps, but what he does is he whacks the ball out over backward square. Maximo Simmerer, who gets extra responsibility now. And the national captain has departed, and with this shot, he sweeps himself into the 40s.
This is a glorious shot. He's played a lot of shots in that area. I think his first scoring shots was a boundary down that way, but he picks it so well, doesn't he? Look how quickly he latches onto it. He's not afraid to adjust himself, goes back into his crease, lines it up and says, yep, I'm there, this one's going. Goes all the way, 6 more.
Tries again this time. Doesn't quite get the line that he wants, so he just kind of plan B's it behind point for a single.
Yeah, slow delivery, but I suppose once you've got that one big boundary in the over, you don't mind. You're quite happy to take those singles. I mean, all RBS crying out to trying to do here is take this game deep to try and take it into the last. Can he finish well? Bonendijk want to go this over. And, Stefan Gooch says, hang on a minute, let the batter get ready. 73 for 2. And he hit down the ground. I don't think single was quite what Samaria wanted, but he'll take it. I think he's going to have confidence in Ben as well. End of the over. Certainly looks like we're going to have an exciting finish to the first match, and exciting is the word. We say this is going to be the group excitement. We're talking of excitement, but what about this match that's coming up? It's the champions of the host, Spain, Pack Ikea, against the champions from Portugal, Marlow. This is going to be, well, E for excitement. I think E also for explosive. That will be an explosive match for sure.
Yeah, certainly will. And plenty of names we know on ECN in that contest coming up around about 35 minutes time. Marlow winning the toss, batting first in match 2. Here's Stephen Vink. That was a low full toss dragged out. Game on here, Rico. Is it too early to talk golden ball? No, it's early on a Monday morning, but yeah, at the moment, it's certainly set for a big finish.
Yeah, it's going to be a close and exciting one for sure. That's what we expect from this group.
Goes after this, slices away, but it's into the gap. Will this win the race? It does. That was a Bermuda Triangle situation. And Simare, probably not the most crisply hit ball of his innings, but still an important boundary as Farmers close in on this target. It's 26 more to win now, and he moves to 47.
This is a very clever shot. He sees what the field is. He knows that that man is inside the circle, hits over him. It's always going to be a boundary, especially when you know that long off is very straight, and he'll go for it again, and this time he does slice it. This is an opportunity, and a catch has been taken. That's a huge wicket. That's the one they wanted. So, well, someone here has to go. And, well, he was the man that was batting well. He was doing all the attacking. He was playing all the shots. Now then. Who is that going to bring out to the middle?
Yeah, it's a game changer, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, 47 he got to. Maybe just looking for that one more boundary. Similar sort of shot he was aiming for again, but this time he doesn't get it right. And that's a good catch taken there as well from Dyke. And a big round of applause, of course, for Julius. He did bat well, but again, it's that situation in a match when you think when you're in the runs and you get your team close. I think your captain and your coach are looking for you to finish off the job. So he'll be disappointed to get out at this point.
Yeah, it's a bit the same as Visay in the first innings, right? He got within reach of a half century and found a way to get out, but you felt either of those two stuck around for longer. Their team's pulling ahead significantly in the game. So last quarter of the innings coming up, 26 required, 15 balls. So it's just a matter of how quick the new batters get going. And don't forget, this is the ECL debut. Under the bright lights, James Smith comes out to face. So it's Vink with the wicket. I think just sneaks in. Seeing the umpire saying, look, if the ball's more in than out, then we'll let you have it to the bowlers. And this is one of those, I think.
Yeah.
After a second look. I guess I got a second look, the umpire doesn't. Right, here's the next one. Those calls, though. And look, to be fair, there's always going to be a few 50-50 calls. That's the nature of the game. It's interpretational. It's wide lines are guide only. But yeah, do like to see consistency, of course. Just think of a couple of extra no balls and extra deliveries we've had in this innings as well. That could prove to be costly. This one would have been a wide. Instead, he finds a way to get a little edge on it. Again, takes us to the end of the 8th over. It's a pretty good over, that one, for Harvey S. They work their way back into the game. Only 7 off that over. The score is 81 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, good over indeed it was. And you just seeing that rate now, it's just under the 12. So, well, this over I think is the key one, the 9th. They want to try and get as many as they can from it. And we say it all happens in the 9th, and it looks like it's going to be Singh to bowl it. So they're going to go with Navjit Singh to bowl.
Manjinder Singh, this is actually. Here we go. All happens in the 9th. Upset to miss hit this, and so just gets a single. So you think of that cow corner remark earlier. That would be a great name for the bar. The ground. Slide into cow corner.
Cow corner.
Knock back a couple. All right, I need a boundary this over to steady things, probably 2. And this has bowled him. This has snuck around. And so Manjinder Singh, he goes full, he goes at the stumps. Has this bowled him around his legs?
I think he has certainly played around. He's trying to work this out onto the onside. I think it's probably gone through him. Let's have a look.
Through his legs.
Yep.
It's through his legs. Hits the bottom of the leg stump. And so, that's good bowling when it comes down to it. Smith can't get anything on it. So, Farmers just stumbling a little bit here in the ninth. Now 82 for 4.
Yeah, new batter walks out. This Warwick Firth. He needs to get going. Smith gets one on the board, 3 deliveries. It's a little bit disappointed, but it's not over yet, young man.
Yeah, but
He needs just a couple of big shots, a couple of boundaries is what they need, and it's over, really.
yeah, well, that's right, because whatever you don't chase in the ninth, you need in the 10th. So it's a very, very important over. Left-hander, though, just changes the game slightly. Yeah, here's Warwick Firth. What a moment for him to come in. Talk about a pressure situation, not really easing their way into it.
Yeah, this is good. I think I like the idea of left-hander coming in now. It just means that the bowler's got to get his line right straight away.
Really good. Really, really good. If they don't get a boundary this over, they're looking at 20 in the last. You just can't see that happening. Have seen it done, you just can't see it happening.
Playing a very good line though, isn't it? Full, straight. Nothing really that the batter's been able to get hold of at the moment.
Got to be brave here. Yes, hits it well. He picks out that fielder. It's frustrating as a batter. Open space either side of that deep cover. Just a single. Let's see what Kinman can do with 2 to come in the ninth. This is out on this. It's got a hittable length as well. Kinman not really balanced. He's kind of rushing at the ball. So it's been a very good over from Manjinder Singh. He's only conceded 2. Picked up a wicket. The ball's missing the leg stump as well. But not a wide, of course, because it was between the batter and the stumps. Last ball of the over. Block hole again. So they'll just get 1 here. So they're going to need a magical finish, the Farmers, if they're going to pull this one off. That's 9 overs down, 84 for 4.
Yeah, what a good over. I mean, he went for 15 in his first over, so coming on to bowl the ninth when you know that they're going to go after you, you've got to hold your nerve, and he does. Only goes for just 2 runs in it.
Yeah, really good.
3 runs.
And look, you can't be super critical of the batting because it was just good bowling, I think, there. It's full, it was at the stumps. It went too many that they could really get after. Maybe that second last one, this was the kind of length that maybe you could drive through and up for 6, but yeah, we're going to see DeMay, who bowled the first, he'll bowl the last, so it's going to be spinning the last. And 21 off 6, so how do you do this? You need 3, probably 3 balls to go to the boundary, maybe 4. So it's now or never, and Kinman in the hot seat. 21 off the last. Got 1 here. DeMay makes the block. Perhaps regrets it.
Yeah, that's going to be stinging, isn't it? He's not showing it at the moment, but it's a good stop. That was hit pretty hard and straight. I think if that gets past him, that would have been 4 runs.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Now left-hander to left-hander, though, so at least it forces DeMay to do something else. You need... Oh, yeah. So you need a boundary is a bit of an understatement. Yeah, swings and misses. Clever adjustment from DeMay, who gets it outside the off stump.
Yeah, he's bowled well, mate. I was very impressed with his first over. Just went for 3 runs.
Right, see if Rick can tee one up. No, he hits it pretty well. It's going, it's going, it's gone! Maximo! Oh, Big Rick keeps his team in the game with a beautiful drive down the ground. Doesn't try to hit across this. I think that's the key to this shot. And still alive.
Yeah, firmly struck. Good use of his feet. Gives himself a bit of room to work with and crushes it over the boundary.
It makes the bowler think too. Can he replicate it this time? Misses. He's annoyed.
Yeah, he's frustrated with that one. So it's slightly quicker, I think.
Yeah, and it's slightly shorter. You know, he's a clever bowler to make. Subtle adjustment from him. 14 off 2. Legal deliveries, and Javier should close this out. This one's missed, and so had a good moment there. just kept the pulse in the game for a second, but still, look, in the end, looks like Farmers are going to fall just short. But what we've seen, highly entertaining game, close game. We expect plenty of those this week as well in Group E. Group of excitement hasn't let us down so far. And last ball, he goes up and he goes away. Maximo. As Rick Firth gets that 6. He gets 2, and he needed more. Really, the damage was done in the 9th. You can't really blame Warwick at the end. He got 2 away. And it was Manjinder who really closed the game out in the 9th. And end result, very close game. Only 7 runs in it. RBS Kruidhout of the Netherlands, 104. Farmers of Jersey, 97.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how important that 9th over was from Manjinder Singh. I mean, it was quality bowling. Just the 3 runs that came off it. And that just meant when you need over 20 in the last, it's going to take some doing. I mean, some good hitting there. You can't take anything away from Firth. I mean, there's 1 or 2 we'll look back on and think, maybe. I mean, a couple of those you think, if you go inside them, they're going down the leg side, maybe. Take the wide. But I think that's all about when you've got a batter that's in, and Julius Sumer was in, you've got to really see the game home. He's out on 47, but once he's out, the rate slows down a little bit. You're looking for a new batter to get in, and though there in the end we did see the left-hander Firth did get in, but maybe just didn't have enough time to establish a good innings for him.
Yeah, you could say the same about Visay in the first innings as well, though. It didn't go on it. Well, the Crows, they were flying into ECL 22. They had 104 on the board, and early on, it was a good catch taken by Vink. Wicket in the very, very first over. Mesa tried, couldn't get anything going, but then he saw a good partnership develop between Charles Pershard, or Chuggy as he's known, along with Simmer. He really felt that they batted Jersey into a winning position.
Yeah, there were some nice shots. I mean, Sumer, he certainly did target that onside, played some lovely shots in this area of the ground behind square. I mean, that one went for 4 runs. Oh, there's those jackets again. And, well, I think I need to put my name down for one of them. And here we go again. Through that gap, when he went along the deck a few times, but he went aerial as well, and the aerial ones were good. This was early on, Manjinder Singh just giving a little bit of width, cut away. So at this point, it was all looking well. And once again, even though there was a man deployed in that area, just a metre or so away from it, but can't get to it. This one was a big one, right down the ground. That was enjoyed by many. But, you just got the feeling that if RBS Kruidhout could have picked up a wicket, that one was just fraction away from DeMay. If they could just get a wicket, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's right. I had 2 experienced players at the crease, high quality players. Of course, we know one national representation here. So it was a bit of a contentious one, but not really. I think eventually they sorted it out. The right decision was made, and lose Chuggy at that stage. I think that hurt them a little bit, but Simmerat, well, he didn't let that bother him. He was hitting strokes all round the wicket on the way to 47, and they knew to have any chance, the Crows, they'd have to get him and send him back, and that just could cause a little bit of a wobble in the chase. Simmerat made it to the 40s. That one did get to the boundary, and ultimately he would fall soon after. It's all about taking your chances. Bonendijk took a good catch, and from then on, it was real tough going for Farmers, and it would fall just a couple short. And to take it down to the wire, it looked like we were heading for the last, of course. As we saw Smith get bowled through his legs, and Firth had to come out and try and whack a bunch of 6s. We did get a couple away, but ultimately it wasn't quite enough as they fell 7 runs short here in match 1.
Yeah, it's a good game though. We expected it to be close. We expect all of these to be close. And well, though Farmers, they do fall short just by 7 runs. They've been out there. They've got a feel off the pitch now, and I'm pretty sure that they'll be looking to come back out here again. I think that's them done for the day. I think they've just got this one match, so they've got plenty of time to go back, enjoy, talk about the experience, and come back stronger tomorrow, Vinny.
Yeah, no, for sure they will. Be a good experience for them. Yeah, not a bad idea for them to go and just watch the rest of the day and see a bit of the competition, maybe draw up a few plans. Simmerat, the standout, 47 of 23. It was the top score of the entire match in the end. It was supported by Charles Pershard. Apart from that, couldn't really get too much going. Firth came in, had to try and hit 20 off last over, did hit a couple of 6s, and ultimately 97. Not a bad score. It's just a few less than what was required. A couple of things for RBS Kruidhout as well. A couple of front foot no balls, and a couple that were close as well. Just something they'd want to work on, I'm sure. And, it's all about getting getting the extras under control as well. And they shared the wickets in the end. May was excellent, 1 for 16, didn't let him get away, and then held his nerve in the final over. Wickets for Manjenda, who really did, get them in a winning position.
Yeah.
That 9th over that he bowled. I think took a wicket was a bit expensive. Monadike, well, he was promising, but those no balls, I think, something he has to work on. But yeah, what a great game to start the week, Rico.
It was a very good game, yeah, evenly contested by two very good teams. Two teams that we're going to see a lot more of, I think. I think some of those players are going to shine as the week goes along. And, well, I think as we see there, it's going to be Harvey Yes crying out that get the victory only by 7 runs.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see very much the same in the matches here today. The next one, though, coming up after this, that's going to be a cracker, I think. And you've got the hosts team, the Spanish champions, Pac Ikea. They take on the champions from Portugal, Marlow. What a game that promises to be.
Well, you know what's great? I've got Andrew Ryan, who's coming to join me in the next game in the commentators box. But I'm telling you, you make sure you don't miss the first over of the next game, because Mohammed Kamran is going to be steaming in for Pac Ikea, because Marlow, they have won the toss and elected to bat. And we'll see them coming up in around about 20 minutes time. So I'll set your watches, because you don't want to miss that first over. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope you're enjoying your day so far. Group E action coming your way. Match 2, not too far. This is ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
How we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Well, at the moment the sun's out, hopefully it stays that way. Pack Care Badalona, the Spanish representatives, they're here on home soil for their first ECL match, and they are going to play against Malo from Portugal. So, well, we've got a little bit of a geographical contest here in match 2. All important coin toss is on the way. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains.
Your call.
Kiba.
Kiba's called. It is Kiba.
Who's batting?
Kiba was the call. Kiba was the fall for Mian Shahid, the Malo skipper, and the Portuguese. They will be batting first in this. Well, it can be a bit of a risk, I think, first match of a tournament to do that, but I do like the idea of getting runs on the board, to be honest, in T10 cricket. You know that. And look, they've got a few players that we have seen before at this ground playing for the Portuguese side, and they certainly turned a few heads in that tournament last year. But we'll probably like to see the captain, Mian Shahid, at the top of the order. Probably Azim Sawa up there as well. A couple that I remember as well. Syed Maisem, who we know mostly is a death bowler, but he's been batting up the order. We could see him as high as number 3. Amir Zaib, he was dynamic as well in the ECC last year. And watch out for Najam Shazad, who actually captained Portugal in that tournament. Pack Care Badalona, well, they are from the Barcelona region of Spain, and well, the number 1 player I'm looking forward to seeing is probably their number 1, Mohamed Kamran, left armer. A lot of people say he'll be the quickest bowler in the tournament. We saw him very destructive in the Spanish Championship weekend. They had to kind of win that playoff weekend between 4 teams. That was back in October, and yeah, well, it was a very interesting weekend, but Pack Care, they did come out on top. Watch out for some big hitters as well. Mohamed Isan, Mohamed Yassin, probably at the top of the order for Pack Care. Mohamed Babar as well. So they've got a lot of quality. I think the Spain-Portugal clash will throw up a few fireworks, that's for sure. Let's go over to the commentary box, and here's a man who knows the Portuguese in particular pretty well. He's a man who I've worked with before on ECN. It's great to have him back. Andrew Ryan is in the commentary box as we get ready for game 2. The news from the toss is that Malo from Portugal, they've won the toss and they're batting first.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Magnificent to be here at the Cartama Oval this morning for the second game of this first day of competition for the final preliminary group stage here at the European Cricket League for 2022. It's Andrew Ryan in the commentary box for the first time. Thank you very much for the intro, Mr. Maximo. He'll be joining me in the box in a matter of moments, but we've got an excellent contest ready here between Pack Care, the Spanish representatives, and the Portuguese champions Malo. As Vinny mentioned, Malo winning the toss and electing to bat, commonly known as a very, very deep batting lineup. Portuguese competitions, they've been tremendously successful in all of the European cricket events that have been held out there between the Cartama ground down near Lisbon and Miranda de Corvo up in the Coimbra area. So they're well versed in these T10 competitions, and they've had quite a few players from this squad who represented Portugal at the European Cricket Championship last year, so they're familiar with the surroundings. Certainly won't be intimidated, but they have a tough task. Pack Care, very, very strong team representing Spain this week, and making a quick trip up from the pitch. Vinny Sandhu, good to have you on board.
I don't have to jog up, but I don't want to miss Cameron's first ball because he takes wickets with the first ball so often. And Mian Shahid, he has a record of making consecutive golden ducks, I think 4 or 5 in a row. So this is a guy who has a knack of getting out first ball, but a guy that always takes wickets first ball. So you know what I'm predicting? 6. All right, here we go. Match 2. Strap yourself in and buckle up. Here's Mohamed Kamran.
Oh, it's a sharp ball, cut him in half, and well, Shahid was almost back in the pavilion. First ball, excellent delivery. We've just seen an example of just how quick he is.
That's a warm-up ball. And can't wait to see what's next. Shahid, well, he's still there. He's actually a pretty good player, just sometimes has the ability to go early, but who doesn't, I suppose. Corey likes to call him the hitman. Mohamed Kamran, very fiery left armer.
A little bit fuller. Shahid plays across the line, manages to squeeze it out. Fielder coming in from square leg. Fires, but Shahid showing a bit of pace between the wickets. He's one of the more experienced players in this Malo lineup.
He's important, isn't he? And he's out there with Umar Farouk. Of course, the last I saw these guys was in Cartama. I know you did that series the year before. And also you did the night series in Coimbra last year in Portugal. So we both had a good look at these Malo players, haven't we? And they've won all 3 ECN series they've played. They had a bit of a rough start in Cartama last year. They lost both the matches on the first day, so they don't really like Mondays. see how Umar Farouk handles Mohamed Kamran.
Full ball, just bunted into the pitch, no run. They'll probably be quite happy to get out of this over with maybe 5 or 6 on the board, but at least not losing some top order wickets. They do bat very deep though, Marlo. They're probably no superstar with the bat, but they've got plenty of contributors and particularly guys coming in down the order who can clear the boundary regularly.
Yeah, and both of these teams, they have lots of experience in T10 cricket as well now. Back okay, we've seen them in Barcelona series. They lost the final of ECS Spain in Barcelona. But very, very competitive. There's Kamran.
It's good late ball, taking the top of off stump. Farouk stepping to the leg side. No hope of getting bat on that, and that's an excellent start for Pak Eye Care. 1 wicket down with only 1 run on the board, and Mohamed Kamran strikes.
Yeah, well, didn't have to wait too long. We waited till the 4th ball, and Umar Farouk gave it a little shrug emoji look as this one cleans up top of his off stump. The footwork going away from the ball. And a bit of the Mike Gatting 1993 about the aftermath of that. But the hitman gets his first victim of the week and is 1 for 1.
Well, hitman, he's a scary and intimidating presence with that shaved head and the big bustling action. The left armour, he's managed to hit the top of off stump length a couple of times already this over and showing why he's going to be an absolute weapon during this week.
Well, we had the Bulgarian Express earlier in this tournament, but I think Mohamed Kamran is the bullet train. He has really turned it on so far. It's one thing to try and survive. It's another thing to try and attack. So I think a lot of people think Pak Eye Care. There's a lot of players that have performed well for them in this form of the game. And now, Amir Zaib, he's a very good batter, coming in at number 3. He scored a very good 80 last year for the Portuguese national team, but he's got his hands full right now with Kamran steaming in at 1 for 1.
Oh, full ball, he's taken out his off stump. What a remarkable start for Pak Eye Care, and Kamran absolutely slaughtering the top order of Marlow. They are in deep, deep trouble. 2 wickets down for 1.
Yeah, well, that first one was quick. This was quicker. And Zaib, key batter, he has not even seen this. It was so fast. Bang. It doesn't do a lot wrong. Zaib turns around and sees carnage behind him. And so Kamran hits the pegs twice. And look at that stump fly. 1 for 2.
Well, just have a look at that on the replay, Vinny. I thought at first instance that ball might have swung back in from outside off stump, but he's actually just beaten him with pace going straight across the face of the bat. And he is flying now, Kamran. He's a big, big boy. Just ambles in, but has got such upper body strength.
It's getting there. I mean, this is 90 mile an hour pace. I'm just eyeballing it. I've kept to bowling that pace, and it wasn't quicker than this.
They've really just got to get through this first over without the loss of another wicket.
Penny to be in the thoughts of Syed Meister right now. Has been promoted up the order. It's more of a kind of a lower order batter, but they've worked really hard on his batting. I guess we'll have to see exactly where he's at, because he's about to face a hat-trick ball from Mohamed Kamran in the first over of Marlow's ECL. We've only had 1 hat-trick so far this year. Kamran on a hat-trick.
Oh, full ball down the leg side, though. Probably not the delivery he was looking for. Masan just pushing across the off stump. Fairly disappointing ball after an absolute cracker of an over so far.
Well, true, but I don't think Masum's thrilled about having to face another one right now. It does double the score, 2-all. Well, it's must-watch TV. Kamran in, last ball of his first over.
Fiery full ball. Taken by the man at slip. I think that's actually a bunt ball, and the umpires indicated so. Well taken. That ball flew to the man, who's probably slightly wider than first slip at the moment. And that's the end of the over. It's 2 for 2 after the first.
I think we'll see this hits the bat first on the full and then squeezes into the ground. You see there? So now it's a good decision by the umpires. So it's the end of the over. 2 for 2. Kamran, will he come back in the third? Normally they do kind of bowl their openers out. That's just a bit of a habit that they've got. If the openers are bowling well, and most of the time they are. But looks like Mohamed Babar is going to bowl over number 2. So their go-to normally in Spanish Championship weekend, which was 30th and 31st of October last year, where they had to win a 14 mini tournament over a weekend in Sporting Alfaz to qualify for this ECL. They would normally bowl Cameron and Babar 1, 2, 3, 4. They do have some other good bowlers to follow up in the middle.
Oh, he's hit him full. Umpire's finger goes up. That's the third wicket down. Marlow Cricket Club, they are in all sorts of disarray. And Babar, welcome to the bowling crease with a wicket first delivery.
Yeah, first ball in ECL cricket for Mohamed Babar. That's out. I don't think that's missing. Joe Foster didn't have too long to get his eye, and neither did the batter. Trying to turn this away. Mian Shahid, so the captain's gone. And now 2 runs, 3 wickets. Disastrous start for Marlow.
It's turning into a calamitous opening. Marlow Cricket Club. We thought with the Portuguese national team last year, they did take a little while to get started in the ECC, but certainly this was not the beginning that manager Conrad Greenshields would be looking for. We've talked about the fact that he's moved the batting order a little bit around. Shahid, man who generally has opened the batting for Marlow over the years, but whatever they're doing at the moment is not working, although they can get through this next couple of overs. As we've talked about the fact that they do have some strong batting depth, probably down to 7 and 8. They've got plenty of guys who can clear the boundary with regularity. Particularly Najam Shazad, high-quality cricketer who's done the business for the Portuguese national team before. But this is a big, big task to rectify the innings in its current state.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you're naturally going to feel a bit more defensive, but you kind of have to be counterintuitive and still attack and play your shots, because that's what they do. They'll just choke you in the first 4 overs with Babar and Kamran, and then it's not like weak bowlers come on. Yeah, so at the moment, 2 runs, 3 wickets.
Shazad, he's a very talented cricketer.
Yeah.
Tends to come in down the order, both for Marlow normally and for the national team, but he has got the technique to survive this quality of bowling, but he's also a man that they really want there in for overs 5, 6 and 7 if possible, because he's probably the strongest hitter that they've got remaining in the lineup.
Better than your average number 5, I think, but he's facing a better than average opening attack as well. So here is Mohamed Babar.
Good length ball, just tickle out to mid-wicket, no run.
A few people lighting up the chat as well. Louis Bruce is in there. We saw him for Calpe last week. And Barry is saying it's great to see Mohamed Kamran in this setting. It certainly is. I mean, see him tested on the next level. Junaid Khan watching from Portugal as well. Avinash Pai, again, another one of the Giants from last week, but it's gripping viewing at the moment.
Good length ball from the bar. Looks like an inside edge onto the pad. Fielder comes in. Almost a run-out chance.
I mean, edgy stuff at the moment, and they're lucky there was an edge here. So look here, the ball ends up on the stumps here. Bounce off the keeper. I think he's home by then. He is. But yeah, I think if it wasn't really an inside edge here, Andrew, it would have been good night.
Looks like the ball seemed back a little bit off the pitch too. Certainly it's not just the pace of these bowlers that is causing issues from Marlow, but they've been exceedingly accurate so far as Babar charges in again. Squeezed out from Assam. These are the 2 guys that Marlow probably need to be in there for the next 5 to 6 overs, if that's all possible, but still maintaining some form of run rate. And 3 runs on the board and already deep into this second over.
Yeah, I mean, probably not going to get a lot easier after this over's finished easier, Rhino.
Suspect we'll see the big left armour come on for his second. Short ball, the first loose one today, top edge. Man's floating back and has taken an extraordinarily good catch. Had to go down from his position at fine leg inside the circle. Watched it very carefully over the shoulder, and that's technically an excellent grab, Vinny.
Yeah, excellent catch. And what's Atif Mohammed, I think, that takes that. Paco Care. Day goes from good to better. This time it was just top edge that really could have gone anywhere. Doesn't carry. Has to kind of turn himself. These aren't easy, but he keeps his eye on it all the way. Probably not the way he planned to take it, but still improvised on the fly. So just when they were back on level pegging at 3-3, now it's 3 runs, 4 wickets, 3 for 4. With the ball to go in the second over.
Well, we've seen some excellent catches over the time in the European Cricket League so far this year. That was actually a really technically difficult grab. The commentary coming in from the YouTube chat showing a lot of admiration for the pace bowling that's on display, and Oh, well, 4 wickets in the first 2 overs, and Marlow are probably going to be scratching around to score 60 or 70 at best.
Well, one of the descriptions from Amy, something that I can't repeat, but let's just say that she was impressed with the fast bowling so far.
It's always good to see some colourful use of language on the YouTube chat, just as much as it is in the commentary box. But still got 1 ball to go. He's got figures of 2 for 1 so far, and Ali has come out to join Shazad.
Sam Ali is the number 6. Last ball of the over.
Good length ball, just popped straight to the man at mid-off, who's fumbled it a couple of times but managed to keep it in the breadbasket, and that is the 3rd wicket for Babar this over. This is a traumatic start for Marlow. They are 3 for 5.
Okay, you lose 2 to Cameron in the first over. You lose 3 to Babar. Whatever you can do, I can do better. Oh, yeah, it's a mistimed drive, and Cameron, well, maybe he's just got a bit of jealousy because he tried to drop that, but he couldn't. He still caught it as he clutches it. I think that Saim Ali knew straight away he was in trouble. Now it was caught in the elbow. And Mohamed Kamran, he's going to hold on to that ball, and he's going to be bowling thunderbolts before you know it. 5 wickets in the first 2 over. It's 3 for 5.
To be fair, Mohamed Kamran, he's got a fair bit of chest to absorb the contact with the ball. Managed to keep a hold of it, but that's a really, really disappointing start when Saim Ali had to just not soak up balls, but just manoeuvre around, keep them in the game. But as it is, 5 wickets down and only 3 runs on the board. This is not an exhibition from Marlow that is commensurate with what a good quality cricket side this is, but perhaps just a step up in class in opening bowling. Certainly Babar, he's not ridiculously quick, but very accurate.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing with it as well. So here's Kamran to Najam Shazad. 3rd over. Hitman on the loose.
A little bit short. Shazad manages to play it out to the man coming in from cover.
But you know what makes Cameron so dangerous is he does have a shorter one that can sit you down, right? He does have one that's always in the back of your mind. I don't care who you are. He's got a really slippery bouncer as well. So, okay, here you're pretty much playing for that Yorker to protect your stumps. But always in the back of your mind, you're a little bit worried about your welfare if it is a short ball.
Good length. He's just hitting the top of off stump with almost every ball so far. Shazad scampers through for the quick single. He's been joined by Asim Sawa, who's got a big job to do. I'm sure as batsman number 7 in the lineup, he wasn't expecting to be out there in the 3rd over of the game, but such is life, and he's got to really help Shazad to take this total up to something that's even vaguely defendable.
4, 5. A lot of people calling it early, saying, Pack, I care, I've got this group in the bag. Well, I will remind you, we're only 2.2 overs into their first game, but they do have somewhat of a home ground advantage, even though it's not quite the area that they hail from, but they are the host nation's representative. A fairly well balanced side, still a slip in there. Sawa have to go to Cameron University.
Full ball, plays it out side, shy the stumps. That must have been close. We'll see on the replay. A nice bit of fielding, a little bit of tentative running between the batsmen. Shazad probably not too excited about getting down the other end again and facing Kamran.
I think he was kind of keen for the run but got sent back. I'm not sure if this would have been out or not. Yeah, you can see it's the scoring that's the issue as well. Now if you're Marlow, I think you have to start thinking outside just the immediate and think, okay, we've got a long week of cricket ahead. We need to try and get some runs on the board, even if it's not quite enough to pull this game out of the fire.
Well, there's that short one you were talking about, Vinny, and it's been popped to the slip fielder. Brilliant bowling from Mohamed Kamran. He is a class paceman. Well taken, and that is another wicket down. 4, 4, 6.
Oh,
this is tragic.
Poor Azim Sawa. Poor Azim Sawa. I mean, he's come out at 7, and he's had to deal with this. And that one, if he doesn't hit it, that's hitting the jugular. This is the hit man. Says, all right, sick of Yorkers, bored of hitting the stumps. And the slip works. So how about the captaincy as well from Shiraz Ahmed to have the slip in there. Just like that. The score is 4 for 6. 6 wickets have fallen in the power play now.
Well, Vinny, there's some days you're quite appreciative of being in the commentary box as opposed to being out in the cauldron of Cartama Oval, and certainly seeing a fired-up Mohamed Kamran. This is one of those days. That's a brutally directed bouncer, and to be honest, not much a number 7 batsman can do about fending that sort of thing off. But they are in big trouble here, Marlo, 4 for 6.
Well, who's next? James Popper, the keeper, comes out at number 8. Question from Hawk Moon. Hello, Neil. Hope you're well. At what the lowest score is in the tournament. I believe that was Zayn Zafa who managed, I think it was 20 odd. Come back to that in a second because I really want to watch this right now. Pop up with 2 balls to face from Kamran.
Full ball hits him on the pad. Umpire's finger staying down, just signalling, going down the leg side.
So Zayn Zafa scored 22 against Carlton, the Scottish champions, in match 13 of Group C. Match 13s are always a bit funny. That's the one that the French team whacked the English. All right, last ball. Kamran's got 3 for 3.
How long's it been?
Oh, the stump here, or is he go? I think probably goes to the stumps. What do you think?
Absolutely for the stump, but he's got almost a deepish bat. Short fielder. It's full pop out, manages to keep the bat and pad pretty close together, and they survive. Almost a round of applause from the crowd, just getting through the final couple of balls of that Mohamed Kamran over. Marlo, they are 4 for 6 after 3.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. It's also a disastrous power play for runs scored. They've scored 4 runs, and you've lost 6 wickets. Your number 8 has just faced in the power play. I think of all-time worst power plays, there's a bit of a tradition in Portugal of bad power plays. You probably know a bit more about that than me as well. As you see, RBS, they got over the line by 7 runs in the first match of this series. We will still see Yek from Corfu, as well as Punjab Lions, Nicosia from Cyprus. And that will be the 5th and 6th teams in this group. Now they are going back to Ahmed Babar. But you remember that Miranda Dragons, I think, didn't have a particularly good power play. And that one, I believe, against Oerash in 2021. The score was, I think, 3. So that's the 4, I think, is the worst power play we've seen in ECL.
To be fair, Marlo facing probably a slightly higher standard of bowling in this game as Babar comes on to open up his second over. Good length, swatted across the line. It should have been a single, but
didn't even run there. Watch this.
Well, Shazad just swings across the line, manages to squeeze it through the field at mid-wicket.
Chaos
down the street.
Yeah, look at this. Okay, so they think it's going to be fielded, and then when he's running back, it got misfielded, but by then it was too late, so it's a dot ball to the outfield. Sums it up.
Could be in too many coaching manuals, the communication between the 2 batsmen there. Good length ball from Babar, just off speed, making sure he keeps it mixed up. Not getting great support from his fielding unit at the moment, but no run there again. The dots from Shazad, but he's still there, and my word, he needs to face the majority of the balls for the last 6 and a bit overs of this innings.
Almost like you just got to survive this over, then try and make hay as new bowlers come on. Another question about the lowest score all time on ECN. Well, that's an easy one. Come back to that in a second.
Also struck down the ground. Fielder coming from long on. Seen a few more fielders out in the boundary for this over. Obviously, the power play has come to a conclusion. 2 men straight.
Okay, so 2 things. The first thing is the lowest score we've ever had is 6 by Gozo against the Malta Super Kings, the team that we saw last week. So that was 6 all out in 4.3 overs in a game where they conceded 200. So the highest score and the lowest score all in one match. It was in Malta last year. But then we've got Chris Williams, the Tunbridge Wells skipper. He's in the chat at the moment. And he has a very interesting comment, which I'll read up after this. Popa still trying to get off the mark, left-hander.
Full ball. Just dropped short of the fielder coming in from mid-off. No one backing up, so he doesn't have a shy at the stumps. But Hop had to be relieved to get first run on the board.
Probably smart. So Chris Williams has said in his comment, Kamran's number is getting saved in the bat phone. So that's fighting words. If you remember, Wahid Abdul and the shoe phone celebration, then Chris Williams with the bat phone celebration, well, he wants a piece. If Paco Care do qualify, that's a battle which I'll be watching with interest.
Full ball just wide down leg side. It's a helpful addition to the total. See the Marlow team celebrating basically every run they can get at the moment. Shazad's still out there. He's got a difficult task in front of him, but as we've said, he's probably the best striker in this side. Just a few more loose balls coming from Babar this over.
Yeah, 7-6. Tie break.
Lang swatted across it. Should have been a single. Poppard trying to get back in. Could be a run-out opportunity. That's going to go to the video. I think he's gone here, Vinny.
Well, we're going to go. And, well, the Babar's pretty confident about this. I mean, direct hits are always close. I think he's pretty nervous. Well, there's the ball. Let's have a look as we slow it down. Oh, trouble. Oh, this is real close. Let's wind that back and we'll have a look again. I think he is gone. What a bit of fielding. This is going to be out, and it goes from bad to worse. There should have been a run, but now it's going to be the end of Josh Popart. And this is where things are in complete disarray, and they're kind of not even running ones that are basic singles. Now that's going to tie the game up again at 7. 7 for 7.
Well, in defence of Josh Popard there was absolutely a single. Shazad had clearly decided that he was going to take the strike as much as possible, particularly while they still had a few balls remaining from Baba, but that plan obviously wasn't communicated to Popard, who was very rightly charging through for the single, but an excellent bit of fielding, come up with a direct hit, almost side on. That was
sweet. Now I'm looking. It is definitely Popard that's got to go, but what about the fielding from Asad Abbas? I mean, he had one stump to aim at there. It was a quarter chance, really. You see here, there's definitely a single there, but the jump never gets off his haunches. And great work. Give that cameraman a raise. And he was in a perfect position to capture that. 7 for 7. Shazad's got to pick up the pieces. Last ball, the over.
Full ball just drives it straight back to the bowler, and that's the end of an excellent first 4 over spell. Great stuff from Pakai Care. They've got Marlowe 7 for 7.
Yeah, so well, that was an interesting first 4 overs to have you back. I know I haven't seen you in person since we were in Malmö in south of Sweden last year. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and alongside me for the first time in this year's ACL, first time in an ACL, is Andrew Ryan, or Rhino as we like to call you. Well, Rhino, I know you've been playing your trade in Switzerland, and it was great to see some Swiss representation with Alton, of course, earlier in the rounds, but how's that for your first 4 overs? 7 for 7. I don't think that you expected that. I know I didn't.
Jaw-dropping stuff, Vinny, and as I've said a few times, seen these Marlowe guys play a lot of games in the ECS events that have been in Portugal over the last couple of years, and they are a good quality side. I mean, I would not be surprised if they come back and win a number of games this week, but just a step up in quality of pace bowling. They've not adjusted.
It's one thing, it's very hard to teach someone to bowl quick. You know, it's something that people have or they don't have. And when you get someone with that magical quality like a Cameron, it has this kind of snap and everything works in perfect motion to create that extra pace. I mean, that's tough.
Certainly wouldn't have faced too many left armers bowling at the speed that he does in the Portuguese domestic leagues. It looks like we have Sikandar Ali who's coming on to bowl the 5th over. The first change of bowler. They've obviously rotated through the 2 over spells of the 2 openers who have just done a superb job. I mean, that's 7 wickets down, but they have fully deserved it.
I mean, 3 wicket over here, it's all over. So Sikandar Ali is going to come out, bowl some spin. So yeah, complete change of pace coming up now.
I suspect the coaching staff of Marlowe have tried to be a little bit more positive than that and sending out their
they don't have the volume up over there.
Nicely nudged down for a single. He's a good athlete, he's quickly through. Should be safe. Marlowe finally managed to get the runs total ahead of the wickets, which is the moment for celebration.
But see, because it's a bit more conservative, the running's been a bit more conservative as well. So you've got to watch out for the bat plug as well. You're smart, you run on the artificial surface, because we've had a few victims of the bat plug.
Found it quite amazing that seeing the last couple of weeks the few batsmen who are actually taking advantage of what is actually a relatively wide artificial surface.
Yeah.
Absolutely no reason to be running on that dusted up grass, which has had quite a lot of activity throughout the last couple of weeks.
Sikandar Ali.
From a decent length. Shazad watchful. He's 3 off 10.
Put yourself in the batter's shoes then. You're 8 for 7. You've got over half the innings to go. I want to know what your approach should be, Rhino, after this ball.
Short, flashes outside off stump, straight through the keeper. I mean, he's got to keep keep having a dig, hasn't he? But Shahzadi's the last remaining batsman who they've got. He's genuinely batting with the tail at the moment. It looks like he's just struggling to get his eye in at the moment as Ali pops another one wide and will be signalled.
Yeah, I think you've got to think outside the context of just an individual match and think about trying to get something going, something, to feel a bit more confident going to, assuming they can't pull this out of the fire, playing Corfu tonight.
Well, that's a big swing. Popped it up. It's going to fall short of the fielder who just rotated sideways. Didn't actually show much intent to move forward, but Shahzad safely through to his 4th run, although he's chewed up a number of balls, although ball's largely irrelevant given there's 7 wickets already back in the shed.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, take a chance like that. Okay, he's trying to hit 6. Oh, Rico's all right. He's already got the farmer's coffee mug. All right.
Doesn't he look at home down there, Rico?
Got one for us. We'll be down there next.
Oh, the pad's just been thrust out. Big appeal, not going on to hit the stumps.
I think that this probably hits the stumps, but it hits him outside the line. And he is playing a shot. He's not padding up. He does get his pad in the way of his shot, though, you see? So I think that's why it's not going out. Maybe he was missing off anyway, but not too close to the bat.
Inside edge, Shahzad pushing through, desperate to get back on strike. He's got to start sliding that bat a little bit more effectively than he has so far today. So every run is handy at this point.
We have only had singles so far through the first half of the innings, so it's 11 for 7 after 5. The old corner shop, 7-11. Not what I expected the score to be halfway through. All right, I'm going to show you that, and that reads for itself. Got 5 ducks so far. Here's what we've seen in the innings so far. 0 dot, I'll say dot, dot 1 dot, wicket, wicket, wide dot, wicket dot 1 dot, wicket, wicket, dot 1 dot, wicket dot dot. That was the power play. And then we've had another run out since then, the 4th over. So slim pickings.
That scorecard looking more like a bit of computer code at the moment.
Yeah.
There is not a lot in the runs column, and it's probably not going to get too much easier. Pakai Care have got a lot of depth in their bowling lineup. So Latif Mohammed, left armour, he's very, very solid. Pushes it outside off stump. And this from the batsman. It's a good start from him. He was very, very good in one of the ECS events last year. Vinny, impressive young man.
Yeah, no, he is. And a sign of youth in this Pakai Care lineup. Pakai Care from Barcelona, which is just an area of Barcelona where we spent 5 weeks at the start of last year. This time last year, that's where I was. And I think with Rico. I know a fair few of these guys well. Here's Latif.
Good length ball, just pushed out. It's going to be a single. I'll hit the stumps on that occasion. Shahzad's gone a long way past the stumps. Had absolutely no interest in coming through for the second. But Akron doing a reasonable job for a man coming out at number 9. Just manoeuvring the ball for the odd single.
To be gutsy. I'd often bat in the lower order. And you come out, hopefully situations not this extreme, but in extreme situations, maybe chasing a lot of runs, you kind of just pity your stomach. You know you're not going to get there. You got to try and get something out of the game, get something out of the experience.
A good change of pace. Just worked the man backward of point. Easy single from Shahzad. He's slowly working into his task today. To 5 off 13, but Mohammed really not dropping the standards of this Pakai Care bowling lineup. Tough customer to come in and face. He's opened the bowling for them in a number of matches as well. Impressive line and length bowler, and he's shown a capability of mixing it up as well.
I don't want to be a pessimist. Do you think we could have a whole innings without a boundary? Oh, that'll do it, of course. And it made a little reverse psychology. I'm doing mine a bit for Marlowe. And I knew as soon as I said that, they were guaranteed to get one. And well done, Ikram. He hits the first 4 of this match. Not often you see that from the number 9.
Well, I'm not sure if you call it the commentator's curse or you creating a bit of positivity for the Marlowe boys unintentionally, but that was thrash.
Often you see a team 7 out, hit 6 sixes in an over. Just saying.
Shahzad will be hoping that he's going to do that in the final couple of overs. A big swing again from Ikram, who's making his way to top scorer.
Yeah, I mean, I like the approach. Ooh, good block as well. I mean, everything's rolling Pakai Care at the moment. But I mean, what about the kind of secondary effects of this opening assault by Pakai Care? I'm sure all the other teams watching in the group and taking notice of what they're going to have to deal with.
Interesting tactical point for you, Vinny, particularly with the quality of Cameron and also the bar as well. Whether some teams will actually maybe revert to a slightly more traditional opener for the stages, because you just simply can't be 3 or 4 wickets down after the first couple of overs.
True. We saw Austria do that with Mark Simpson-Parker in the ECC last year, I think with good effect. Because you can still, with normal cricket shots, not slogs, you can score. So more technically able opening batters can use the pace of the bowler against them. I think they'll be in demand.
Well, Shazad's popped it a long way in the air. That's almost going to take one of the clouds out. First 6 of the game, and boy, hasn't Atif Mohammed let the side down. A 4 and a 6 in his first over.
It's a little bit harsh because there wasn't too much wrong with this ball from Atif Mohammed, but Najam went up and away. We're going to try and just pull anything together here into the 6th over. Score is 24 for 7, so this is the partnership which is saving the blushes of Marlow. That's just a good cricket shot, went really high. Wind's not really a factor here today, so carries the field up. And we head into the last 4 overs. I'm normally going to do a kind of 4 over at the 6 over mark. Last 4 overs, kind of check in where we're at in this game. Have a look at those bowling figures, 3 for 3, 3 for 4. But I mean, can you get 10 and over from here? Gets you 64. Not going to be easy with 7 wickets down.
4 balls still to go. Once again tried to play that little late dab shot. Pad's getting in the way. Put himself at big risk if one of these turns back a little bit more. See it on the replay. Pitched outside a little bit. Just managed to get the bat just for a cheeky little single, but
I reckon that's Pad first, but may have hit him just outside the line. Otherwise, I think he's in trouble.
Shazad back on strike. Shown his power over that long on area in the last over. Big swipe that goes through the offside, easily fielded. And coming down there at long off. Pretty regulation field at the moment, Vinny. The 2 players straight. They know Shazad's power areas over that leg side, deep wicket and probably backward of square on the boundary. Decent length ball.
This might be out, you know. I think the heel's in the air. I don't know if there's anything grounded. We're a long way away. But, yeah, we'll have a look here. Could be trouble. Will be trouble.
Feels like
Does
that
he have the
front
ball
foot
here?
goes
Just
to
checking.
top. Ooh, need to see that again.
I think, let's have a look here. I think it's probably out. Yeah, it's going to be given. So it does seem like the ball goes through the stumps, and that's what breaks the stumps. So here's going to, yeah. Doesn't look pretty, but I think it is out.
I'd agree with you there, Vinny,
Yeah.
but as a man who has a high amount of quality with the gloves yourself, you probably wouldn't be too impressed with that. Lucky
Yeah.
the gloves have just held back before they've broken.
Yeah, see, I think what happens is the ball's in the end of his gloves and the stumps kind of jar the ball loose. But that does mean at the time that he breaks the stumps, he was holding the ball. So it's a tricky one. It's one that actually in a in a game of cricket without technology, sometimes as a keeper you just hold up your hand and say, look, I'm not sure, because you have hit the stumps with your gloves as well. But more realistic, is probably what I mean. But Amir Ikram, well, he tried his hardest, didn't he? 8 off 9, and he leaves the team in healthier shape, although, let's just say, I do think this innings is still in intensive care. It's 26 for 8.
Maybe the Pack Eye Care boys need to apply a little bit of nursing assistance to the Marlow batting
I
lineup.
stand for intensive, because they have put Marlow's innings on life support at the moment.
Well, they certainly haven't shown much nurturing and care for the Marlow batting lineup so far. Certainly not Mohammed Kamran with those blistering couple of overs to start the game. A couple of wickets left. Get through these remaining 3.5 overs. Just bunted out on the offside by Mahmood. He's a handy bowler, actually, a sub Mahmood. He probably won't have a huge amount of runs to defend today, but very, very useful with his mix of left arm seamers and left arm spinners. Good variety. Decent length balls, just pushed away to the offside, no run.
This is a thing. You're rocking a hard place, aren't you? Because you're not really pushing for every run either, because you're concerned about getting bowled out. Still a third of this innings to go. 8 wickets lost.
Mood's job at the moment will just be trying to get Shazad back on strike. It's the final ball of the over, so I suspect they won't take the single. and they don't even get the opportunity with him playing all around. And Marlowe is 26 for 8 after 7.
Yeah, so 7 overs down. Pretty sharp wicket keeping this time. Not an easy pickup down low. Let's have a look at who's qualified so far. I see Tunbridge Wells in Group A, Brigade Group B, Brescia CC from Group 3 and Group C, and Albi Zumbi from Group D. But the last 2 winners both coming from outside the top 3. That's pretty rare though, that we'll see that, I think. But Group E, you can see the teams, we've seen 4 of them so far now. We haven't seen yet from Corfu, and we haven't seen Punjab Lions from Nicosia and Cyprus. So I look forward to. And we've already eliminated so many teams. There's only now 10 possible teams that could win the ECL here in 22.
Great to see a couple of teams from outside, I guess, what would be the traditional spectre of cricket nations. Has come on for the 8th over, and Shazad, he's slapped that to the leg side. Yet another Maximo, and good start for him this over. If he can face a lot of the remaining 17 balls, Vinny, they've still got a chance of putting 60 odd on the board.
Yeah, it's a brave shot, but it's necessary. It's not a bad ball, really, from Adil Shafkat. But, yeah, gets a good piece of it there, Shazad. We're trying to go again, I think. Back to live action.
Ball, it's gone straight up in the air. Fielders charging through. There's 3 of them converging. Good catch again, the bowler. He was desperate after that first ball, 6 to take a scalp, and he gets one on his second. Good catch, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really good catch. Talk about getting yourself out of a jam. And this one goes high. And yeah, I thought the outfielder might be able to get in, but the bowler, he fancied himself. Bit of crocodile style about it, but gets it, throws it away. 9 wickets lost, still over 2.5 overs remaining. 32 for 9. What a good catch that is.
Well, he's certainly not going to prize anything out of a crocodile's jaws, and once it clasped around the white kookaburra, he was definitely not letting go. But yet another man back in the sheds, and unfortunately it is Najam Shazad who had been holding this innings together largely. It's a strong knock from him in the circumstances, but my oh my, Marlowe are in all sorts of trouble here. And with not a huge amount of batting left, anything that they might have been aiming to be around the 60-odd range just to give their bowlers something to work with. Those hopes have largely faded away. 1 wicket left, 32 for 9. Southern Mood. This man out there who's probably the slightly more recognised batsman, with joined at the crease by Gondal. Looks like he's accidentally tucked that around the leg side corner, shy at the stumps.
That would have been innings over. A few people asked about the format. Well, this is what the group format is. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we get the round robin matches. Each of the 6 teams plays 5 matches, so they play everybody else once. Then it's all about, you've got to be in the top 3 or the bottom 3. Top 3 you want to be in. That's the theory anyway, because you've got a free pass to Finals Friday. You'll fight for position.
Very, very big swing. An appeal from the keeper, going up to the video umpire, and
he's walking. It's not a good sign for this innings, Rhino.
That is a fairly appropriate end for what has been a disappointing batting performance.
Not given out yet, but it will be.
Nice sharp bit of work from the keeper.
Yeah, he's been red hot behind the stumps, hasn't he, Mohammed Ihsan? And so that's going to finish. I don't even get time to explain the format in the end, because they are going to get bowled out for 33 here in 7.4 overs. And well, Packer Care management, they're pretty happy with that. Talking about sending a message, I think the message has been heard loud and clear, as 38 minutes of pain for Marlowe in the end. They get absolutely routed, but it was those 6 wickets in the power play, 7 within the first 4 overs. Really, it's pretty unrealistic to think that they were going to recover to anything significant.
Well, 38 minutes of pain for Vinny. I suggested about 25 minutes of that was taken by batsmen walking out to the crease, because they've had the entire lineup go back to the sheds, and only 33 runs on the board. Not too many batting highlights, but there has been plenty with the ball, and the Pack Care boys who strode out confidently today. And why would you not, with a man of the quality of Mohammed Kamran? He is not just fast, but he hits a good length in. As you mentioned earlier, has that surprise short ball that pops up occasionally.
Yeah, that was dangerous, wasn't it? That first one was quick, this was quicker, and stumps were splayed all over the place. The hitman going about his work, and that was just plain pace, pure and simple. And the stump almost going out of the camera shot. Amrizai, well, he's good for 80 odd last year in the ECC. This one was almost out. It was a bump ball. Had the slip in place. But then Mohamed Baba, he came on and he took 3 wickets himself in the second over.
Yeah, good line and length bowler, Baba. He's managed to get it up and around off stump, just get it short of a length, just not allowing the batsmen to free their arms very often. That was probably the first short loose ball that we had today, but excellently taken down by Atif Mohammed, who struggled with the ball when he came on, but excellent piece of catching going down there from the fine leg position.
It's just everything rolled their way as well. When I think about probably the run out we'll see coming up as well. Yeah, just a disastrous start. And it didn't get much better. That one was a spoon. And even Cameron, he dropped it. It didn't matter because he still caught it anyway in his elbow. And wasn't the traditional way to do it. And the hitman picked up another victim this time in the field. Meanwhile, there's probably a scramble for pads. And now I think that he was a bit worried for his own welfare there this time as he got a short ball from Cameron. And he got a field for Azim Salwa, who just got done by the pace once again. So, well, Kenny, for your thoughts, Marlow supporters. And then this just went from bad to worse. There's a side-on throw, one to aim at from Hassan Abbas. And, geez, just couldn't get a lot worse for Marlow. Look, they had a little bit of resilience. Rico was happy enough. He scored a free coffee mug. Well, I hope you got plenty of those for us, guys. This was a close call, not given. Looking fantastic. Paco Care in their baggies as well. And although we did see finally a boundary, and then we would see a 6 a couple of balls later, and then one in the last over to Najam Shazad. But before you knew it, they were all out. They didn't even quite make it to the end of the 8th over. And yeah, you see here a couple of stumpings, pretty smart bit of keeping as well from Mohamed Isam. We'll probably see him opening up, and I think Paco Care, they've sent a message with the ball. They want to send a message with the bat, Rhino, after the break, and they will want to finish this off as soon as possible.
Yeah, Mohamed Isan, he's a very, very strong batsman, strong hitter, and certainly when they play some of the better sides later this week, he will be a crucial component of their batting lineup when they're needing to chase triple figures probably more regularly. But they have a pretty easy job in front of them unless Marlow can pick up a bunch of early scalps here. We know that they've got some good bowlers. Najam Shazad, he's the man who is probably the most threatening man with the ball. He managed to carry this side with 18 off 17 in the middle order, but there are a lot of 1s and 0s in that scorecard. Yeah, good little effort from Amir Akram down the order. That was probably the only partnership of substance for Marlow, but 33 runs on the board, all 10 wickets back in the shed. Vinny, that is not a good start.
Yeah, trouble at the old mill, but you're right. Akram, he fought hard for his 8 as well as the captain Shazad, but not the captain, the Portuguese captain Shazad, but not the captain of this team. Yeah, but Ikram, he has batted up the order before. Maybe he'd be someone if they do run into Paco Care again to maybe throw up there. 3 for 3, Kamran turned the game pretty quickly towards Paco Care, and then Baba put the foot down with 3 wickets in his first over. 1 for 5, Sikandar Ali. Very economical, only 5 of his 2 overs. Atif Mohammed, the only over that went for double digits, but still I think he's a good young player. 2 for 7, Shafkat finishing it off. 33, all out in the 8th. And so we'll be back in just a few minutes for the reply. And it may not be a short one, so stick around. I'm going to go order my lunch as we get ready. The target will be 34 for Paco Care to win on debut in ECL 22. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan. Join us shortly for more ECN action. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Welcome back to Cartama Oval for the second game of day one of this final preliminary group. This is Group E. We've already seen a good contest between Korean Hood and Farmers earlier today. Teams getting distributed their beautiful caps as part of the uniform presentation ceremony here before the start of their contests on day one. And speaking of contests, well, this could be over relatively quickly if these two openers for Pakai Care Badalona get going. They are only chasing 34 for victory against the Portuguese representatives. Marlow, pretty reasonable bowling lineup. They'll certainly trouble some teams throughout this tournament, but their batting lineup will need to give them a lot more to work with. Looks like Asim Sarawat is going to take the ball for the first over. And it's Mohamed Babar and Mohamed Ihsan. Certainly looking forward to seeing Ihsan in particular. He's on striker's end to begin with. Babar, who bowled extremely well in that Marlow batting innings. He is taking strike. Umpire's just waiting a moment for us to get started. 34 needed in this chase from Pakai Care. Short ball. A miss from Babar. Certainly every top ball will help. Marlow, though, they need wickets, and probably wickets in this opening 1 or 2 overs if they're going to have any chance of defending this 34-run target. But a length ball just poked out the man coming in from backward of point. No run. Reasonable start from Sawa. Around the wicket with his left arm orthodox. Interesting to see a slow bowler brought on for first over of the innings. See if that's a tactic that Marlow continue to take throughout the tournament. Short wide, taken by the keeper. Slightly nervous start for Pakai Care. A team that's well known throughout the Spanish competition as being high scoring, freewheeling. They won't stop swinging hard throughout any over in this tournament, irrespective of whether they're chasing 34 or 134. Decent length ball, but it is sent into next week. We're going to need Marty McFly and Doc Brown to go into the future and grab that one. That's a beautiful stroke from Babar. And well, Marlow took a number of overs to even reach the boundary for the first time. And Babar sends that one flying off the 4th ball. Pakai Care 7 for none. Goes again, that one's even further. That's carried the fence by a good 30 metres. They are here for a good time, not a long time. Pakai Care, and sensing the opportunity to make a massive dent in the net run rate. Big hitters, and the openers looking to finish this game as soon as possible. And welcome Vinny Sandhu back to the commentary box. Vinny, great start.
What I missed.
Missed time down the ground, but that's going to run for 4. 3rd consecutive boundary. It was a mistimed shot. It wasn't a bad ball from Sawa, but it has been stroked down the ground, and Babar is moving at considerable speed.
Yeah, I mean, the support for choice at the top of the order as well. I thought we might see Mohamed Yassin at the top of the order, but he's listed at 7. They are going with the former captain, Mohamed Babar. But there's half the runs. We're not even at the end of the first over yet.
Sawa, he's gone for 17. Still 1 ball to get through. Short of a length. Just poked out to the offside. And no need for the quick single. That's a pretty solid first over from Pakai Care. 17 runs off the board. Babar, 16 of those. He faced every single ball. And this will be the first opportunity in the second over to see Ihsan. He's a highly recognised batsman within the Spanish domestic circuit. And I expect him to have a big tournament, Vinny.
Yeah, he's class act. Really likes to go leg side as well. Tries to get outside the off stump. Whacks it over mid-on. Well, the fastest chased in this ECL, 2.4 overs. I have a feeling that could be under attack at the moment. Ihsan, he'll want to go from the first ball. He's going to have to face up to Najam Shazad. He's a high-quality cricketer. Saw him leading Portugal in an international tournament here in Cartama last year. Andrew Batchelder asking, did I get my lunch order in? Well, I went over there and smelled it. It smells excellent. Thanks to Purple Pepper. So here we go, second over, Shazad.
It's a good ball. He's got a good strong action. He's a tall man, good athlete, Shazad. Occasionally has problems controlling his swing, doesn't get his front arm probably as prominently up as he should, but certainly hits the deck with some pace and has the capacity to move the ball both ways. And certainly when Marlowe's got a better target to defend, he's going to be an important part of their bowling lineup.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I'm going to get through all these questions before this game finishes. One of them was what sort of high-level cricket has Cameron played. He has played at the kind of T20 level, kind of equivalent of List A, but in T20 cricket.
It's popped off the top of the bat. Good length ball from Shazad. And easily taken. Well, we haven't seen the fireworks from Hassan today. That's good bowling from Shazad. Dug it into the pitch and high on the bat. And it's an easy catch for Asim Sawa.
Yeah, Isan likes to go down the ground. So I think Shazad just doesn't give him a comfortable length to drive. And so it kind of goes higher than it does long. And it was a nice catch taken by Asim Sawa. And plenty of time to think about it. But the wickets keep falling in this match. That's the 11th now. And we haven't even gone 10 full overs. It's 17 for 1.
No, it's a good bit of bowling from Shazad. I think you've picked it right there, Vinny. Hassan loving to swing over the leg side. Shazad comes from a little bit wide of the stumps and just angled the ball in, but keeping it wide of off stump. And Hassan trying to swing across the line and couldn't do anything else other than pop it up and easily taking catch from Sawa. That'll at least give Marlowe a little bit of confidence as they likely go on to lose this game unless there's a miraculous flurry of wickets in the next couple of overs. But if they can at least take a couple of scalps and Shazad gets into his bowling rhythm, that'll set them up for some better performances later in the week.
Yeah, for sure. Just try and not worry about the scoreboard and do their best to try and take a wicket or two.
Shazad just waiting for the new batsman, who's Ahmed Cameron. He did plenty of damage with the ball earlier today. Absolute brute of an opening couple of overs. He's not going to be hanging around for too long. Shazad comes in again. Good full ball. Yorko right on his toes. Giving Cameron some of his own medicine. Wouldn't be surprised if he digs one or two in short. Tries to go into the upper reaches of the Mohammed Cameron body. He's gone out there without a helmet. Not always the most intelligent thing to do, but certainly a signal of his confidence facing even the quickest of these Marlowe bowlers. But good start from Shazad. 3 balls into his spell, 1 for none. Another good length ball, just away from the outside edge. It's been an excellent over from Shazad. He's found that line just outside off stump again. Just tailed away, decked off the pitch. It's a nice delivery. It's good over from Shazad.
Yeah, no, he's come out and he wants to impress. He wants to kind of show what he can do. Marlowe, they're not a bad cricket team at all. They've just been blown away the first 3 or 4 overs of this match.
Another good length ball, pushes Cameron onto the back foot, defends easily out to cover. But it could be another maiden here. And certainly Pakai Care, not a team that would have too many maidens come up during their batting innings.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've got a question in the chat about people have just joined us. They've asked who's commentating with me. I'll show you in a second. Hello, Kushal, who's watching from the Czech Republic. Here's the last ball of the over from Shazad. At the moment, it's a maiden.
Full ball flicked off the toes. Lovely cricket shot. Cameron showing he's not just a quality bowler, but he's got some good skill with the bat as well. Tickled behind square for a boundary, and Pakai Care, they are 21 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, well, Jinx Tim was on a maiden. Probably not what I was expecting. There's been a few things today that I haven't been expecting. And that is 2 overs down, 21 on the board, just 13 more required. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me. Well, he's none other than Andrew Ryan. Well, we first met you when you commentated the St. Gallen ECS in Switzerland, and that was one of our first ones we did all the way back in June 2020. I know you've commentated for a loss in Portugal as well. You're up in Sweden with me last year, so you've been doing the rounds. Look, Andrew, he is quite high up in another sport, which I won't mention here, but let's just say it's a slam dunk to have him here commentating with us on the European Cricket Network. Great to see you again, and what a match to start you off with some raw pace. And, well, thanks for making the journey. Is it great to be back on ECN?
Absolutely wonderful to be here, and particularly with you, Vinny. It was great fun being down at Malmo with you last year, and certainly gotten to go to some of the more glamorous ECS destinations over the years, whether it's Switzerland or a couple of times in Portugal and obviously in Sweden. And it's just fantastic to be here. And I mean, this is a wonderful event, and certainly the infrastructure and the ground that the ECN set up, it's absolutely fantastic. And certainly if you're in the local area, come down this week. I mean, there's been some great crowds who have turned out for the Friday's finals days.
Yeah, well, we're just off the A7059 between Cartama and Coen. want to come down. Still 2 more weeks of ECL action on the Costa del Sol. As we see Gondal coming in. Gets pinned with a wide first ball. Well, there's Tyrone Peters. He's a highly accomplished umpire himself. I know that his partner Amy's always watching the chat. I always know when Tyrone's umpiring because Amy pops up. She was the one that was describing, just in her own words, or word, the pace of Mohammed Cameron early. 22 for 1 here.
Gondal showing that he's got a little bit of pace as well. Then outside off stumps, lovely strike. And fielding a deep cover boundary. Just searching for the 2, but they'll just take the 1. That was Amir Zaib. Looking forward to hopefully seeing him with the ball later in the tournament. He's a good medium fast bowler, right arm. There's Babar and Cameron just edging closer towards this total. Pack Care probably not going to be in a huge amount of distress. A couple of wickets for Marlow team here. Gondal trying to get them back in the contest and at least create a little bit of pressure.
So, the officials looking on. Pack Care sitting pretty in this match, match 2.
Good length. Looks like a pretty good line of length bowler, actually, yeah. Gondal. He has a nice run up, pretty rhythmical action. Haven't seen him too much for Marlow.
The thing is, okay, in the Cartama series, they had Gondal and they had Said Maisam, and they were untouchable in the death overs. Okay, he's getting a go here, I think, because the game's almost over. This is the death over. But, you know, they would bowl 7, 8, 9, 10. That's what turned their week around in Cartama. The fact that they were able to just basically stop team scoring in those crucial last 4 overs.
Another good length ball, little bit of movement off the pitch and forcing Cameron to play through the offside. Probably not his preferred destination. It's been a nice over from Gondal so far. And we have talked about the fact that Marlow they are a good unit and they have learnt how to win T10 games consistently. And it's not a fluke that they've been so consistently successful on the Portuguese domestic circuit. They have a better battle lineup than was on show today, but a good array of mainly right arm medium pacers, but also a couple of left arm slower bowlers. Gondal goes outside off stump again, flash down, the man comes through from a slightly whitish third man. Good fielding, keep it to 1.
A few people wanting to know toss news. Well, match 3 coming up between HBS Kreinhout and Yek from Corfu. So it'll be the Dutch team versus the Greek team. I put in a bit of a tease in the chat because I said toss news match 3. Everyone was asking for it. And HPSC won the toss and elected to just let it be. But I can tell you that they are going to bat. So Dutch will be batting first in match 3.
The ball just outside off stump. Thrashed. Or attempted thrashing throughout the off stump by Babar. Gondal causing a few problems for them here. And what's the Vinny vibe for that next game? You've seen the Corfu boys up close before.
They were really impressive early in their tournament. I just think the issue for them, they've got some good cricketers. They've got a good in as well. And a Greek player, Ari Carvelis, who's played a high level cricket in England as well. He's been a great pickup for them. But I think RBS, especially with the game under their belt, I think they'll be pretty strong. And batting first, they could have big total on the board.
Well, that ball's right in the slot and driven for a delightful 6 from Babar. Well, he'd struggled throughout that over, but finally gets something a little bit fuller, puts the front foot down the track and sends it careering over the boundary. That is a lovely shot, and Pack Care after 3 overs. End of the power play, they are 30 runs on the board and only 1 wicket down.
Yeah, so I feel like the next over will probably be the last, although that did a good one last time. In a second. Yeah, so the other thing is they've got a very good teenage leg spinner, Corfu, called Yorgos or George Galanis, and he really impressed me. Native Greek player, and there's actually a pretty good native Greek feel about the Yek team. We've got names like Galanis, Manousis, Bouzis, Magafas, Karagugas, Niktas, Karvelas, Bogdos, Bardis, Murikis. I keep going.
Sounds more like the Australian football team back in the 80s.
It's making me hungry because I remember how good the food was when we were there. We were in Corfu there last year. Anyway, so Shazad's going to come in and he's going to try and keep this game alive. 4 required now for Pack Care.
Well, Mohammed Cameron, he's decided he wanted to finish it in that delivery. Stepped back probably a good half hour before the bowler got to the crease, and Shazad has decided to pin one in a little bit short of a length. at the body. It's a good bit of bowling.
Yeah, it is. Cameron was the star at the start of this show, and he wants to be the star at the end. He can finish this match with a boundary now. Wind just picking up, and what I've learned is that's something to be a little bit concerned about. At the moment it's behind Shazad.
Cameron makes some room out to the offside. That's going to travel to the boundary, and that is all she wrote for game 2. Pack I Care managing to chase down a paltry target in only 3.2 overs, and that will stand them in excellent stead for the remainder of these group stage games. That is a strong win and an absolute statement to the rest of these teams in Group E that they are a squad to be very fearful of.
I mean, it was a warning shot, wasn't it, to other teams. They have picked apart Marlow. Geographical neighbours, but they were worlds apart on the cricket field today. As Marlow knocked over for just 33 within 8 overs. And yeah, well, they do it with plenty to spare. It wasn't quite the quickest chase because of that really good over by Najam Shazad, but still they do it in only 20 balls. So they do it with 40 balls to spare. I can't care. Well, they play a lot of T10 cricket and they've got some really good cricketers. So there's no doubt that the host country's representatives, and they'll have their eye on the prize of Group E qualification. But of course, we saw 2 very good sides this morning already in the first game from Jersey and from the Netherlands that I think will push them. And that was a very comprehensive win, but nonetheless, they've got a lot more work to do if they are going to get out of this group.
Well, certainly it's a matchup to look forward to later in the week. Harvey S. Kroenhout openers against Mohammad Kamran and Mohammad Babar, but that's something for later. We'll take a look at the highlights of this game, and cap presentation was probably the highlight for Marlow as they really struggled for the rest of the innings. Lovely shot from the opener Babar to get them off the mark, and another one that was swatted over the mid-wicket boundary. That got them rocking and rolling in the first over, and it was helped along by another missed time boundary straight down the ground, but that's what happens in the opening overs when you've only got 2 fielders outside of the circle, and he was pretty happy with his opening work. Not too many fireworks from Mohammad Hassan. He was caught off a lovely short length ball from Najam Shazad, who was very, very impressive in his overs. We talked about the fact that he's likely to be a big factor for Marlow as they go through the rest of the tournament. But then the man who did all the damage with the ball for Pack I Care, Mohammad Kamran, he showed that he's got some ability with the bat as well, not just a one-trick pony, and a good bit of hitting from Mohammad Babar towards the end as well. He showed that he's got a lot of capability with the willow, and then finishing off the game, Mohammad Kamran lays one out to the offside, and that was all she wrote, Vinny.
Yeah, well, he finished what he started, really, didn't he, Mohammad Kamran? A lot of hype. That takes a good player to listen to all the hype. You know, he hears it. He came out and performed, didn't he, on Monday morning, and plenty of time to go. Well, there's Rico. Get the pads on Rico and get him out the front of Cameron in the first over. That'd be something I'd pay to watch. Anyway, this is what's coming up next. It's Harvey S. Kroenhout already with a win on the board this morning against Farmers of Jersey. They're taking on Yek from Corfu. You can see some of the players I mentioned there. And yeah, we've got Georgios Nikitas as well, with the player we saw. We do have Galanis in there. He's listed at number 5. He's a clever leg spinner. Tassos Manousis, former Zimbabwean under-19 representative, is in there as well. But, I mean, HBS Kroenhout, I think for sure, Tobias Vise will open the batting for them, and he'll have his eyes on a really big score after falling in the 40s this morning. 23 not out from Mohammad Babar, engineered the chase. It was never going to take too long, helped by 9 not out for Mohammad Kamran. Isan was the only victim of a pretty good over from Najam Shazad as they reached this very meagre target of 34 with 40 balls to spare. And Marlow supporters, I think there are some things to hold on to in that game. I like the over from Shazad. I like the way they fought back from 7 for 7 to at least put something on the board. And it was Shazad that impressed me, although he did go for a couple of boundaries in the end. But still, he's a competitor. We didn't really see Amir Zaib, another one that I expect to see plenty of, as he was cleaned up first ball by probably the quickest ball of the day. But Andrew, it was a very interesting but short match 2 of Group E.
Very, very short. If we think of T10 as the rapid-fire version of cricket, well, we've had this game finished in only 3.2 overs in the second innings, but it was an exceptional performance from the Pack Care team, and they really have thrown down the gauntlet to the rest of the group. Mohamed Babar, he was exceptional.
Two names. Mohamed Babar gets the player of the match. Him and Kamran, well, they could have split it down the middle, really. I know Babar probably gets it because he was 23 not out, but Kamran, he has really sent shivers down the spine, I think, of opening batters in this Group E.
And I'll tell you what, Vinny, I cannot wait to see Tobias Vise versus Mohamed Kamran later in the tournament. That is a top quality opening batsman facing the quickest bowler in this group. That will be something to tune in for.
Yeah, well, I think you're exactly right. It's all about the contest, isn't it? Well, we've got Helix in the chat saying that the ECN crew members should play a friendly, maybe against some of the other teams. Well, I think, Andrew, you're going to strap on the pads because I'm sending you out as captain to open the bat against Mohamed Kamran. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. But the rest of you, I'll see you in about 45. Great to have you back, Andrew. Ryan in the box next to me. I know you'll be back a bit later in the day with Rico. We're going to take a bit of an extended break now. We'll be back in 40 minutes or so to take you into match 3. It's the Dutch qualifiers, Javier Skrinehout versus Yet Corfu of Greece. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan. Hope you're enjoying your day. Group E is for excitement. We've been bringing it so far, plenty more. Still 3 matches to go here on the opening day of Group E. See you shortly on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costello song.
welcome back to the Costa del Sol and Cartama Cricket Oval. It's alive with Group E action today. Already 2 matches of the 5 have been played. Match 3 is on the way, and HBS Cryonhout, they are back. They did win their first game, although it was pretty narrow in the end against Farmers of Jersey. They're here taking on the Greek champions, Yek Corfu, or GEK, and HBS. They're out there in the middle with the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, for the coin toss for match 3.
Your call.
Kiba.
Keeper's called. BET2BALL.
We have a bet first. Yeah, good luck. Good luck.
Keeble was the call, but BET2BALL the fall, and that means that HBS Cryonhout, the Dutch team, they have won the toss, and their captain, Ferdy Vink, has decided to have a bat. Good confident move, I think, from them. We certainly saw them get off to a flyer. They were 60 off 4 overs, but then just got held back, especially after the wicket of Tobias Vise. But Tobias, it was pretty impressive the way he went about things this morning. He certainly wasn't worried about the Monday mornings. He was out there swinging, and look, if he bats for any extended period of time, he could make a really big score here. Also, I like the left arm orthodox of Julian de May. We know that he was very good last year for the Netherlands 11 in the international tournament, and he will probably open the bowling for RBS in the second half. But Yak, we know, we've seen them. They took out the ECS Greece last year. That was in Corfu, and they're led by Mohammad Aslam. He's a key player, probably about 4 Bolsumov spin as well. They've got a former Zimbabwean under-19 international, Tarsus Manousis, out there as well. So look, fair bit of kind of native Greek talent in their Corfu side as well. So I'm looking forward to them getting their opportunity, but it won't be easy because HBS Cryonhout, they've won the toss. They'll be batting first, and your commentators of this game will be Rico Full and Corey Rutgers. Let's get ready for match number 3.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. And well, what a day we've had. We saw a close encounter between the team we're going to see here now, HBS Cryonhout, when they took on Farmers. That was probably 7 runs separated those 2 teams. And then Akakia, team representing Spain, the Spanish champions, they blew away Marlow, their neighbours from Portugal. But this one, I get a feeling that this is going to be a little bit closer. Almost lovely to see the teams getting their baggies as they go out there. So it's going to be HBS Cryonhout, and they're taking on the champions from Greece, Yek Corfu. It's going to be an interesting one, and I know that got one man besides me, and my good friend, Corey Rutgers. Well, Corey, you've had some good experience with HBS Cryonhout. Some names there that I'm sure you're looking forward to seeing them perform.
Yeah, thank you, Rico. And absolutely, Reece Mason, a good young player. He's come up through the ranks, and he's improved a lot in the last few years. And yeah, it's great to be back here on the Monday, and excited to watch Gek from Corfu. I was in Corfu last year and got to learn a little bit about their players. I'm sure they're really excited. And RBS, they had a good win this morning. And wasn't this pair exciting to watch, especially Tobias Vise?
Yeah.
He's well renowned in Dutch cricket and even around the world playing franchise for hitting a lot of boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, he made a great start, didn't he? I mean, 46 of just 17. And, well, it was like, you know, when you see some batters, they come out and you think it just comes straight out of the nets out there. He was just hitting the ball so cleanly. He'd certainly be hoping to start off in the same sort of way. And see the bowler that's warming up to come his way. Just going through the motions, getting himself stretched. And it's going to be Ari Cavales.
I might do a little bit of research here because I did hear some rumours about Ari Cavales, and he's got quite a good first-class record. So this will be a pretty hot contest.
Well, he looks pretty confident, doesn't he, the young man, Cavales?
Big run-up.
We go first ball. Did we say? And, well, yeah, bit of pace there.
Oh, yeah, no, I've got the stats up quickly. 15 first-class games, 13 List A games, 44 first-class wickets, and 17 List A wickets. And he's playing for the Kent second 11. And he's from South Africa originally, Greek passport. And yeah, there you go. We've got some first-class action right now.
Well, liking this. So this one goes right through him. Good work there from Spiros. Bogdos as well, the wicketkeeper, taking this low down. Yeah, so we got a bit of what? We got an ex-international on strike.
Yeah, well, still, he hasn't fully retired.
Oh, he isn't fully retired. Okay, so that's just a rumour to say maybe he's retired. So a bit of international, bit of a...
International franchise batsman versus a first-class and List A bowler here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, here we go. This is what it's all about. Shorter one and hits this on the up, and that's going, well, I think just one bounce to the boundary. 4 runs is a good shot, and picks the length very quickly here. Corey sends that away. Good shot to play in the power play.
Yeah, it's always nice to get off the mark. And you touched on it just off air a moment ago, Rico. What you really liked about Tobes, he doesn't overhit it. This is a great example. Just times the ball beautifully, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's a good time with the ball, and it's he's looking to take the attack on. That's the other thing about him. We noticed that in that first match. He wasn't cagey at all, just wanted to go out there and get on with it. And I think that's the way you got to play this format. So 4 on the board. Oh, he's going for this one straight down the ground. Gets a bit of bat onto his pad. So gets a single. Couple to go in the over.
This brings on Teo Walborough. And Teo Walborough has also played a bit of first-class cricket as well. One-day challenge in South Africa. He's the overseas player for RBS crying out. So there's a lot of strong cricketers in this tournament, especially in this group at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the first match was anything go by, you know how close that was. I think the others will be that close, and I'm sure Marlow as well after that, nervy start will come good as well. This is going to be an explosive group. It really is. It's nicely played. It's a good-looking shot, but good work by the fielder as well. And how about that? And I think that sums it up. That's how close this group is going to be, as close as that running.
It's the greatest single I've ever seen with the bit of fielding and bowling. This is proper cricket. It's full, and it's nice in behind it. They run hard for the single, and look at that, kids running in a nice straight line. You get home easy.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Didn't go straight away, but got the acceleration in. He's watching the ball. He gets himself in. Good pick up and throw as well, though, from the fielder.
Isn't it amazing, some of the high-level cricketers that are just sprinkled throughout Europe? It's incredible. He looks really good, this Cavalis.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, if you're somebody who hasn't been following European cricket, you're looking at some of these names here. Well played, and gets there. This is all about having faith and trust in your partners. Taking this thing. Yeah, well, I was going to say, if you haven't followed European cricket and you're watching this for the first time and you're thinking, okay, so we got Yet Corfu, so a team from Greece. Well, who are these guys? You know, and the thing I like about it as well is a lot of national players, and that I think is huge.
Yep, absolutely. It always adds a bit of depth, as it's 7 for none off the first, and yeah, it's an exciting week, this one. Tough to call as well. It's just like Group D. And new bowler coming to the attack. It's Azra Ahmed. Looks like he's a left arm coming around the wicket. So it looks like a bit left arm. Keeper's come up to the stump, so maybe some medium pace here. Or Tobias Vise. I reckon he might be thinking about the sweep shot here. Loves to sweep medium paces. Really good behind himself. Ramps, reverse ramps, whatever it might be. He looks good in that black attire. I do like the full black with the black gloves.
There we go, Ahmed getting ready. Bowled his first. 7 on the first, so haven't really got away as yet. Starts pretty wide and will be called wide. The umpires for this match. There's a man stretching his arms there. Stefan Gooch, and the man at square leg, Asad Ali.
Well, he's not a left arm, he's right arm around, so I'm not surprised to see Tobias try play that shot, because it's very difficult to get LBW from around the wicket.
And he gets hold of this, and it flies over all the way.
Yeah, good batting, and I had a feeling he was going to do this. Because he's bowling around the wicket, you can't get LBW, so you might as well just get down on one knee, and if it's straight at all, you only need a little bit of bat on it. He's got really quick wrists, those little wrists of his. So if he stays around the wicket and they don't change the field, it's deep mid on and deep cover, he'll play the exact same shot, I think.
Yeah, Tobias Vise looked good in their first match, and he started well here as well. And there he goes away, Corey, right on cue. If you're going to bowl around the wicket, as you said, you put your foot down and you go all the way. 6 more. Yeah, Shaka.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. He's coming around the wicket, so basically it's a free hit almost. He goes across his stumps. That's going to hit him in the pad if he misses it, which won't be out. So now just put your bat on it. And they don't have anyone back there. They've got square leg and fine leg in the ring.
Yeah, okay, when you're coming around the wicket, what he's trying to do is mimic a left arm, all right?
Here we go again.
This is hit powerfully down the ground, and maybe there was a hint of a chance perhaps for the bowler to go for a corner ball, but that's hit powerfully. I don't think the bowler quite fancied this, Ahmed, and it goes past him. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice batting this time. He does a little shimmy, doesn't do it, waits for it and whacks it straight. Good batting. He's the most dangerous player, I think, in the Champions League this year. Out of all the groups, he is a dynamo, Tobias Vise.
Yeah, that was a powerful shot. I'd say, I think there probably was, Ahmed, I think that was hit so hard, he's probably in that split second decided this one's not for me.
Probably lucky it didn't hit his finger. That could have been his tournament over. He hit that very hard. Yeah, how exciting. I mean, for people that don't know much about Tobias Vise, a couple of years ago, he was playing for Vancouver in the Canada T20 League and was opening the batting with Chris Gale. So we're talking about a serious cricketer on our hands.
I've heard that story.
Unbelievable.
Goes, gets set, 22 on the board already to him. And well, goes for a slow one. Well, he's missed out on this. It's been called a wide because it goes down the leg side. But well, this is one that you would have expected him to hit big.
Yeah, he just couldn't catch up with it. He'll get the wide anyway. But yeah, I believe in that Vancouver team. It was Chris Gale and Tobias Vise and then Andre Russell, 3. He was in that top 3.
Well, here's another one, and it just help yourself. This one doesn't go all the way, but it's 4 carreras más. Que grande, que guay, Vise. He's in the house, and he's making a name for himself. He's saying to you, Corey, never mind the past, it's about here and now, and he's doing the business.
Yeah, you're right, Rico. He's doing the business, and a great example there. He just times it so nicely. He's not overhitting it, and finally they make the adjustment to the field. So he's staying around the wicket, square legs back and mid-ons back, and bringing one of the people across. So I have a feeling now, knowing Tobes a little bit, I used to open the batting with him. I wouldn't be surprised if he opens up and goes over the offside now.
Okay, so, I mean, to do that, you think he's going to take a step to...
Yeah, he's going to take a little bit of a risk here.
Okay,
that's a guess. It's just a guess.
He tries to, gets the single, so he will get to the other end, and he's probably saying to his partner, you can have one, and just leave me here. Yeah. Now, interesting though how we've seen what's happening out there, but the bowler, Ahmed, has not changed anything. He just stuck to his guns, and he probably puts a bit of pressure on the captain here, doesn't he?
Maybe a little bit of inexperience as well.
Fuller delivery. That's better, I suppose. I mean, that one can only be played straight, so he does finish well. But it was an expensive over. I mean, that's 24 off that over, and the score moves to 31 off 2.
Yeah, these two are almost a perfect couple, because Tobias has that beautiful weaponry at his armoury to go around the ground and hit it all past, and Tayo Warber is more a traditional player, really talented batsman. So watching them in operation is exciting. Here's the group. What pack I care. Look at that net run rate. How did you enjoy Mohammed Kamran's bowl?
Well, look,
I haven't seen you since.
You know, I mean, me and you, we know him very well, don't we? I mean, obviously you're starting to keep an eye on him for hopefully the national team. If everything goes to plan, I've seen him a number of times. And yeah, he is the hitman. That's I think you gave him that name, and I called it a firecracker, so we know what he's capable of. And you know, in a way, yeah, of course, if you're a Marlow supporter, you won't appreciate what I'm saying, but we didn't want him to let people... There were so many people, so much hype about him. He did not let you down, did he? He did not disappoint.
That's what good players do. Now, there's another good player, George Galanis. Flies it. So this is the young leg spinner from Greece, born in Greece, raised in Greece. I watched him in Corfu, really talented, tall, right-arm leg spinner. Great to see him playing here. Also plays for the national team, so good luck to him in his tournament. He's up against a pretty good test here in Vise, though.
Yeah, I mean, Vise now gets on strike. Galanis likes to float it up, so he's not afraid. He's got one protection on the leg side. And, well, this one's hit beautifully. I mean, how about that for timing? Goes all the way. What
a great example about just timing the cricket ball. I mean, a lot of players in the first few weeks would play a shot across the line there or a bit of wide. Look at his head and look at his hands. Oh, it's just gorgeous.
Class, isn't it?
Different gravy.
Absolute class. What's the reply going to be from the bowler? And this time, bit of width, and he plays his out. Big hit over long off, 6 more. And, well, they're fighting for the ball out there. They want to get their hands on it. I tell you what, maybe Galanis doesn't want to get his hands on this one because the last 2 have gone for 6.
What a step up this is, and this is why it is the Champions League cricket. You go from bowling in Greece, then you're bowling to a franchise-level batsman. It's not easy.
And this one will just bounce kindly for the fielder. Does well. Gets his hands on it. That's a good stop from Arbin.
And really good running. So good fielding by the man out there, but good running. Teo Warburton knows Tobias needs to be on strike. So he turned and went straight away.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we saw in that first match, not just from HBS, but also for Farmers, they do rely heavily on one or two batters.
Yep.
And, well, Vise is one of them. They want him to get as much strike out there in the beginning and get as many balls and many runs on the board as he can. Full toss in the air, and this will go all the way. 6 runs, ball sige gandhi, Lagya Shaka.
Well, I'm looking forward to one of your balles because it's coming up, I think. He's 47 or 14. What did he make this morning, Rico? Because he went crazy this morning as well.
Yeah, 46 or 17. Yeah. So it's a good start, isn't it?
It's a pretty good day one in a tournament.
Well, he'll be looking to bring it up with this shot. I don't think he'll fail on 2 occasions to get a half century. Here we go.
Shot.
Goes over the top, and he's not going to fail this time. 4 more. Que guay, que genial, que grande esta jugador. Eso es 4 carreras más y tiene 50 carreras.
Yeah, sensational bat speed, batsmanship, and everything about him. He's 51 in the power play. Hey, this is an early call, but Tobias Vise is one of those freak players.
Don't say it.
I won't say it. I won't say it. But he could set so many records this week.
You're absolutely right. I mean, what a start this is. Looking strong. I mean, okay, now the power play is over. What a good power play it is. And, well, this is just all T10, isn't it? What was the power play in the last match? Marlo?
6 for 6 or something crazy.
I think it was 4.
Yeah, crazy.
4 for 6, and yet here we are. Different game, 2 different teams, and the power play, it's 56. Without loss, I suppose the only good thing here for Yek Kufu is they can now spread the field a little bit. But, well, when Vise is hitting it so well, how do you set a field to him?
Yeah, it's difficult. Well, they're outside the power play. The captain's coming on now, Muhammad Aslam. He's a good bowler.
Bit of a grunt there. I'm not sure if that was a
pretend slow ball,
disguised slow ball or not. But they do get a single, so Danger Man goes back on strike.
Yeah, absolutely. Good question come in on the chat from Denver Thurston, who's watching in Adelaide, saying, do players learn from such high-level players playing in tournaments like this? Absolutely. Even if you're in the field, watching him bat must be special. Shot.
Yeah, lovely shot, and the fielder's not going to get to this. And this was, but the thing is here, what you're looking at here, you're not just looking at the aggression of a man, and you're looking at the timing, and you're also looking at the placement. This is, watch the wrist here. Beautiful shot.
No, it's gorgeous batting. I mean, he's just manipulating the field, finding the pockets really easily. I mean, at the moment, he's 55 out of 61. Actually, when I used to open the batting with him, there was a game, my second ever game in Holland. We were none for 72 off about 7 overs. I looked up at the score. I was on 1 not out, and he was on 71. He just goes.
Chase on here for the fielder. Will they look to come back for 2? I think they thought about it.
Teo Warburton's having a nice little 4-off-4 cup of tea at the moment. Just a very nice, relaxed day at the office.
Well, some would say he's doing better than you then. You had 1 and the other...
I was 1 off about 10.
Tobias said, oh, well. Mind you, it's always nice, isn't it, as we see this delivery. Well, he wants to get back at the other end. I'm not so sure that Teo wanted to go so quickly back to the non-striker. But no, sometimes when you've got somebody in such good form, it's just an absolute... You've got the best seat in the house to be at the non-strikers end and just watching them do their magic.
Yeah, I think so. And, yeah, you just appreciate having a partner that can score like this. It takes all the pressure off you as well. You can sort of just get into your methods. Good start this, though, from Muhammad.
Full toss. Slower full toss. Just keeping an eye on the umpires. Square leg, but I think that was dipping probably quite sharply.
He came down the wicket as well, and when you come down the wicket, it's always a little bit more difficult to judge. I think it was the right call, though.
Yeah, you see that. It comes a long way down the wicket. Firmly struck, but will be fielded on the boundary. I say will be fielded on the boundary. I know we're coming from a different end, but I think you and Vinny got quite excited towards the end of last week. The ball came this way.
Yeah, there was a bit of commotion in the commentary box. It was all Vinny, I swear, but what a great start for HBS. They're 65 for none, the Crows, and Well, hello all our viewers, Corey Ruckers and Rico Full bringing you the European Cricket Network. So it's the start of Group E. They're still here. And I think this actually might be the most competitive group. A lot of the teams look like they've got a lot of star players.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We've seen already Pakai Care. I think we've had a chance to see Farmers and HBS. They played one match earlier. And we'll see Marlon come good as well, you know. And the Punjabi Lions, it's going to be interesting as well. I'm looking forward to seeing the Lions, Punjabi Lions versus Pakai Care battle on. I think that could be an exciting and fiery match. The Crows, so where does the Crows come from? So that's the name for HPS, right?
Oh, no, you've tested me here. I did play that as it's hit down the ground, and it could be half a chance. No, on his misfielder. So Teo Walborough will get his first boundary. He gets going. It was one of those ones for the fielder there, and he wasn't too sure whether to go at it or not, and sort of made a misstep.
Yeah, I think when that ball's up in the air, I think Azhar Ahmed has got to go for the catch. He's got to try and get this first wicket. He decides maybe to take the safe route and try and stop the boundary, but you can see there, once it's past you, there's no coming back. Needed to go for the catch here, I think.
Wow, shot. That is hit like a bullet for a single. But yeah, good question. Stuart Verman, he's in the chat. He's already been he's a RBS faithful. Maybe you can tell us about the Crows, and we'll get back to that in a minute, where it originated from, because I should know, but I don't know.
Oh, okay, there you go. Let us know. Was it Stuart? Back to the action here. Shorter and, well, a dot ball. Bowled.
Well bowled. I mean, just in the last sort of 9 deliveries of this game, they're bringing it back. That power play ends, so it does get a bit easier for the bowlers. I'm surprised I haven't seen Tobias Vise pull out the ramp shot yet. I know he loves playing it. Oh.
Is he listening to you?
Oh, I don't know if we've got an echo going through, but no, he loves playing it, and he's really good at it. And that was actually the perfect ball for it. He gets the low full toss, but he moved a little bit too far.
Yeah.
Disappointed he missed that.
Yeah, he's. I mean, I thought maybe he was in danger here. Maybe just, I don't know. He didn't quite get low enough. He could have flipped this onto his stumps. More work to be done by the fielder up there. He's done well so far. Covering the ground really well, Azhar Ahmed.
Okay, I've got the answer. Crows is because of the black clothing, and the cricket started in 1927. There you go. That's when, yeah. Thanks, Stuart.
Thank you very much, yeah.
He'll be listening. Everybody loves the cricket.
Oh, this is a glorious shot. Again, straight to the fielder. He's played a couple, hasn't he, which well, you'd think, or you'd expect it to be going to the boundary. Timed it so well. Beautiful sound. Ball on the bat there.
Yeah, absolutely. 72 for none after 5. But yeah, no, Teo Walborough was the overseas player for RBS last year, and sort of him and Max O'Dowd were having a shootout. One would hit 100, one would hit 100, one would hit 50, and I think he finished second in the leading run scorer for the comp. Yeah. But everyone knew. Oh, I remember watching our guys bowl. He's talented. He hits it so hard.
Yeah, I suppose it's one of those when you've got. I mean, you've mentioned 2 big names there. Max O'Dowd, of course, and talking about Visa here. But at number 3, it must be frustrating. You could be sad all day with your pads on, couldn't you?
Well, you might be. I mean, I think this is the most dangerous opening pair that we've seen out of the whole comp. So, but for RBS, looking at their lineup and their squad, I think they're more a bowling and fielding team. That might sound a little bit odd, but I think they do lack a little bit of strength in the middle.
Okay,
Ferdy Vink has to have a good week for me. He's the captain. But here we go. We've got the big man back, Ari Kavalis, first-class cricketer, List A cricketer. Interesting to see if they go a little bit more cautious off him, as he looks like he's definitely their spearhead.
Yeah, it will be interesting. We're just going to start with Teo being on strike. So here we go. The opener back into the attack. And nicely played, just soft hands down towards third man, and gets Vise back on strike. Now this could be interesting. Maybe this is where we will see the old, the funky stuff.
Well, he might go with the pace with it. Yeah, absolutely. Look at that kit. I mean, we're looking there. He's sponsored by Newbury. Looks good, the black gloves and the orange going through, but yeah, what a contest this is.
So Carvelis. No, they need this breakthrough, don't they?
Oh, desperately.
They don't get this breakthrough, this could be a...
Not out of the game just yet. Oh, there it was.
I suspected we may see it.
You called it. Well, I'll give a little bit of a backstory. About 2 years ago or 3 years ago, he was in the Canada T20, and Wahab Riaz was bowling around the wicket about 150 kilometres an hour, and he reversed ramped him for 6. And then he came off and all the boys like, you just reverse ran to Waha Breas. He goes, who's Waha Breas? He didn't know. He just generally didn't know.
Obviously played good bit of bowling as well. Good competition, good battle between these two.
You're just watching two high-class cricketers playing a T10 format, so it's exciting to watch. And you can see from 2 of the shots out of 3, a lot of respect being shown to Cavalis. He does get it through. Nice action, strong.
Yeah.
Decent speed as well.
Got him, well bowled. And chuck the foot there and smashes into the top of the stumps. Well, that's good bowling. And we said it was going to be an interesting competition. And Carvelis is showing his strength there and his class. That's really well bowled. That was quick, that was fast. And it's a rip through the stumps. The castle being destroyed and the ball was stopped by the helmet as well. But of course it won't matter because the wicket, once the wicket is down, that's the end of that.
Yep, beats him for pace, gets it through, hits the top of off stump, and he'll be happy with that. And get Corfu, well, that's their first wicket in the Champions League, so congratulations to them. And that'll be a bit of a steadier. Maybe that'll steady the nerves. Teo Warburton, he played the supporting act this innings, so was just hitting singles most of the time to get Tobias Vise on strike, which he did quite well, but maybe a little bit disappointed not to get some boundaries away at the back end here. So he'll go and brings in that sort of middle order from RBS that isn't as strong as you would maybe see. Adil Ahmed's coming in now. And he gets a go at the number 3 spot. Be interesting to see how he plays this. He's a good leg spinner and a handy middle order batsman. But we saw this morning in RBS's game, when they lost 1, they lost 4 or 5 in a clump.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that they want to be improving on. I'm sure that the captain, Freddie Vink, is probably thinking there was already said to be said, right, you've got to bat deeper, you've got to bat longer, because once you fall, you probably haven't got the depth in terms of the hitting power that we need to continue at the pace that we do. Certainly saw that in the first match. But it was a good call here from Mohammad Aslam. He brings back the key bowler, Cavalis, to break the partnership, and he does. He delivers. And he comes again now to Ahmed. Well, good bit of pace. Ahmed just defends this off. They do take the single. Yeah, you say back on strike.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm curious about this last ball. If he's going to take it on, or if he respects him enough and goes, look, if I block this ball out or get a 1, you're a good bowler. Take your 1 for 10 and let's target the other 4 bowlers. It'll be interesting.
That's it.
These are the little battles in a battle that some people don't notice, but it's super important.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when you think the rate they're scoring at, the more they're happy than that. So, yeah, see this one out. Don't let the main strike bowler get your wicket. Well bowled, that Yorker length delivery now.
Great Yorker.
Yeah, just it has been given leg buys.
Yeah, I think so. I think the bat jarred against the ground and it smashed him on the toe. Yeah, look at his face there. That did smash him on the toe. Oh, yeah. Good Yorker though.
Very good Yorker, going down the leg side, so that's why it's not out. But yeah, good finish, good spell, and well, I think that
something
man.
To watch.
We're looking at him there, Carvelis. I think we're going to see a lot more from him.
Oh, yeah, especially. I mean, Harbias is 76 for 1 off 6, and he went for 10, so that means there's been 66 off the other 4 overs. Look at the scorecard. It's one man at the top there. Well, he did it this morning. He's doing it again. Probably the most dangerous batsman we've seen in Cartama Oval in Spain, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's looked good, isn't he? And now, I suppose, Adil Ahmed, I mean, his role has to be to try and keep feeding him the strike.
I think so. I think so.
Oh, he's gone right across. Well, he said he likes to play that shot. He's tried it on 3 occasions. And, well, it's third time unlucky for him because he gets bowled. He walks right across the off stump. And, well, that's a good bit of bowling from the bowler. Just pitching it right up and saying, there you go, you miss, I hit. That's what's happened. A disappointing end.
Yeah, disappointing end. He just didn't get his ramp shot going today. So everything in front of the wicket worked, but the scoop, the paddle sweep and the reverse sweep didn't work for him today. And he exposes his stumps. He has to go, but that is a fantastic T10 innings as he raises his bat. He'll be disappointed to get out now. Would have enjoyed himself being out there for a few more overs, but he has given RBS Crownhout a good start and a brilliant T10 innings. I think this format is almost built for him. And, you can see there, good applause from his teammates. That'll bring in number 20, left-hander, Julian DeMay. He comes out at 4 this game.
Yeah, Julian DeMay, of course, we saw plenty of Julian in the ECC, the European Cricket Championship, when he represented the Netherlands 11. think he was no more for his bowling than his batting in that one, but he can bat a fair bit.
Yeah, he's a good left-arm off-spinner. Improved a lot with his left-arm off-spin, but to his credit, he's improved his batting a lot. I remember when I was at RBS, he was really number 11, number 10, and I know these days he's batting up in the top order sometimes, maybe at 3 or 4, so he spent a lot of time on his batting. He's a tall young man. Good luck to him.
That's a good ball first up to the new batter, isn't it? Yorker length delivery. Good bit of cricket, that. It's nice to see and it's nice to appreciate. Good ball, well blocked out, and good running as well from the batters.
That's good cricket overall. Looks at the bottom of his bat. That was a perfect Yorker. To get that first ball is never easy, and he just jars it out. Good batting. These two off the mark. They have lost 2 quick wickets. It's happened this morning. They probably just want someone to hit a steadying boundary here if they can. Just a few adjustments in the field. 4 in the ring.
Played out. Now, this is an interesting moment for me because when we go back to that first match against Farmers, which SBS did win, but in that match, it was, well, when Vise was out, the first 4 overs went for 60 runs.
Yep.
Then after that, the next 6 overs, 44 runs. So this is where I think they need to try and find the improvement. Somebody else to keep not just the runs flowing, but boundaries. They need to look for the boundaries, otherwise runs can dry up. So an important period of the match here. So can Corfu get themselves back in here, or will we see HPS, somebody step up to the mark and just keep the momentum going for them with the bat?
I think this week, you're right, because Tobias isn't going to come off every game. Either will Teo. So someone in that middle, or maybe Julian, Adil, Ferdy, Vink, the captain, one of them has to have a big week with the bat also. Can't be left to 2.
No. Ahmed, he's bowled well. Oh, good fielding, really good. Quality, that's what you got to do. You got to throw yourself around. You got to get dirty for your team, and that's what he does there. The fielder, really good stop there. Mohammed Aslam, good work.
What I like is, compared to last week, teams today are keeping cover tight. Last week that was a guaranteed single.
For
Get
sure.
the top ball, why not?
Yeah, I like it. Talked about that with Vinny earlier today. Slower delivery, and it was well disguised. No fielder in that short square leg position, but it does go out to take a single, and that's a great bit of bowling. What a spell that is. 1 for 10. So when you have a look at what Carvelis, his bowling figures, and also Arslan Ahmed, they certainly have put the pressure on. Not only that, they bowled well. They bowled a good tight line.
Well, yeah, they're doing a really good job here, Corfu, getting themselves back in the game. We look at the format, and for people that are joining us this week, the first 3 days, it's matches 1 to 15. Everyone plays each other. This is the group stage, and then we're going to split into 2 groups. So the top 3 then play each other on Super Thursday. The bottom 3 play each other, and the top 3 are playing to get the double chance. And then also, you don't want to fall into those elimination games on Finals Friday, do you, Rico?
You don't want to. You don't want to. Mind you, we say you don't want to.
Yeah, actually don't say it.
Because it does make your life complicated. But we've seen 2 weeks running now, Brescia, the Italian champions, and then last week, Alvazalmi, the champions from Sweden, did it the hard way, winning 3 matches on the spin
from 4th.
Final stage. Oh, yeah.
Finished 4th out of the group of 6, and then went on a beautiful run, both teams, and got over the line.
Yeah.
Kalanis is back.
Just tries to get the power in the shop, not able to take the single. And this is where, as Farmers did, got back into the game when Vise was out, and now you're seeing Corfu trying to do the same here, and so far they're succeeding. The boundaries, well, they put a stop to those.
Do you think that sometimes, because Vise makes it look so easy, we think that it's a good batting pitch, but when you actually think about today, not many people have really flowed with the bat. It must be hard being a RBS batsman. You watch him play all these shots, and then you get out there and you're like, well, actually, it's quite difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's the difference, isn't it, when you got somebody who's in really good top form. And you see here, and you got somebody else, 2 new batters in there now, just trying to get going, and finding it really difficult to get runs on the board.
Kalanis trying to come back. The young Greek leg spinner, good to see.
Got him, and that's...
Oh no, he's dropped the ball.
Has he dropped it?
Yeah, I think he dropped the ball. That would have been Galanis's, the young leggy. It would have been his first wicket of the competition. We'll take a look at the replay, but the keeper was very honest there. He said, no, I think I've dropped it. And yeah, good honesty. That's close.
I like that. Yeah, you see there, he just shaking his finger saying, no, oh, Galanis does everything right. A little bit of movement away there as well. Now he could, second time lucky, he was going to drop short. Oh, just dropped short of the big man. Carvelis coming in.
How nice is it to see a natural-born Greek young man bowl leg spin? He's landing these beautiful.
I tell you what, I know that Vinny, when he came back from Greece, was very excited about this bowler. And watching him for the first time, I can understand why.
It just shows that the European cricket landscape's changing completely. I mean, who would have thought we would have found a young Greek leg spinner?
This one's scored a wide, so just catching that line. The umpires, you will find, are very strict on the wides here and pretty consistent as well. Just we'll see this again.
Yeah, good call.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this was not good shot selection, really. This ends up being a full toss. And if he stays in his normal stance, I think he's putting this away. Tries to do the switch, misses out on it.
They're really, really struggling to get away, these two. Tobias is gone and they can't find a boundary.
Oh, this is up in the air. This is an opportunity. And it's been well taken. No problems there from Carvelis. And the youngster has got his wicket. He was unfortunate earlier to miss out on the stumping. But Galanis, well bowled. A wicket to him. And he starts off his ECL dream with a wicket.
Yeah, brilliant work, young man. I mean, the first over he bowled, he had to go up against the Visay Express and got hit around. But he's come back. He's pitching his leg spinners beautifully. He's bowled the wrong one in this over. This was the missed reverse sweep, but then the next ball, he's hoyed it straight to deep mid-on. And, I mean, for a young man to be that brave, good on him. That's his first wicket, and I think we're going to hear a lot about him all week.
Yeah, I mean, he looks the part. And what I like about him as well, Corey, is his variation. He does tend to go more often than not with the flighted delivery, but he's still got that quicker one in there as well. So I like him, and I think he's just going to get better as the week goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's give a little bit of credit to Get Corfu in this. I mean, after the power play and after the first 4 or 5 overs, they were getting murdered around the field, and now they've got them right back at 82 for 3. I mean, they could restrict them under 100. Wouldn't have said that 15 minutes ago.
It's almost the same story as against Farmers. The first 4 overs was 60, I said, against Farmers. In this one, 65. And now, well, you can see what's happened in the next few overs. Just haven't got, there's been no boundary. No boundary, really, since Visay has gone.
Yeah, unbelievable. Ferdy Vink's come out the captain. I think, for me, Ferdy Vink, he had a good little morning with the bat, actually. I think he needs to bat at 4 in this competition. He's good enough to bat there, and he has a bit more power than the others.
Waits for this, and what he's able to do is sort of flat bat it straight down the ground. Just a single. So they certainly are turning the screw here on HBS, struggling to find the boundary.
So Ferdy Vink facing his first ball. Around the wicket still Ahmed, not too sure about that.
Chipped up again, so more work for the fielder there, Aslan Ahmed.
I mean, so the 6th over, that went for 4. The 7th over went for 3. The 8th over went for 3. I mean, this is well done. Really well done, Corfu. They didn't drop their heads. They've stayed in it, and they're fighting back.
And this one may just go to fielder, does it? Oh, no, it doesn't, but he goes for the catch, gets it wrong, and that's Niktas there on the boundary. And he drops it. I think he drops his onto his foot, and unfortunately for him, it then goes over the boundary for 4 runs. And I think he changes his mind here, Corey, how he wants to take this. He decides he's going to come in, then changes his mind, tries to take it side on. The ball dropping on his foot and goes over the boundary, 4 runs. That's disappointment. And they do get a boundary, but it's a little bit fortuitous.
Yeah, lucky for Adil Ahmed.
And this one sliced away. Clever bowling, the slower delivery really looped this up. And you can see Ahmed is trying to hit this as hard as he can. Well, it's the battle of the 2 Ahmeds.
Yeah, I didn't realise that. But yeah, I wonder when he's going to decide not to come around the wicket. I just think he bowls it into the wheelhouse quite a lot. Ferdy Vink, I think he's going to go deep in the crease here and again, try to get every piece of this. Shot for 1, good ball, got the Yorker in.
Yeah.
Always difficult, but good comeback still.
He wanted to finished the over well. You're disappointed about that boundary, of course, but these are the sort of things you've got to put behind you. I mean, it happens. Struck firmly and goes all the way for 6 runs. They desperately needed that one. So they're starting to get the acceleration in. You had the 4, which was a bit fortuitous, but nothing fortuitous about this. This is a good, well-timed shot. 6 runs.
A nice shot from Adil Ahmed, but I think Aslan Ahmed, well, he'll go back to the review board. He's gone for 38 off his 2 overs. He bowled 11 out of 12 balls around the wicket. And when you're coming around the wicket as a right-arm bowler, you bowl a lot of balls into the slot, and that's exactly what's happened. So he needs to review how he's going to progress in this tournament.
Yeah, he slowed things down in that over, didn't he? He didn't really fire them in. He just sort of took the pace off. But, yeah, when you're coming around the wicket, well, you're always, I think good batters are always going to suss you out pretty quickly. This one's pretty high, and no ball has been called here.
No ball 4. That's as bad as it gets, Rico. 5 free runs.
Yeah, it's... he just gets this completely wrong, and I think this is called because of the height.
Yeah, definitely. That foot's fine. It was above waist height for me, just on the hip bone, round about there. Yeah, he does well to get a little bit of bat on it and make sure he gets 4.
Yeah, good early call as well from the umpire, Stefan Gooch, and you can see the umpires working well together as well. So free hit, and being firmly hit, and fielder just needs to try and stop it, and is not able to. It goes for 6. See, that's a bit of inexperience there. I think if you're the fielder here, I think the catch, all right, you're tempted to go for the catch. You know it's not going to be out. I think you've just got to be looking to try and stop that ball from going over the boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, they got a 6 off the last ball or last over, and then they get the no ball 5, and then the free hit gets hit for 6. So this is the boost Harbias need. 30 Vink, he has to be batting up the order. He really hits a clean ball.
Yeah, the 100 up on the board, and he's still looking to go big. This time he misses out on it. Outside the line of the off stump, no LBW. It's a good comeback, so you can hear being said there, but they've gone past the score that they posted in their first match. That was 104, so they've registered a higher score than that, but still plenty of time to go bigger.
Just into the deep mid-wicket area for another single. So, yeah, they've just had that little boost at the end here that they needed after a couple of flat overs. RBS, well, there's still a couple of balls left. They might be thinking 115 plus, and you imagine with their bowling attack, they'll be happier of the 2 sides.
I think they would, yeah. I think they're a team that always are looking between 110 and 120 if they can get there. And this one, if you don't go down, you're going to have fun chasing it. Is he going to get there?
Oh!
Well, what sort of stop is this?
Oh, the old Michael Jackson stop. I hope he feels okay. Is that a dance move?
Well, how about that? I mean, it's not quite the splits. Have a look at this. Whoa!
That is unbelievable fielding.
Stop. Well, there's not too many that catch up with it once it goes past you, and I thought he just had to get down there. He didn't, but he stops it. Great stop.
I don't think you and I are stopping that, Rico.
Well, we're probably not stopping this one either. Good luck with this. Where's this going to end up? Well, that is a lovely hit. How about that? Shaba, shaba. Gia, shaka, lagia.
Yeah, what a shot this is, and I can't speak highly enough of this man. He really hits a clean ball. I think they'll learn throughout the week that he can't be down at 5. Get him at 4. Get him at 3 even. He's
3.
That good.
Yeah, I'd say you've got to have him at 3. Big swing here. Well, they could be in trouble, and it all depends what the bowler does. I think he's gone. Direct hit, and I think that's just the umpire just making sure. But he does well, the bowler. He has to keep calm, keeps his nerve. He had the choice whether to try and get behind the stumps and just make it look easy, but he stands, waits for the ball, and then you see here, I think it's a direct hit from him. Here we go. See, at this point, you can see maybe he's going to try and go behind the stump. Doesn't, and yeah, I think that's going to be out quite comfortably.
Yeah, they'll have a close look, but I think you're right, Rico. I reckon that is out. And, well, it's good running, actually. Adil Ahmed calling him through, trying to steal an extra run, but it wasn't there. And, just waiting for confirmation on the decision. But in the end, RBS, they got a couple of extra runs. We'll slow this down now and have a close look. I think it's out from the naked eye. And, And the umpire's a little bit in the way, but you can see there, stumps are broken there, and he's miles out of his crease. So confirmed out. That means we will end the innings on 117 for 3. The Tobias Vise show at the top and the Ferdy Vink show at the end has got them to a pretty good score.
Yeah, that's a good score. I mean, they didn't want to do a repeat of first time round where all the runs came in the first 4 overs. They had that sort of between over 5 and 9, you would say, where things slowed down a bit, but they came back well because there's some good shots there from Vink, the captain.
And here's a special moment. That's when the Get Corfu boys got their baggy caps, and they were super excited. But this man, he was a little bit more excited. Tobias Vise, we've spoken up about him a lot coming into this week, and he showed why he is one of the more dangerous batsmen in the world of cricket. Sweep shots, cover drives, lofted drives, whatever you want to call it. He was hitting boundaries to all parts, and while he was at the crease, it was tough doing for Get Corfu.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, Get Corfu there will have a look at the bowling of Asar Ahmed. I think you've got to just say, right, okay, you've got to try bowling over the wicket, because otherwise good batters are going to just do that, put their foot down the crease, and they hit you over in that area behind square. There were some lovely shots. I mean, this one, a straight hit down the ground. But well bowled, though. I think Galanis, he bowled really well. The leg spinner, the youngster, and Carvelis, when he came back for his second spell, was right on the money. They needed a breakthrough, didn't they? Especially when runs were flying all parts of the ground. And the captain called upon the big man, and Carvelis did deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. So just before he delivered, there was a couple of nice little bounces for Teo, and then he got himself in. And at this stage, without any wickets down, you thought RBS could get something crazy. But you called it, Rico. The big man came back. He got Teo Warburton out, and that started a good 3 or 4 over patch for Get Corfu.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can have a look at that. I mean, we saw over 2 went for 24, over 3, 25, and then once he was gone, it was 9 up and over 7, 4, 3, 3, and then right at the end there, well, Vink had to come in and restore some big hitting, found the boundaries again. A couple of indisciplined bit of bowling as well, wasn't there, with the no ball that went to the boundary. So they finished on a high, and that was a big let-off there as well.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a let-off, but overall I was pretty impressed with their fielding. I think they stuck together quite well. This was a nice moment for the young leg spinner, his first wicket in the tournament, and we think we're going to hear a lot more about George Galanis. And this is at the back end where this was the replay of the wicket, but at the back end they held it together until there was that no ball 5, and Ferdy Vink came in and he cashed in to get their score up quite high.
Yeah, absolutely. There was that drop catch there as well, which went to the boundary, and there you see that again. He just was caught in 2 minds how he wanted it, and well, then that was followed up by the 6, and there was a few more to come as well. So, but in general, I mean, that was the one that really you're thinking you need to try and stop. It was the free hit, but this was an amazing stop. I don't know how he does that. That was just sensational, and a good bit of dance moves out there in the middle as well. And this at the end was the good work from the keeper. Does really well. Does Spiros Bogdos, takes the glove off. Nice throw back to the bowler, and they get the run out there in the end. As we wait to see the scorecard, but what a fantastic view that is of the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, it is a fantastic view, and also it's a fantastic view if you're a RBS Crying supporter of Tobias Vise. Once again, 5th gate of 20 feet, 25. Adil Ahmed, well, 16 of 11. But for us, we think Ferdy Vink, 21 of 8, and we reckon he'll keep creeping up that order because he seems like he's one of the bigger hitters in the middle.
Yeah, I think you do need him up there. I think, I mean, have a look down the rest of that batting order. Right, we haven't seen all the way down to the bottom, so there could be some big hitters down there as well. But when you can hit the ball as well as that, the captain surely has to elevate himself higher.
Yeah, I think he will. And we'll take a quick look at the bowling scorecard. Well, one man got a lot of tap, but I think there's some good figures for a couple. Aslan Ahmed right at the bottom there. Well, there's Azra Ahmed and Azam Ahmed.
Yeah.
Okay, Aslan Ahmed, he got 2 overs, 1 for 10, 5 economy, and the big man, Carvelis, he was good, wasn't he, Rico?
He was really good. I mean, you just think there, that's 4 overs gone for 20. So a lot of runs did come off the others, and I think, I mean, Galanis, take nothing away from him. I think he was unlucky. His first over went for a few, but his second one, he could have had a couple of wickets as well. You saw that there was that missed thumping in there as well. But look, I still think that that the team, the champions from Greece, I think they've done pretty well. I think that score 117, I think if they on their best day, if their batters can get going, they'll be looking to say, well, look, we know that 120 is probably a score that a lot of teams are trying to get. We've kept them to 117. Hey, let's be positive, go out there and try and knock them off. But it won't be easy because we do know that HBS, they've got a very good bowling attack.
Yeah, they have a good bowling attack. You're going to be looking at maybe young Benno, Ferdy Vink, Stefan Vink, you've got Julian Demay, Adil Ahmed. It's a good bowling attack, so looking forward to this. So join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hola, muy buenas y bienvenido al campo de Cartama Oval. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval, where we're midway through match number 3 here today, and it's HBS Kranhout against Juk Kulfru, so the champions of the Netherlands against the champions of Greece. And HBS, they've had a good knockout there, but surpassed their highest score in match 1, 104. They've gone to 117 in this one. 104 was enough for them first time round against the Farmers, and they'll be hoping that with the bowling attack they have, that they will be able to defend 118 that are going to be required by the champions of Greece, Juk Kulfru. Rico Fool here, and alongside me, Corey Ruckus.
Thank you, Rico. Yeah, looking forward to this, seeing how Get Corfu go in their first bat of the tournament. And for HBS, well, they win this, it's a perfect first day. They can go home, rest up tonight, and they're in a really good position.
Yeah, they will be in a good position indeed.
But, look at the non-striker, Peter Agafis. How good is it to see the old traditional white floppy? I love that.
Yeah, he's yeah, that's very, very traditional, isn't it?
It is, I like that.
Very traditional. There we go, it's going to be Julian Delmay to start off with. A bit short. Nice looking shot, played out on the offside, but no run. But it's always a good sign, I think, for any batter to make good contact with the ball. Just makes him feel that he's feeling good about himself. I'm loving these baggies here. I think that kit looks sensational, doesn't it? HBS.
Well, yeah, I think they might be the front runners for best kit of the week at the moment. It is gorgeous. I've got to have a closer look at some of the other teams, but yeah, the black and red with the collar up of the keeper there looks nice. Good start by Julian DeMate, tall left arm off spin with an interesting moustache.
Waits on this one, plays it out for the first runs. They do get a single. Yeah, I mean, my early observation from Julian DeMay is that whereas he was firing it in a little bit when we saw him last year when he was there for the Netherlands 11, he's just slowed it up a little bit more flight, and I think that is causing the batters a few more problems. Just like that one. I think that's the perfect, for him and for his heart, I think that's the perfect speed and line.
Well, if you slow it up a bit being that tall, you'll get that extra bounce, and that's exactly what happened just there as it went over the bat. So good bowling from the tall left arm off spinner.
Ooh, well, Magafas here does get a touch on this, and he has to go. And I thought that from the reaction of him when his head went down, I think he's nicked this. It wasn't much of an appeal, but I think the batter knew it. It shows his disappointment as he walks off. So he goes without scoring. Just a 2-ball duck for Peter Magafas, and he's going to be very disappointed.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed, and we just touched on that extra bounce, and there it was. So the feather edge through to the keeper, Tobias Vise, and there's some glum looks there in the Corfu tent, but they're still in this. It's early doors, and the first wicket falls. It's 1 for 1. And, well, the man with the white floppy, it didn't give him superhuman powers that it was meant to.
No, I mean, he'd be disappointed, but he's going to get plenty more opportunity in the week to find his form and find his touch as the new batter makes his way out and having a few words, the non-striker giving him whatever little advice he can, and this is Tassos. Comes in to take his guard.
Tassos Manousis. Good luck to him. And, plenty of work to do. Last ball of the first over, deep mid on, deep mid wicket in place for Julian DeMay.
DeMay waits as the new batter, the left-handed Manousis gets ready to face his first delivery. Nice confident shot down the ground. Let's take the single and get off the mark straight away. To the warm applause from his teammates and some of the spectators. Nice shot there of somebody looking very sharp indeed. And that's Majinder Singh. Didn't he bowl well in the first match, that 9th over that he bowled? But he just gave away 3 runs, which made all the difference in that match against the Farmers. But here, well on top. 2 on the board and 1 wicket down already after the first over.
Yeah, really good start that for HBS. And 30 Vink. The captain's got the new ball in his hand now. He'll bring it back into the left-handers, and he has a really good slow ball. I do like it when he bowls that slow ball. So didn't have the greatest game with the ball this morning. He's had a good day with the bat. He'll be hoping to get a couple of wickets here or a couple of dot balls for his team.
A bit of hesitation on a non-striker, and if this was picked up clean and got this through to the keeper, said that would have been interesting. He was a little bit leaning on his bat there, the non-striker.
Yeah, just leaning on his bat a little bit, but they get through for the single. As Navjeet Singh will be disappointed not to maybe get a throw away there. Need a boundary, don't they, Rico? Just to kick-start this chase a little bit, put a bit of life into it.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of low-scoring overs to begin with, and that rate really is going to escalate. So they need something good. And this time, better backing up, but this time it's the striker. Of course, he doesn't leave his crease.
Just a dot ball. I mean, I know it's difficult and you want to get yourself in, but in this power play, you've also got to cash in a little bit, take some educated risks where you can.
It's a nice looking shot. He's just got this past the man back at square, and it goes to the boundary, 4 runs. And nicely played shot. He waits on this and gets the flick away. Good use of his wrist, 4 runs, and that'll certainly make Mogdas feel a lot happy about himself.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, that just straying onto the leg stump a little bit, and he whips it away between the 2 men there. So first boundary in this run chase, they needed that. Can they get a couple more?
Slow delivery, hit fairly hard, but it's straight to Majinda, who gets a nice throw in. This would be interesting if this was a direct hit.
I reckon direct hit there. It would have been real close. Let's have a look at the replay. He ran pretty hard, slid his bat, but it was a good pickup, good throw. And a direct hit might have had him in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, this would have been close. Called a wide, sort of slower delivery, but wide outside the off.
We saw that a lot last week, didn't we, Rico? A lot of slow balls. This one just gets a little bit wide. That's the off cutter. He's also got another one where he tucks his thumb in and just uses his top fingers on the ball. But slow balls last week, they worked for a lot of teams, didn't they?
Yeah, it was. See this one, edge, and that will go to the boundary. Well, that's what they need. That's the second boundary in the over. It doesn't matter how you get them, as long as you get them, it just keeps you sort of up with the rate. Otherwise, if you do it the ticky-tack way, you're going to find yourself too far behind. And that one goes and races to the boundary. Yeah, that certainly will help.
Yeah, just a couple of boundaries always help the run chase. And then if you get that big 20 run over, that really can keep you in the match. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what this one is. Goes up a long way in the air, but I think the fielder gets himself under it and takes the catch. No mistakes. And, well, after playing a streaky boundary, Manus has to go, goes for the big shot, goes up, 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 but it's a good, safe hand, safe catch. A wicket goes, and they're on a high here, RBS.
Yeah, that's Benno Bodendijk out there. Really good catch, made some good ground. This is the other slow ball from 30 Vink. And look at that, nice safe hands, because that did go up quite high, the young man. Does a good job. And, well, the second wicket falls for RBS. They're in complete control in this game. And forget Corfu, they need someone to really get themselves in and established. 2 down, 2 for 13. And, it's all RBS in this T10 fixture.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's the end of the over there as well. And it looks like it's going to be Majinda Singh who's going to bowl the next one. Like I said, I was very impressed with the way he bowled in the first match, especially when he came on to bowl that 9th over where it was critical that he got a good one in for his team, and he did.
There's the fan zone. Well, I'm glad they're all joined. That's Conrad and Bookie there. Conrad, he's the right arm slow medium pace bowler for Portugal. Good to see him here helping out. That's James Cantor sitting there enjoying a lunch break again. So glad that everyone in the fan zone's having a good time.
Yeah, the fan zone. It's pretty busy out there today, I must admit. There's quite a lot of supporters from all of these teams, and I think also from Farmers as well. A lot of history with Farmers, and it's nice to see that some of the founding members out there as well with their families. Majinda Singh, his first ball, the left armour tucked away behind square, takes a single.
Good to see these teams bring supporters. I think RBS, they've said by the end of the week they'll have about 15 to 17 here, which is great as well. They're all flying in from Holland, a couple tomorrow and a couple on Wednesday. So that's exciting. Always good to see these club teams come and have their supporters come and support.
Yeah, it's going to be Carvelis who's going to come in at number 4 here. Gets on strike now after that single taken by Bog. Just be interesting to see how he bats. He certainly bowled very well indeed, but he's got to get on with things a little bit here.
Interesting story for you. This has been passed on by a secret man, I can't tell you. Have a guess who Carvelis has played for. And he has played for someone that's been in this competition.
Has he now?
Not in this competition, sorry, but in previous years. Maybe I didn't wear that. So he represented one of their club teams.
Ooh.
It's got secretly noted
Secrets.
to me.
Okay, so let's see this delivery first. Just well, this may go all the way to the boundary. Just a bit of pad, I think. It is 4-leg buys. So it's another boundary. We've seen an edge that goes for 4. Here's leg buys. And like I said, this is all a question of where they get them from. Come on then, spill the beans.
Well, Dave Smith has messaged me and given me a little bit of inside info.
Yeah.
He was the overseas player for Tunbridge Wells for 2 years back in the day.
Well then.
There you go.
Well then.
Interesting. So they said he was a lovely young man and he was their opening bowler and the overseas for 2 years. And Tunbridge Wells, as we know, won Group A. Small world, isn't it?
Yeah, hello Dave. Thanks for the info as well. And this one gets a glove on it. Otherwise, this would have been 4 more. No signal from the umpire. So this one does take a little bit of the bat on the way through. Good stop there, though, from Vise. See here.
Good keeper, Tobias Vise. We've seen some really good keepers all tournament. Looking forward to seeing how Tobes go as well. He's a good keeper.
That's full of delivery, but there is a man on the boundary there at final leg. He is able to stop this one. It's quite full, sort of almost full toss length.
Yeah, lucky to get away with that one. That was a low full toss. Probably could have gone the journey. Get Corfu. Just steady along. Need a couple of boundaries though. Carvelis looks good at the crease. Obviously he's played high level cricket, but can he get some runs going?
Let's put a bat onto this as well. More work to be done. Oh, it's a bit of a misfield. So the batters will come for 2. And that's good pressure. Good running as well. Good alertness.
Yeah, that's what you got to do, Rico. That takes us end of the power play. And it's all the 2s. 22 for 2. A little bit of a misfield, but good start for RBS.
Yeah, good start as well. Look, to share something with you. I mean, last week I think was very much a bowler's week. I think lots of wickets taken. We saw the hat trick. We saw 5 wickets taken as well. And we just have a look at the standings as they are.
Oh, there they go.
RBS, they're looking to make it 2 from 2 and then go to the top on points. But, well, I'm in Spain. Pack here, Badalona with that victory in the style they did it in their net run rate is going to be far superior to all the other teams at the moment. So
that net run rate boost for Pack Care this morning, that might not get caught. I mean, it's very rare you have wins of that amount, and they chased it down in what, 2 point something?
There were still 40 balls to go.
Okay, so
just over 3.
So that net run rate boost for them, if it does get tight by the end of Wednesday, you'd imagine they're in a good position. But this is Adil Ahmed, right arm leg spin.
Called a wide, looking to go for the sweep shot.
Tell you what, I thought he almost bowled him around his legs then. That would have been the late Shane Warne-esque. That was flighted down the leg stump. He does give it a rev, does Adil. Really tries to spin the ball.
This time the batter uses his feet.
So that's probably a delivery there. Bog just gets down the wicket, gets the full toss, but don't just tap it to mid-on for a 1. Try and whack it in the gap for a 4. They need to go at 12-13 here. I have a feeling Carvelis, he might want a piece of this.
Up in the air, well, shots to catch
Marzi!
it. Marzi, oh! Wolfie in the house, takes the catch, and there he is.
Oh, the staff are happy. There's Vinny Sandhu popping out.
Vinny ran the other way to this. Did you notice? Vinny runs away and Marzi says, all right, Vinny, you don't want it, I'll take it. And there he is. Mars Baiji taking the catch. One of the ECN scorers.
Hard down the long on. No, well done to Marzi. And, well, we don't drop him in the ECN crew. I reckon we're 2 from 2. We're 2 in a row. 2 in a row.
Now, don't forget, Maxi took one the other day as well. Three in a row.
Three in a row from the Eastern
yeah.
crew. They could, maybe we should get out there in the field.
Nicely played. It will go past the inner fielder, but then still it will only be just the one. Good arm there from the deep.
Yeah, good fielding. RBS doing everything they need at the moment. Get Corfu. That 6 would have given Cavellis a little bit of confidence. Can he get another one away off the leg spinner? I think he fancies it, Rico.
Yeah, he looks good to hit straight, doesn't he? Let's see what he does here. He gets another opportunity, this time along the deck. Doesn't quite get underneath it. We'll take the single.
Well, it's brave bowling. There's a fair bit of flight there. He sort of just miscues that away for a single.
Ahmed looking to finish well. Certainly would want to avoid the boundary. Goes for him, it's in the air, and the May. Oh, that's absolutely sensational. How about that? Soy Superman. And they'll probably want to have a look at his feet there, but I think he does brilliantly well. Well, he did something very similar to this when he was playing for the Netherlands 11. This is absolutely awesome. There's only one man that could do that because he's the tallest on the pitch. This is fantastic. Absolutely beautiful cricket.
Yeah, he does it right in front of us in the commentary box. Saves 5 runs. I reckon the mustache got him a little bit of extra air there. He's been growing this mustache. He told me about it. And that is fantastic fielding by Julian DeMay. Well done. Saves 5 runs. Look at the big smile on his face. And, well, good to see. And, well, that's what we're here for. Moments like that, that's probably going to go viral, and he knows it.
Sensational. And, well, there you go. Dan Horowitz is right there as well to take the picture as well. That one is absolutely brilliant.
Unfortunately, Rico, that will go down as a dropped catch. So as a fielding coach, I'm very disappointed that he's dropped that. I'm sorry, Julian. Unlucky.
There's no way. You can't go. I mean, you're just too hard. You're too hard. And this one is flicked away.
What does that go down at?
That goes down as saving 5 runs.
The drop catch column, though? It's brilliant fielding.
I tell you what, I mean, if he was playing for one or two of the teams that have been here, he certainly would be paying a fine. And Tunbridge Wells, we mentioned before, Carvellis played for him. Tunbridge Wells, their fines were pretty hard as well. But I know you had Dave Smith on giving you some information. I want to know from Dave Smith, maybe after this delivery, just what the fine was for that drop catch when Marcus O'Riordan would have had a hat-trick. I want to know what the fine was there. Come on, Smudger, give us the info. I want to know.
It's good to see the teams do some fines and after a day's playing some jokes. I know VOC last year had the banana of the day. Someone had to wear the big banana suit. Stefan Vink comes in again and blocked into the leg side. They might think of a double. I doubt it.
One of them, Carvellis, is thinking about it, but they decide no.
Very difficult to get the normal two. But no, a lot of teams in the world of cricket do that. After a long day in the field, you get around as a group, you have a joke, and the worst moment of the day, silliest thing, you always have to wear a suit or a funny hat.
That's right, yeah. We used to have to stand on a chair with everybody around in the bar. Used to do that many a times, and the fines were read out. Nice looking shot. Nice shot for 1.
So when you were in the bar, did you enjoy a Malaga Cervezas? Is that what it is? Is that our major beer sponsor? I tried to give it a plug.
Victoria.
Oh, same thing.
From Malaga, but from Malaga.
I tried.
Yeah, very much. And of course, you can't contest the fines, because if you do, it goes to the fine committee and it gets doubled. So you just suck it up. Oh, this is a lovely shot. Balle. Ginna Sona, Ginna Bada Shaka. This is glorious, lovely. Well, you know he's strong coming forward, and that's 2 he's hit straight down the ground. Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful batting. I mean, it's a slower ball in the slot, slow in swinger, and he just put it away with ease. He's a big boy, so when he hits it, it stays hit. Another wide, a little bit of pressure just at the moment. This partnership's going quite well. And you sort of feel that Carvellis, the man with the ball, he's probably the key here with the bat now. It's a very astute cricket player.
He played. I think if the big shot's not on, he's happy to take this single as well. So an interesting partnership here developing. I mean, that the rate, 1 good over, brings that back to around about the 10 mark. but they don't want it to go too far over that. They wouldn't want to see that get to around the 15 mark. So another single taken in singles.
See, that's the ball. That's the last ball, the fifth. It's 47 for 2. I would have liked to have seen Bogdas look for a boundary there. All he does by working his singles keep Cavelis off strike. I mean, he's doing a good job. Don't get me wrong. He's 14 or 14, but he has to at least start thinking, I need to find the odd boundary. He has to. And that's the only way, because you can't expect Cavelis. He's raced to 9 over 10. He's not going to be able to do it all on his own.
No, it's certainly not. And, of course, every time you're taking the single off the fifth, you're keeping him off strike as well. So, yeah, it's the last ball. It's better off having a go because you see what that does. I'm just talking about the rate here. It's just 14, crept up to over 14.
We don't really, once it gets to 15, we don't really see it get back from 15. So, I mean, it's 14.2 required now. They need a couple of big overs or one really big over.
Well, Bondi shorts of the short one, but it's gone right down the throat of the fielder. And, well, Bogdas, he does have a go. He has to go at the first ball off this, the 6th over. It wasn't the best of deliveries. It was a half tracker, and he just placed this far too early. And a simple, straightforward catch taken there by Warburg.
Yeah, I think Bodendijk knows that was a bit of a loosener. He's got a cheeky smile on his face and was shaking his head a little bit, but it doesn't matter. In the scorebook, it says you got a wicket. It was slow. It was a bit of a long hop, really, but it didn't hit anywhere near the middle of the bat. And, well, he'll have to go, is Bogdas. He'll be disappointed to get out now. It was really slow. And, hey, maybe if it was pace off, it was a good decision. And well caught out there by the man, Teo Walbra. So another wicket. RBS still staying ahead in this match. And, see the new man coming in, Mohamed Aslam, the captain. But yeah, maybe this is a blessing in disguise to have maybe a new batsman come out that's got a little bit more energy. 14 or 15, plenty of singles in there, but has to go. Get Corfu. They'll have a new batsman. It's the captain coming out, Mohamed Aslam, and I know he can give it a whack, so it might be a good thing for them.
Yeah, I think you could be right. I think it could be a blessing in disguise. Just have another partner out there with Cavelis. Cavelis is hitting well. He's going pretty well at the moment. He just wants somebody to maybe take a little bit of that pressure off him. At the moment, he's the one who's been required to do all the big hitting. You get somebody else in there, creams a few boundaries, and they can work on that rate. Certainly plenty of times too at the bat.
Oh, Boundendijk, he gets a wicket off his first. He's a good young man, nice young boy. Used to coach him about 6 years ago. He was a lot smaller then. Left arm over the wicket.
Struck really well, but straight at the fielder, and a good throw. But that's all about the backing up there. Cavelis is quick to go. He wants to get to the other end. Not a bad looking shot first off. Either side of the fielder would have been interesting.
Yeah, probably would have gone for 4, right? So that does get Cavelis back on strike, and you sort of feel it's all up to him. I mean, Mohamed, who's come and joined him, can play, but Cavelis is in. He needs to get a couple of boundaries away and keep this run chase alive.
Allows this to go through. Wide is called.
Yeah, just touching the tram line. Marginal.
What's your thought on this field? I mean, they're leaving that sort of the square leg boundary open. Is that to try and entice the hit across the line?
I think because they've got deep backward point and deep cover, so they're basically saying Benno is trying to bowl wide of off stump. He can't bowl straight with this field. Trying to make him reach for it. Whoa!
Well, reach for this, because this is going up in the sky. That is not a good delivery. It's been smashed away. I haven't seen any signals from square leg about the height of it, so it's obviously a slower delivery attempted. That's on his way down. But, well, there you go. That's a gift for Cavelis, and he says, thank you very much.
I'll tell you what, Christmas came early, because my nana would have hit that for 6. That was an absolute shocker. Goes the whole way. 6 runs.
Big hit. Wasn't the best of deliveries. And this has been thumped as well, and that's been hit hard. That's gone like a bullet. Cuatro carreras más. And, well, they need a few boundaries, don't they, we said. And they've had a couple here. The big 6 and 4. 6 and 4. He's hungry for more.
Well, that crack off the bat was beautiful. And while he's there, this chase is still on. That's a glorious cricket shot. And that was one bounce 4. Shows you how hard he hit it. Wide.
Wide again, so he's trying to bowl to his field, isn't he? But every so often he gets that shorter one in, that gets punished.
How much off this one, Rico?
This one so far, I believe that's 13.
Well, they need to go at 14. So, I mean, any boundary here is a bonus over. The bonus runs that they needed to get.
Yeah, 13 on the board with this one. So a couple of balls still to go. Get another boundary here. And
another wide. We 2 balls ago, we spoke about the field. And we said that deep cover and deep backer point, he is trying to bowl it there, but he's just going a little bit too far. So do they need to change the field to give him a bit more of an area to bowl at? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But what do you think here? Do you think you're going to see a sort of preempted shot from the batter here? He knows what they're trying to do. Will he just go across the line here, perhaps? Oh, he does, but there's a big oh no. You know, I think it was there, wasn't it? It was on the shot, but he doesn't get it over the man at square. It goes straight to him.
You could hear in the effects, Mike, he said, oh no, Cavi, or something like that, because he missed out there. That should have gone for 6 or 4. So last ball of the over. Interesting game this. They're still hanging around, get Corfu. They're not out of it.
Carvelas would love to send this one to the boundary. He has a go, and it does go to the boundary. He gets a Maximo! 6 off the last, and that over. It does go magical. 20 of it. That's exactly what they needed. He's keeping his team in this, Corey.
Well, he is. It's now 67 for 3 off 6. 51 off 24. It's getting a little bit more tight than some people would have expected. It's another slow ball. He stands still. Base balls it dead straight. Good batting. He's a strong boy. And definitely one to watch out for in this Group E.
Yeah, he's certainly looking the part. Showed what he could do with the ball. Generated good pace. And now he's batting really well. I mean, seems to like to hit the ball straight, doesn't he?
Yeah, Mohammad Aslam's really important. Mohammad Aslam, the captain, very important in this as well. Because he's just gone bang! Well, what a shot that is. I know he can bat. I was surprised he came out so late. And he has hammered his second ball for 6, game on.
Oh, what a shot this is. And it's Aslam Mohammed. He goes boom, shaka, yeah, he's not there to mess around. And well, this one is probably the biggest hit we've had in the day so far. He absolutely thumps it back to the live action. And this time he's hit hard down the ground. Takes a single. He's done his job, hasn't he? He's done his job.
Oh, even a bonus job. You would have thought that first ball he would have just hit a 1, but he hammered it for 6. It was at 13.8. It's now 11.7.
Yeah.
So game on. Especially while these two are there. This Carvelas, he looks really good. 35 off 14.
Stephen Fink under pressure here now. Wait on to shout. And good call. Good early call as well there.
Yep.
Otherwise, Mohammed would have been left a bit stranded.
Yep, don't want to take any risks.
Fink. It's short. And it's been thumped pretty hard. It goes all the way. Yeah, shaka, lagya.
Yeah, well. What are we watching here? Just in the last 5 minutes, this game is starting to turn on its head. They were almost dead and buried. It's another slow ball into the pitch, but he's picking them.
Yeah.
And he's staying deep, and he's thumping them. He's a talented player.
Hitting the ball well. It's all about, we're saying that he needs to get on strike when he can, and when he's not, the non-striker has to support. They're doing it so far, and he's happy to let this one go. I think this is fine. Stays inside the line, but he won't be too worried about that. I think he's now thinking to himself, okay, the shots will come. I just got to pick and choose the right ball. Just wondering whether he would have been better off just having a little dab at that, just touching it, taking the single. Shot, 6 more.
Oh, he's almost taken a great catch. Oh, it's dropped in the crowd though, but what a shot, Rico.
Oh, this is just absolutely crushes it, leans into it. He's got so much power and gets the full bat onto this. Good flow, good technique, and he sends this away. And there we go. It could have been 2 and 2 in the crowd. Well, 2 leave it, but the big man at the back. There you go. Just see him in the picture. Puts it down. Well, he had his moment, but he gets up with a big smile on his face. end of another over there. Well, this is what's coming up. We're going to see Pakake Alalona coming back against the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia. That's going to be a good game. It's going to be a fiery one, I'm sure. But this one is so well poised at the moment. Just have a look at the score. So 86 on the board here, and that rate is down to 10, just over 10. This is a chance. It's up in the air. Can the fielder get to it? They come racing in, and that's a great effort, but just dropped short. Maybe that's a slice of luck that is required here for the champions of Greece.
Yeah, that is a slice of luck. Lands in no man's land, and Navjeet Singh made some good ground, but he can't get to that. Well, this man on strike now, Ari Cavalis, is absolutely thumping it, and if he doesn't get dismissed, if they don't get him out, they're winning this game, Gek. He's in.
And just holds back on this one a little. I think he shapes up to play it and thinks, hang on, I'm not going to get this one right out of the middle. He knows that Julian DeMay is there, so just takes a single. I think that's clever. That's wise. He can't do what we've seen so many times, the batter getting in and getting himself out. He's got to stay there for the victory.
It's good bowling, though. Slow and outside off stump, Yorker length. Can't get that away. Good over from 30, Vink, the captain at the moment. No boundary. Just hear the batsman saying in the effects, I thought that was shaping down leg, so he's still getting that ball to swing.
This is clever bowled. I think this one's come out of the back of the hand. He's certainly done something different with this one. Gets hit through for a dot. Dot balls are gold dust, especially when it's close like this.
Well, Harbour Yes just needed a bit of a steadier, and these last 4 balls are that. They've only conceded 3 singles, so really good bowling from the captain. Brought himself back on to bowl his second over. This game evenly poised.
Takes him on. Julian DeMay says, thank you very much. Takes a catch. Cool as a cucumber. And that is the big wicket they needed. Carvelis goes for 48, too short of what would have been a fantastic half century. It's still been a very good knock from him, but you just feel again that wicket has come at the wrong time for Yet Corfu. They needed him to be there because now it's going to be really difficult for a new batter to come in and keep that momentum going.
Yeah, it's brave bowling. It's the slow ball again, but he picks out Julian DeMay perfectly. And I mean perfectly. He didn't even have to move. Another metre on that. That's 6, and you think, Gek, one more 6, they would have been ahead in this game. But he goes a fantastic innings, and looking forward to seeing more of him throughout the week with the ball and with the bat. And he accepts the round of applause from the fan zone. And what a talent. Great to have him here playing in Group E. He makes 48 of 21 with 6 sixes and 1 4.
Yeah, it was an outstanding knock. And certainly, as you say, Corey, he's one that we want to see more of.
What an over from 30, Vink. 3 runs. I mean, everything was going against him. 3 runs off 5 balls.
I think he was very clever, the captain, with his bowling. He never really pitched one up for authentic drive, did he? Just held it short of a length. And you can see Carvelis, he had to try and make something happen. He knew that he needed to find the boundary somehow, otherwise they would have gone back beyond that sort of 14, 15 and over. After bringing it down to 10. And this over at the moment, the way it's going, looks like it's going to get it back up to around the 14. Can he finish well here? Just a ball to go. Galanis comes in and gets ready to face his first, the left-hander. Makes good contact. Will only get the 1. And a terrific over from the captain.
Yeah, sensational from 30, Vink. He ends up with really good figures of 2 for 15 in what's been a high-scoring game, and he was good with the bat as well, so maybe a man of the match performance from him. This game, well, that wicket, you feel Harbour Yes are just ahead now, and it's going to be up to the captain, Muhammad Aslam, who's still there. Look at the Worms. Well, pretty close, aren't they? Well, actually, yeah, okay, so Corfu are ahead at this rate.
Yeah,
it was that 2-over finish from 30, Vink, and the no ball 4, and wow, very tight.
It could be very tight. Yeah, just to let you know, I mean, they're on 90 for 4, as you know, and at the same point, Harbour Yes, they were on 82 for 3. So,
wow, okay.
Jinder Singh into the attack, is up in the air. It may just drop short with it. Yeah, it does. They'll take the single.
That's probably a good single in the end. Lands in the Bermuda Triangle right between three of them. Here's the big contest. You really think the captain here, Mohammed, can he get a boundary away? Keep them in this clash. He's shown that he can hit a big ball. I think he'll be wanting to line up this left arm seamer.
Yeah, Mohinder Singh, he played a fair bit of cricket first in Switzerland before he moved to the Netherlands. So experienced player. Hit into the ground, bit of hesitation here.
Oh no.
But, well, they should be looking to go two. They're taking him on and not able to pick it up cleanly. The fielder's doing the backing up, so they do get two. That's bonus 2 runs. I mean, it looked like at one point it was going to be 1.
Well, they've had a shocker there. It's a bad throw in to the keeper. There shouldn't have been 1 anyway, and then it was poor backing up because they misfielded as well. Watch Toby's visa here. Not even in the picture, can't get to it. So it brings the captain back on strike.
Yeah. And that's not a good ball, and it goes straight to the fielder. Well, can you believe it? It's you think this is hit. You think this is 4 runs.
He's pretty unlucky there. All you can do is catch up with it as a batsman, and he couldn't have picked out fine leg any better. That's lucky for the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, they seem to be, I mean, the field moves around, but one thing they've done well is they've always kept the fine leg out there. And I reckon he, by being out there to the right-handers, has quite easily saved, well, I don't know, maybe 10 runs or more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hits this really well, but once more, it's a safe hands of Julian DeMay. Takes a good catch. He just looks so confident and so good out there. Makes it look easy, Corey.
Yeah, he does. It's good movement to his left, and they get another wicket, an important wicket, because it's a dot ball as well, and it's a game of fine margins. I mean, on another day, those last 2 dismissals would have been another 2 metres on them. They go for 6 and then get Corfu, win this game. But for them, they've just found the tool, Julian DeMay, down there at deep mid-off. He makes it look really calm, really easy. Another wicket. And more importantly, a dot ball for RBS.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. We saw the one that was stopped a fine leg. That could have quite easily been a 4. This one here as well, he struck it pretty well. You'll probably feel he's unlucky, but it's that point on the match now here, isn't it? With that run rate now, it's around 16. They are looking for boundaries, need boundaries. Singles just don't help them, so every batter that's coming in here is going for the big shot.
Yeah, well, after they took Stefan Binks over for quite a few, they haven't found a boundary in the last 10 balls. And that's just happened at the complete wrong time, because now it's looking like it's quite difficult to get these runs. This man might feel like he owes a fruit. Aslan Ahmed, he comes to the crease. He's got no time to get himself in. He needs a boundary.
That's it pretty well, and you can see there saying easy, easy, easy. We don't want to throw it away. There's no point taking the risk of the run out. We'll take the single, that's fine.
No, they desperately need a boundary, this ball. Desperately. We'll get 1 away. Keep this game alive just. 23 off 7. It's a lot to ask.
And Mohinder Singh knocks him over. Chuck of the foot style. And, well, he's becoming the 9th over specialist, Mohinder Singh. He was called upon against Farmers to get a good one in the 9th. He did, only going for 3 in that one. And he's doing very much the same here. An exceptional bowling, good bowling figures from him. And, well, with that wicket going, again, it's also a dot ball. And, well, you can't see any slip-ups here now.
No, you'd think RBS have both hands wrapped around this game at the moment. He gets the captain out. You thought the captain was the last man that could have done it. Top of off stump, gets the wicket, get Corfu just losing their momentum in this run chase at the wrong time. And credit to RBS, they kept their heads up. And they weren't panicked when they were getting attacked earlier a few overs ago.
Yeah, I think it was that wicket, wasn't it? They knew, they were patient. They wanted Carvelis, they knew that was the key wicket. And I think you take nothing away from that over, though, over number 8 from Vink. That's when it all happened. He slowed it right down. He got the dot balls in, he got the frustration in. And Carvelis went for the big shot, caught there by DeMay. And DeMay played his part as well. And now he's coming on to finish things off. And he's probably looking to pick up another wicket or 2 as well. Only 2 runs off his first over and that 1 wicket. Mohinder Singh, though, once more, 2 for 10. Well bowled to him.
Well, you never know. Can they get the first ball for 6, Rico?
It's a big swing. They certainly want to try and push for 2, but that's well stopped. Gets down early, stops it, gets the throw-in, so only get the single here.
Good bowling from Julian DeMay. It's almost all over here. Can they get a boundary?
Asking the question, and then, well, I think
He's gone here. They're going to go up to the third ump. He was sort of a bit of laboured running, Rico. They were going really steady, and it was underarmed in there. I think that's Reece Williams. Quick hands from Tobias Wiese. I have a feeling he's gone. Slight LBW pill going down the leg side, and you saw him just...
he's very late getting the bat down, isn't he?
There's the call. That's not going to tell us. We need to see the other end. So just a little pause here as we get the replay up. We need to see the end, and well, maybe he's made it safe. It looks like the decision. No, it's not this one. Now, looks like we haven't got the picture here, but we've been told on field that it is not out. So back to the game. That's hit high in the air in no man's land. One bounce and well fielded. He might have been in the air. They're going to have to check this as well. I think he might have saved that, Rico. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's done okay. He takes off from inside the field of play, and he makes contact with the ball with his hand without touching the other side of the boundary rope. I think this is fine. I think this is good. Well fielded. I think he just gets the hand on it before the foot goes down.
It's one of those tight calls again, so we're going to have another look. Is he in the air as he taps it back? Benefit of the doubt. Tough to tell from this. Yeah, tough to tell, but they're getting on with the game. 1 run.
This will be another single. So it's been a fine performance, hasn't it? They just seem to be timing it just right, don't they? They're not winning by many.
It's been a competitive game. It's actually been a really good game of T10 cricket. I think get Corfu for their debut. They'll take a lot of confidence from this as well.
Yeah, this one, the head goes up in the air. Wicketkeeper will take the catch. So Julian DeMay does get another wicket. And yeah, you can't blame Ahmed here. You see, he just wants to try and get the big shot in, but the head goes up in the air straight away. And quite a comfortable catch by Tobias Wiese there.
Yeah, absolutely. So another wicket to Julian DeMay. He deserves that for his effort in the field. And Tobias, nice catch. He sort of gets it, says to the batsman, get out. I know a lot of other batsmen would have run in the way then, maybe been a bit cheekier, but it's a good catch. He has to go. Another wicket falls, and get Corfu. Well, they're not going to get the win here. But what I was just touching on, this is their first game. The little team from Greece, and they were not expected to do too much in this group. They should take a lot of confidence, Rico. They had patches with the ball, they've had patches with the bat. I mean, it's their debut. They would have been so nervous.
Yeah.
So they've got plenty to work on. They'll be pretty happy, I think.
I think they'll be more than pretty happy. I think they've been competitive all the way through. They've been in the game. Don't forget how they clawed their way back into the match with their bowling. I mean, it looked at one point, especially at the halfway point, that maybe the score could have been around about sort of the 130, 140 mark. It was 65 just off the first 4 overs. So they clawed back into it, and they made RBS work hard for the runs. This is played out on the next side, take a single. And then with the bat, I mean, they almost pulled it off.
Yeah, and they get themselves to 100 as it's a slow end to this game, but we do say credit to RBS. They were the better team overall, and get Corfu, they'll end up on 100 for 7 in that run chase. There was a moment there only 3 overs ago we thought, could they pull this off? But in the end, the experience and the class of RBS comes through, and they finished the day with 2 wins, and that's a great way to start a tournament.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. They know that they'll finish with, well, point-wise, on the top of the table. Of course, Pakar Care Barcelona are taking on the, well, it's going to be a tough game, isn't it, coming up against the Punjabi Lions. So Pakar Care Barcelona will be looking to get another win under their belt and stay on top of the table on net run rate. But anything can happen. Take nothing away from the Punjabi Lions. But this one is a good solid start. You've unbeaten. Well, there he is. Well, make sure you get that back, because Mr. Maximo, he does like cuddly babies, and he does like to play with the kids as well. Cricket, and he's training them young at the moment. Well, there was that bit of fielding there towards the end of the innings, but at the start it wasn't the best of starts, but it was a 2-all duck for Mugfuzz. He had to go. Good bowling of DeMay, and DeMay came back and finished things off. But well, number 3 came in, and well, it was all a bit of a change because Carvelis started to play some nice shots.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see how Corfu went about this. They had a little bit of luck with some edges early that went away from 4, and RBS were keeping things pretty tight. And I think what was impressive was Harbius's fielding. Benno takes a really good catch here, which isn't easy to do.
Yeah.
And if we look at, I don't think they actually dropped a catch, and I think they would have saved about 10 to 15 in the field as well, so they can be proud of that. And this brought the big man to the crease. Well, he bowls fast. He also hits it really far, Rico.
He hits it really well. I mean, it's a little bit cautious to start off with, just playing a few dips and dabs, and then when he got his range right, he was hitting big. Well, Marzi, he was liking it as well. That's Wolfie there taking the catch. That's Baji, and well, that was an excellent, outstanding work there from Julian DeMay. Well, Corey decided he still dropped that and is going to fine him, but he's well, saved 5 runs for his team there with that effort.
Yeah, absolutely. And those 5 runs proved to be important because at this stage, well, Ken Corfu were on a run. This was a wicket to Benno in the middle. But this over ended up actually going for 20, so we got a wicket off the first ball. But then, well, our big man who played for Tunbridge Wells in the past, which was a little bit of a surprise for us in the box, Cavellas, he cashed in. He started thumping it to all parts, and he was motoring along. And this was the moment in the game we were looking at each other thinking, they could be on for a surprise victory here. But the big catch again by Julian DeMay, right on the boundary rope, sort of changed the momentum of the game. This was another 6 over into the fan zone. That one just eluding 30 Vic there at deep mid off. And I think the captain then came out. He hit another big 6. There was a little bit of luck here and there. But you're about to see a really nice, safe catch from Julian DeMay, as I mentioned, and this sort of changed all the momentum in the game.
Yeah, it certainly did. Clever bowling, though, from the captain as well, from Mink, just keeping the pace off the ball. And you know the pressure was on Carvellis to play the big shot. He needed a boundary in that over. He gets out, and when he loses his wicket, really, then after that, it was just, well, again, a bit more catching practice. And Julian DeMay just makes it look so easy, doesn't he? And trust me, they're not easy, but they just weren't able to get going. Big wicket, Carvellis, when he goes, and then, well, good wicket-to-wicket bowling. And that man there, well, look, take nothing away from Majinder Singh. He seems to be the man that they rely on in the 9th over just to keep things tight, bowls at the stumps, wicket-to-wicket bowling, gets another wicket, 2 for 10 for him.
Yeah, he did good, and he did good in the field as well. So, RBS, they ended up taking the last couple of wickets. Bit of fun here for Toby's Visa, getting in front of the batsman, and a well-deserved wicket for Julian DeMay, who fielded really well. And good sportsmanship throughout this game, but RBS crying out, they will run away 17-run winners, and they deserve to be 2-0 at the end of day 1 of Group E. Well, not the end of day 1, we've got another couple of games, but at the end of their day 1 at Group E, we have a look at the scorecard, and, well, Carvellis, we spoke about 48 of 21. He was really big with the ball as well, so you sort of feel for Get Corfu, they're going to want some help from others if they're going to win a game this week. They can't rely on him with the bat and the ball the whole time.
That's right, you can't. I mean, that's one thing that we've seen all the way through in all of these groups, that is the team that has the depth that go on to do well, because relying just on a couple of guys all the time, well, when they have a blip, well, then your team has a blip. So they need some support from others there. Aslam Mohammed, the captain, he hit one huge 6, and we thought, well, hello, maybe he's going to be the man to provide the support, but it wasn't to be. And the bowling fingers there, well, look, you see there right at the top, the first 3 bowlers all picking up 2 wickets and bowling really well, really tidily. And the only expensive one was Stefan Vink. He went for 32 of his 2 wicketless, but the others more than often made up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's good contributions from a few bowlers there, and it doesn't always give credit, the scorecards, to the fielding, but that Julian DeMay piece of brilliance and Madinder Singh down there tapping it back. These little things is what RBS will be proud of. And like you and I mentioned, Rico, Get Corfu, debut in the tournament, probably a bit nervous. They hit 100 against the Dutch side. Good on them.
Yeah, good on them indeed. They'll be boosted by that, of course, and you know, they're going to have a bit of time now before they're back in action again against Marlow. And certainly, look, going into that match, I mean, Marlow, you know, they were blown away by Pakar Care Badalona, so they're going to be the team with the higher confidence going into that final match. So, I mean, that's done them good, that performance there. They've got 100 on the board. They bowled really well as well. So, well, be an interesting match to conclude the day with.
Yeah, and what do we have next? We have Pakar Care playing the Punjab Lions, and that is in 18 minutes. So don't tune away, because Hitman, Mohammed Kamran with the ball. You like Hitman, don't you,
I like
Rico?
Hitman. Of course you like Hitman.
Oh, here's an early look at the table. We're still going. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, it's Netherlands are right up there, but of course, Pakar Care Badalona, they'll be hoping to get a victory over the Punjabi Lions from Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus. That's going to be an interesting match. I think, yeah, I mean, Mohamed Cameron, you've got to negotiate him. But look, we're talking about Mohamed Cameron, but don't forget about the bowling of Babar. He also took 3 wickets. And what a player of the match performance with scoring the runs as well. He's got 20-odd runs as well as picking up 3 wickets. So it was a really good performance, 29 of 9. So they're looking good, are the Spanish champions.
Absolutely. Well, that's me done. I like these one commentary days. I think it's going to be you and Vinny next, I reckon. So join us back in 16 minutes and 30 seconds for the 4th match of Group E, Day 1. Let's go.
This is how we play cricket.
On a Cluster Elf song.
Hello and welcome back to the BET2BALL European Cricket League, brought to you by Keeper Inu, and we're going to keep rolling along this afternoon session. And now it is match 4, Pack I Care Badalona. They were very impressive earlier today. They took apart the Portuguese champions Marlow. They are back and they're taking on some ECL debutants, Punjab Lions of Nicosia in Cyprus. The tournament referee Sir Rob Kemming is with the two captains for the Giant coin toss.
Okay, it's your call. Yeah. Keeper. Keeper's called.
We're gonna ball fast.
Okay.
Keeper was the call, but BET2BALL, it was on the fall. And that means that we're going to see Pack I Care. They've won the toss. They are going to bowl first. It's kind of the result I was hoping for as well, because we will see the hitman Mohamed Kamran bowling that first over. And wasn't he impressive? He took 3 wickets, and so did former captain Mohamed Babar in that rout of Marlow. They ended up getting bowled out for 33 in only the 8th over. And then we saw Babar at the top of the order, and we saw Mohamed Kamran actually finish it off. So those two, well, they were kind of had a fight for on their hands for the Player of the Match award, but still, it was a very impressive performance by Pack I Care, and let's see if they can unleash a few thunderbolts at the start of this one. But Punjab Lions, Nicosia, who we have seen in Cyprus, they're a champion team themselves. Gurpratap Singh, he's the captain on debut. He's likely to open the batting and the bowling. He's a big unit, Gurpratap. Let's see how he performs at this level. Also, I think we'll see Tejvinder Singh. He'll be a key player for the Lions. And look, we've seen some other players in the Cyprus series last year, like Roman Mazumdar. You'll probably see behind the stumps. And but when it comes down to it, I think that it'll be a big step up for the Punjab Lions, Nicosia. But I do think that it's good to get this kind of test out the way straight away, just so you know where you're at. Why don't we go up to the commentary box? And Rico Full, I'm sure he's ready to have a look at the start of this game. And Pack I Care, they are bowling. They've won the toss. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu as we take a look at, well, the fan zone over there and the players area as well. Lovely trees, almond trees in blossom there as we see the Pack I Care Badalona team taking the field of play, winning the toss, and they're going to have a field again as well. And going to be interesting because once again we're going to see the hitman, and he's going to try and be explosive as he was in their first match. Well, what a start Pack I Care Badalona had. The home side, the Spanish champions, they were in a ruthless form against Marlow, ripping through the opening attack. Well, can they do the same here to Punjab Lions? The Lions, a team that are led well by Gurpratap Singh. They've got some good players there as well. You've heard Vinny mention Tejvinder Singh as well, and Niraj Tiwari and Anwar. But I think it's a case of they've got to have a plan here. How do you see out the opening attack of Mohamed Kamran and also Babar, and try to keep something in the tank for those later overs? You want to maybe take the attack later on in the innings, see out Mohamed Kamran, and there's the big captain. I think a lot depends on how Gurpratap Singh does. He's at the non-striker's end. He's the number 2. And it's going to be Sudan on strike. Sudan Chamal. So he'll get ready to go. And in comes the hitman, Kamran. Starts with a slightly shorter one. And good running, good backing up. Has a shot at the stumps. And holds his head. A good bit of cricket there. Shorter delivery start off with, straight at the body of the batter, and pick up and throw, and that certainly would have been close. Just wondering if we can see that side on. You can see maybe he just gets back there. Yeah, interesting to see that Gurpratap Singh deciding that he doesn't want to wear a helmet towards Mohamed Kamran. Look, you know what we think about such things. We'd always like to see the batters wear helmets. We saw an incident with Dad Mohamed last week, taking a nasty one. In comes Kamran, and he does bring it in short, and it's up in the air, and catch has been taken, and Gurpratap Singh goes very first delivery. And Mohamed Cameron, well, if you're going to go out there without a lid, I think he's going to go for you, and he does here. This is a nasty delivery. Gurpratap Singh is a tall man, and this really does climb up, and that just hits the bat, but is right in front of his face. And a catch has been taken there. But look, this is quick, this is sharp. Gurpratap Singh, he doesn't know too much about it, and the catch has been taken. And nicely held there by Sikinder Ali. So first wicket, and it's the firecracker, as I called him in Barcelona, that gets the wicket. And it is the captain of the Punjabi Lions who goes very first ball. And I don't think you need too much about that. And I'll tell you what, the next batter that's coming in will probably be wondering what he's going to receive. He's been a sort of shorter delivery first up, and the second one was really short. And I'll tell you what, everybody is on their feet watching, see what this one is going to be. And somebody else who's on their feet watching, he's back in the commentary box. Here's Vinny Sandhu. Vinny.
In the heartland of bullfighting, and not wearing a helmet to Mohamed Cameron, that's like the red rag to the bull. And Gurpratap might be considered unlucky that the edge gets caught, but he's lucky it's not lights out, because his ACL almost lasts one ball. And so, Cameron, let's see how he approaches this as Roman Mazumdar comes in at number 3. That's just missing. It's angling across. And look at that one again. Leg by call. This is just kind of angling across. We haven't really seen Cameron swinging the ball in today. This one impact outside, going across and missing. And Mazumdar, let's just say he was probably a little bit late on it too.
Yeah, this is outside the line, and he survives, but he's quite happy to get down to the other end, I think.
Yep. Oh, I still can't believe that bouncer first up. That'll wake you up in the morning, even though it is 3 p.m. local. So, Sadun back on strike. I think this is edge. Out. Yeah, it's got a little bit of glove on this. And the Cameron does it again. Well, he's taking wickets for fun. 2 for 2. Doesn't matter which country you're from. Cameron's coming in and he wants you. Sadun, it's just a little bit close to cut. Just watch this. So he just flicks the glove on the way past. Simple catch for Mohamed Ihsan behind the stumps. And Punjab Lions, welcome to the ECL. You've got Cameron. Had 4 balls, 2 runs, 2 wickets.
Well, this is just terrific bowling, and it's it's fiery, isn't it? It's fiery, and every batter that's going out there, you're going into the firing line. You see another batter choosing to come out, deciding that they're not going to wear the lid here.
Yeah,
and, that's dangerous. I mean, that is dangerous. I mean, you got to. I mean, there's one thing I will say, and I've said this so many times, and I don't want to sound like I'm harping on about it, but look, you got to get wise, you got to get smart, and I think these European cricketers, I mean, they're probably not used to wearing these helmets, but that's one thing that I urge them to start doing.
Save your life. I mean, no excuses. He's already seen what happened to his captain. And here is Tejvinder. Fairly sure this one's going to be short. And he steps away. How far back Mohamed Ihsan is. He's a good 20 yards back there.
Yeah, Mohamed Cameron delivers, follows through, stands, and wants to make eye contact with the batter. And Tejvinder Singh opting not to make that eye contact.
Exciting to watch though, isn't it? And, so Cameron, he's just got so many weapons. Even when the ball's not swinging like today, he just seems to be using brute pace, and he's using length and varying his length so effectively, so just can never settle. Tejvinder to deal with one more delivery in the first over. That was the fuller one. Hits it pretty well, but straight to the man at cover. Yassine does the fielding, end of the over. Oh, well, it's a bit like the first time we saw Pagakar. 2 wickets in the first over, 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2, and those 2 wickets there means that in only 3 overs, Cameron has already taken 5 wickets. He took 3 in the first match and taken 2 here already, and it's not going to get any easier, is it, for the Punjabi Lions? 2 for 2 at the moment at the end of the first.
Now, chat that's from Ian, who's saying that Richard Cox, who's the Punjab Lions Nicosia coach, he used to coach the team just down the road here. And one thing about Richard Cox, he's actually a level 4 coach. Straight through. And Mohamed Baba, well, he took 3 wickets in his first over last time. This doesn't miss by much. Saying hello to Richard. I just saw him over there in the fan zone when I had the last game off. Watched with interest. So I saw Yek pushing Javius. One stage in a decent position. That just bounces over the stumps. Remember that next time there's a one on the pads, because this one, you see, you would have sworn if they hit him on the pads, it's probably smashing the stumps out, but it just climbs over. This time, very close to the edge again.
Yeah, I mean, just dicing with danger, playing that shot. I mean, you've got to rebuild. You can see and he's looking to get runs, he's looking to get boundaries, but he's just swinging and missing.
He edges that. Does he edge that and just doesn't carry to the keeper? Seemed to be a bit of a deflection. Papa has a knack of getting wickets. Former captain of Pakai Care. He's handed the reins over to Shroz Ahmed. Oh, knocks him over. And how about this for some seam movement? Baba, well, he's having a great day out on ECL debut as well. This is almost unplayable. Darts in at the batter, who can't handle it once again. It's Baba who breaks through in the second as wickets tilts ahead of runs once again against Pakai Care. Just look at this one come in. That was the one earlier, which didn't really seem, but then the next one darts back and it does get the top of the off stump. It's about as good as it gets, 2 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he's delighted there, Baba. And what an awesome bowling attack this is. And, you know, we've seen good bowling attacks before, fearsome bowling and pace bowling. The difference seems to be that Pakai Care, not only are they causing trouble, not only are they fiery, but the bowlers are actually picking up the wickets as well. It's not just about bowlers bowling very well and causing trouble, but we've seen that we've seen good bowlers in this competition, in this European Cricket League, but they haven't necessarily picked up wickets. Yeah. These guys, they're causing trouble as well as taking the wickets as well.
Yeah, next level stuff, isn't it? Now Neeraj Tiwari has to come in and face the music. It's just so disconcerting when even how much time Tiwari would have had to get ready. He's probably scrambling for pads, and we're only 7 balls, or 9 balls now, into this match. He wouldn't have expected to be out there.
There seems to be a real bit of a buzz around the ground as well from all the spectators. I think they're all sort of in awe of what's going on here. Baba comes in again. And this is another one that just beats Tiwari outside the off stump. And what's the answer to this attack? Another good delivery. Good work there from Mohamed Ishan behind the stumps. Just quality attacking bowling here. What an attack. Oh, there's a real mix-up here. And the fielder doesn't realise, he doesn't look up and see that the batters are taking the run here. I think he's been more alert and gets the throw in straight away. This definitely would have been another run out. Look, hesitation and take an age to go, and you can see there the throw as well. If it had gone to the bowler's end, Baba is probably saying, yeah, it's medical. They do scarper through for a single.
Yeah, I mean, every run's very difficult at the moment. As the game ties up at 3. Baba 1 for 1. Last ball of his over. Hit that pretty hard. This will go to the boundary. There's a counter attack from Tejvinder, who says enough's enough. He gets his first ECL runs and some signs of life for the PNL batters at the end of 2. It's 7 for 3.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. He chances his luck, doesn't he? He shows all of his stumps, but he's managed just to thump this straight past the bowler all along the deck, 4 runs. And will that be what gets them started? Well, they've something to cheer about with that shot. But now, well, they're going to have to be pretty cautious again, because Mohamed Cameron will be bowling his second. That's the table as it stands. RBS crying out lead, having 2 from 2. But Pakai Care Badalona victory here will take them back to the top because of that superior net run rate.
Here's the hit man. He misses by a stump. That's the one that can clean you up if it swings back at all. Some balls we had last week seemed to swing a lot. This today isn't really. It's just good areas, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good take there as well from Hamid Shan. But yeah, that doesn't miss by much.
I love the game of cricket. I mean, what's your approach with 3 wickets lost? One thing to say, okay, we'll just play out Cameron, but then you're probably playing out Mohamed Babar as well. And you've just burned 4 overs. That puts a lot of pressure on you through the middle overs, and they have some good bowlers to come and back them up, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do. Just noticed there from Tiwari, just before Cameron delivers, he just took a little step, little shuffle towards his off stink to get in line with it. I'm just wondering if that's been picked up by Cameron.
2 slips now.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 slips are in there. I wonder if this is the one where maybe this is a bit of a bluff. Maybe he'll go for the middle leg stump Yorker
Maybe
here.
he's going for the gloves again, the shorter one. Pitches it up and gets it across to Wari.
The noise level out there, Vinny, from the Pakar Badalona boys is electric at the moment. They really are putting the pressure on the Punjabi Lions from Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus. Finding it tough going against the champions of Spain at the moment. They just want to try and see out these deliveries from Cameron if they can, without losing any more wickets.
Probably a bit high, had him jumping. So, again, I don't really know how I'd be approaching this situation. You don't want to just kind of play a wafting shot. You know there's going to be a lot of balls at your stumps. If you're not hitting them, you're in trouble.
And that's what I picked up there from the non-striker, Tajwinder Singh. It's like signalling to Tiwari, yeah, there's 3 more to come.
3 more to come.
You stay there for 3 more.
I'm just going to lean on my bat, and good luck to you. 2 now. Nice shot. I won't get a run here.
You can see there is absolutely no backing up from Tajwinder Singh. He does not want to get down to the other end.
There's a bit of Abhishek from the Turkish team about Tajwinder at the other end, just leaning on his bat. I mean, he almost set up camp. He's almost put up a picture at the non-striker's end. He's making himself at home. Wow, watch out. Last ball is coming around the wicket. I think this is the shorter one. It was. Angled away. Well played, though. Tiwari wins the battle. Let's see if he can make it count after the power play. Another single-digit one only conceded by Pakar Camp as the Lions are 7 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's a terrific over. Yeah, that's a maiden, wasn't it?
Yeah, let's have a look.
That was a maiden.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly didn't notice any runs.
So, Mohamed Cameron.
6 dots. 6 dots. So, bringing the heat is Mohamed Kamran. 2 wickets in the first, 1 in the second. This is what they do. They typically bowl 4 overs of this opening pair, and then they've got a real kind of fairly set strategy. It normally works out well for them. Pakar Spanish champions. Get one through the gap here, and this will probably be 4. Not really. It's one of the slowest races I've seen between those 2 fielders, but it will be 4. 4 carreras, and Tajwinder doubles his score with that cover drive.
Oh, keh raha tu mere halka te dekh raha teri hai, kehta meri nahi teri hai. Well, they both look at each other saying who's going for this, and in the end, nobody does. And it goes for 4 runs, and I don't think Babar is going to be too happy about that.
Yeah, they haven't had to chase too many today, have they, Pakar Care? They only conceded 33 in the previous game to the Portuguese champions, Marlow. Babar won't be impressed with that. Next one's off the stumps. This is hit into the gap, and it's going to get through them. And it just kind of diddled them both, didn't it? As one fielder came around, the other backed up, but neither got a finger on it. And so back-to-back boundaries, and the Lions trying to come back here in the 4th.
Yeah, I mean, Atim Mohammed was the one who slides in, but really I think you've got the captain there, Shoraz Ahmed. He doesn't do the sliding, he goes for the foot. And maybe he was a little bit blinded by it, but that's 4 valuable runs. And, well, you can see why maybe Tejwinder Singh said, no, I'm going to stay here.
Yeah.
I'd rather face Babar. 2 boundaries from him.
Now what comes next? Once more. Just clucks it past the bowler. A single. They've still got 6.5 overs to try and get something competitive on the board. It's a great test, and this is what this series is all about, isn't it? About taking the best domestic teams and testing them against countries where arguably you might say that the standard is a little bit stronger, but you only know when you face that opposition.
Yeah. So now, Tawari, who survived the attack from Cameron. Now he's got to see how he fares against Babar.
Starts push and run. Oh no! Well, it took forever to get going, and then they get there.
Again, go to the wrong end. Hesitation from the batters, which is not good, but also hesitation from the fielder.
Let's have a look at this. Total miscommunication. They're both looking at the ball then, and almost turns his back. His partner is Tawari. Bowler's end could have been pretty tight.
Yeah, just a bit of miscommunication all round from the batters and the fielders.
Swing and a miss. Here's some figures. Mohammed Kamran, if you combine his figures today, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 4. So 5 wickets for 4 runs. And I think 7 batters scared in there as well.
Not just 7. I think all the others waiting to come in were probably scared as well.
Could be 55. That's last ball coming up in the 4th over. Almost gets a finger on it. Does Mohammed Babar, who could have had a second. It's a bit of a half chance. But Tejwinder survives. He'll retain the strike. It's the end of the over. And the score is 18 for 3.
Yeah, this was a chance. Does get fingers to it, but survives.
So it's great to be back with you here, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Fall. And yeah, I've got a special guest in the commentary box that's just come in. It's Karina, one of the ground staff here. And Karina, there you go. I believe it's your birthday today. Is that right? Now, I know that your English is better than my Spanish, but we want to... This is from your wonderful husband, Andrew, who's just there. Little present. So why don't you open it? We've got a second. Go on, open it. And Karina works so hard. She all day at the gate.
Yep.
Deciding to keep the riffraff away. No, not really. We love all our spectators, and Karina is greeting them, and she's just one of a lot of hard-working people around here. So come back to that in a second. Starts for the one, and here we go. We'll get this for the camera. I'm just nervous. This is going to end up in a blooper reel. It says "Happy Birthday, Karina." There we go.
Bye. Feliz cumpleaños.
Feliz cumpleaños.
Cuidado, cuidado.
This is a nice shot. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! Tejwinder survives an early scare. Threat to his life, but now he reaches 20. Nice shot lifted up over the leg side.
Yeah, applause for the shot, and also applause for Karina, whose birthday is here today. He's trabajando muy fuerte aquí en el campo de Cartama, y tienes un cumpleaños también.
It's delicious, actually. I don't know if we'll get a look after this. Goes again, down the ground. This takes some cutting off, and it's not. He doesn't get off his feet here, Mohammed Kamran. And so this one goes down the ground. The counter attack continues. Cuatro carreras más.
Nice shot, hits it firmly. And this is where you got to get down, you got to get dirty. He doesn't. And Mohammed Kamran, it's hit pretty hard, dead straight. And it's 4 more runs.
Attempting a commentary box manoeuvre, the step over of the wires, which I'm pretty uncomfortable with, but I've just pulled it off. He was always going to go after that. There you go. Here's a good look. This is from everyone, particularly from Andrew. Happy birthday, Karina. There you go. And look, I hope you have a lovely day. It's always nice to celebrate a 21st in the box. All right, and this next one gets past. I'm covered in cream. And Tejwinder, I'm starting to enjoy this innings from him. A bit of a shaky start. Some cream, Rico. It's on my boot. So many hard-working people around, though. Trouble. Big trouble. Hitman's gotcha. So he just drives this off a length. And Tej Vinder, he was starting the counter-attack, but his innings will end on 24. He just tries to drive this on the up. It wasn't really full from Skandar Ali. He found Kamran down the ground. So that mode of attack is snuffed out. It's 29 for 4.
Yeah, look, he's played some nice shots, hasn't he? Tajinder Singh, he decided that the only way maybe is to attack, and attack he did. He played some nice shots when he tried to 24, but he'd be disappointed that he weathered sort of the early storm of the opening attack and then gets himself out. But he scored his runs quickly though.
Yeah.
And 24 of 13, 4-4, so on 6.
Do you think we'll see any other batters coming out without a helmet? It's not going to be Cameron this week. I can't imagine it.
I tell you, you've got to be very brave to do so. And well, let's just hope that the answer to that is no. Ball to come from Sikandar. Asking the question, but I think this is going down the leg side here, Vinny.
It's not far away. I don't think that's hitting the stumps. It's the end of 5. Scores 29 for 4. Well, I'm always searching for positives. And my positive would probably be that the Punjab Lions and Nicosia are almost as many as Marlow were bowled out for. What do you think, Rico?
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is they have seen out the opening attack.
Yeah.
All right, 4 wickets down, but I mean, we've been to Cyprus. We know that some of these guys can hit the ball pretty big.
Yeah.
And that's what they need to think here now. They've got to think it's like, okay, halfway point, yeah, not too many runs on the board, but we've survived the attack.
Got 12s from here. 89. It's won some games. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Have to bowl well, though. Short. Very late on this pull stroke. Ends up going down to mid-off, and that'll be a single. This looks like the captain that's into the attack. Shiraz Ahmed. And he's another good option with the ball. Sometimes we'll see him opening the bowling if Mohamed Babar isn't in the lineup.
Ahmed. And doesn't make good connection here. This is Taranjit Singh.
It's a tough task on ECL debut to handle Pakai Cat, the host nation representative club. Especially the way they've gone today, without firing. Taranjit Singh on strike, and he's bowled. It's a slower ball. It's clever variation from Shiraz Ahmed. Pakai Cat having it all their own way today. This one is straight. It was foolish. It's a foolish delivery, if you like, because it fools the batter. And now that's 5 wickets down. Punjab Lions, Nicosia at 30 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best bit of cricket, that. I mean, the captain just sort of being gifted a wicket, really. Taranjit, he swung and missed and swung and missed. And, needs to be thinking about the match situation. He's gone out there. I mean, he's with just attack on his mind. You need to be thinking about, you've got time there. You've got to remember you've lost 4 wickets already. The last thing you want to be doing is giving another wicket away, and he does go for a 3-ball duck.
Always questions about bowling speeds. And I'll say it before I'll say it again. I think that Cameron's touched 90 miles an hour today. I've kept to bowling in the low 90s. And honestly, it looks that speed to me. Very, very whippy. Oh, this is really close, and he's gone. First ball, Sushil Kumar comes out and plays across one from Shiraz Ahmed, who finally gives himself a bowl. And he's cashed in with 2 wickets of his own. Now he's on a hat-trick, 30 for 6.
Yeah, Sushil Kumar, it's a straight delivery, looking to play this on the leg side, goes right the way across. And there it is. Here we go, you can see this again. Look at that shuffle, and there's, well, I'll tell you what, his least favourite food there. We know what it is, his plum, because that was plum, and he's got to go in and out. So a hat-trick. Are we going to see Vinny the second hat-trick?
Can't be good, be quick, as they say in the classics. And with the exception of Tejvinder, it's been tough going. If you take out his 24 runs in his wicket, then they'd be 6 runs for 5 wickets. Nobody else has really been able to put anything together. So, tough start for Kumar. We will have a hat-trick opportunity. Only had one. Adil Diwan Ali on Friday. Almost spurred the Belgians to a memorable victory.
Makes his way in, and it's going to be Scott Austin. Good opportunity for Scott to try. I mean, it's got to be difficult for Niraj Tiwari as well. He sort of weathered the early storm, and he's still there, and he's seeing batters come and go. He's probably going to be a little bit frustrated that nobody's really shown any sort of intent to stay there with him.
Niraj hasn't really cracking with the scoring either. So Scott Austin, put yourself in his shoes. He's facing Shiraz Ahmed on a hat-trick. That's a nice looking shot though. Confident start. Might want to advise against it at this stage. Just to single his first run in ECL cricket. Yeah,
well done to Scott Austin. Tiwari now gets on strike. Faced 10 deliveries. Six of those he had to block out from.
Do you know how to get chocolate out of red leather shoes?
Suck him.
Goes for it. How far is this gone? I think it's going all the way. No. Cameron catches it. Oh, party tricks now from the big man as he removes Tiwari from the equation. I thought off the bat that was going all the way. Cameron, we thought the opposite. He was running in. Ends up having to double back, but still takes a very good catch. So 7 out now with the score at 31.
Yeah, what an over that is from the captain. Picks up 3 wickets. It's his turn to pick up 3. When he does it, his first over, Tiwari decided he'd go for the big shot. And, well, Mohammed Cameron, he does come in a long way, and then he goes back again. And you see the captain shouting, catch it! And Cameron, in the end, does take a very good, comfortable catch. So that's his second catch of the match. His third of the day. His first one wasn't the cleanest in match number 1 for Pakake Badalona, but this one, well, he's judged it really well. So another wicket goes, and Tiwari, he did hang around. He sort of weathered the early storm, and then when he decided to go big, he finds the hands of the man he blocked out for a maiden. Cameron gets him in the end, taking the catch.
Yeah, does get with the ball, gets you with the catch. Thought he misjudged that. Cameron actually does misjudge it. Just loves the chat down there. He's chatting to one of the ball retrievers. Now Hassan Ali is going to bowl over number 7. So they have tried a few different bowlers now, these middle overs, compared to who they used in that first match they played today, Pakake. Punched away off the back foot by Austin. Played a couple of nice shots. He's thinking about one thing to look, but you don't want to cause a run out, especially at this stage with 7 out. I mean, they're 3 wickets away from taking 20 wickets in a day. I can't remember a team doing that here at the ECL.
First couple of matches now. I mean, if you're the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia here, now what are you looking at? You've got 7 down. What's the best case scenario for you?
Need more time. That's pretty good though. This one is absolutely blasted into outer space. Kasim Anwar says this is how you do it. Maximal 6 to the Lions.
Well, that's probably a good answer. Yeah. Best scenario is to get somebody like Kasim Anwar to go in and hit the ball for a big 6. Well, Hassan Ali, he's got some thinking to do here now, the bowler.
Oh, I mean, it's not a bad shot for a number 9. Coming out facing your first ball in the ECL. This ball had some hurt on it. Bang, well balanced. Back to live action. Of course, he wants more. This is high, and it's going to be 6 more. Says Mas, Maximal. Kasim Anwar comes out, he rolls the dice, comes up double 6s, and the Lions, the counter-attack is on.
Shaba, 1, 2 carreras, 6 carreras. Well, he's hungry, he wants more. And, well, for the first time, maybe, we see Pakake Badalona just being pressured a little.
Just don't see any scenario where this isn't a 6 or a wicket coming up. Here we go. Or wide. Won't count that one. Fan zones.
It's come to life. Something's going on over there. Martins, find out what's happening. There's a lot of cheers going on.
Did you see the baby I was holding earlier?
I did see the baby you're holding. Did you give it back?
Had to eventually. The baby whisperer, they called me.
You should be a politician, you know.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah,
Too
babies
honest.
like you. It's
Fruity
politician
Minx, little
territory.
one. Cariel. Oh, the back foot now. This is just going to be in the gap. So now they might get two. Looks like a Teef Muhammad down there who actually did pretty well to make a play at that. And a bit unlucky as it kind of got knocked away from him in the end.
A lot of encouragement coming there. And that's the captain. Pratap. He didn't totally lastly the one delivery, that quick, fast delivery from Mohamed Cameron. And now he's doing all the sporting he can from the dugout.
Wow. Wow, wow.
What does this hit? This takes off.
Look at that for some carry. I mean, is this even bouncing on the field again if it goes over the keeper, Mohamed Ihsan? Look at this one take off. Not quite wide. Good wicket keeping from Mohamed Ihsan. He was just inside the tram line. When it passes the batter, it wasn't actually that high. It just kept going. Pack I care. Even the 6th and 7th bowlers are doing magical things at the moment. Hassan Ali, the ball that would probably been 4 byes over any other keeper. And follows up with a slower ball. It's clever stuff. You see Pack I care haven't really been put to the test yet, have they? Answer the charge of Kasim. Clever couple of deliveries to finish the over with dots. It's 47 for 7 after 7 overs. This is a chance to remind you that you can join us on social media at European Cricket. It's a great place to get some of the highlights or things you might have missed. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We always love to have new people involved. And if you do have any family or friends, let them know about the European Cricket Network, the ECL. There's 2 weeks to go. You also follow me at Mr. Maximo and Rico. And like your social media activity over the weekend at Rico4 and on Facebook, rico.full.1. Thanks for all the lovely messages that we get every day. And I don't get to get back to everyone, but please let you know that I do try and read as many as I can at night. And thanks for supporting European cricket. Here we go. Had a lot of messages about that final, that Swedish final. And the German final, of course, on Friday afternoon. What a classic that was. Sekunder's back. Ledge and cut off. And just be one. He said a few overs ago what's the best case scenario. If you can scrape 80 here, something like Kasim to whack 2 sixes and over. So you get kind of like maybe 15 and over even. Maybe something in the 80s. Nice. So he just fouls it onto the back of his leg.
Sekunder is quite a crafty little bowler, is he? Because it comes out of his hand a lot quicker than you think. I mean, he's not slow by any means. I mean, you can see that certainly does. The last minute, he just drills it in.
Off the pad, just misses the stumps. Off the keeper's pad. A few people asking about Kulvinder, who unable to travel for this series. It's a bit of a loss for the Punjab Lions, but I'm sure he'll be watching intently. Kasim Anwar, to see how far he's going to try and hit this. Pretty far, no contact. Hello to the smoking gun, Minas Khan, in the chat. I see you in there, taking an interest. Nice ball the over. Yeah, gets it good. Well, Anwar's going to have to bat higher based on this evidence because he's had 3 supersonic blasts. That one finally brings up the 50 for the Lions. They finished the 8th over at 54 for 7.
Yeah, nice shot there. He's swung and missed at a few, but this one was in the slot and keeps his position well. Takes on the bowler. Sekunder this time just a little bit short enough for the batter Anwar to decide he's going to come down and hit this big and straight over the top. You can see there, that's nice to see the batters just talking to each other. You can see that Scott Austin and Kasim Anwar having a conversation. Come on, let's just keep going. If we can maybe get another 20, 25 runs on the board, take this into the score into the 80s, and then let's test Pack our care, boys. They haven't had to score too many runs, have they, so far?
Yeah, they haven't had to. It's their own doing.
And, well, like you said, their attack is just full of good bowlers.
Variety as well. Pace and spin now, left armour.
Yeah.
Latif Mohammed. Oh, this is a proper French cut. That's the old Eiffel Tower play from Austin, who finally gets the boundary. Hasn't had much of the strike. But still, you make your own luck, and he gets 4 right here.
Yeah, I mean, Latif, I've seen him progress over the years, and he's got better and better. He's got stronger as well. It'd be disappointed to see that go for 4, but he'll come back.
Pretty good ball, though. It's full straight. Sometimes you just have to do your bit and then leave it up to the universe.
Yeah.
Just a bit unlucky. Austin gets an inside edge that runs to the boundary. They put the fine leg back now. Keeping up then. No, change their mind. They bring the fine leg up. I think that probably won't happen again. Latif Mohammed, good young player, isn't he? Seen a lot of him in domestic cricket. 11 balls remaining in this innings. Well, it's a walking pull shot. Maximo! Now, Scott Austin, he's got the name of a wrestler. And this one, he wrestles into the jungle. 6 runs, 6 more.
Oh, what a shot this is. Boom, shaka lagya. What I like about this is Anwar. Well, he goes up to him. You're talking about wrestling. Well, he wrestles him to say what a great shot this is. It's a fabulous strike. Over it goes into the snake zone. Fetch it, says Austin.
Yeah.
Have a look at this. And look, he's absolutely... Oh, look at that. He's saying, it's like they've won the match.
It's taken him down. It's been chaired off mid-over. Why not? Scott Austin on 13. Now goes to a full-length ball, and there's no one back here. This one, I think this has gone for 6 as well. Maximo! Back-to-back. Scott Austin, where's this come from? There's a fielder back there. It's probably caught, because I think it just carries. We'll get a better look at it now.
Yeah, they're going to have to find this on a replay, and it's very close. I think it probably does go over,
Fake
but look,
charge.
nobody back there.
I see fake charge, and then slow this down a little bit. There you go. Yep.
Yeah, 6 runs.
6. It's confirmed.
Manos arriba. Well, the umpire, Tyrone Peters, puts them up. Signals that it is 6, so this is a good over, and they're taking on Latif Mohammed. He's gone for 16, so the last couple of overs have been good ones.
Yeah. All right. Let's dance. Latif Mohammed. Oh, this one hits him right in the skull, but luckily it's protected with a helmet. Well, there's a lesson. Scott will be able to continue because he's wearing that lid, and you couldn't get a better advertisement for the Kookaburra helmet.
Absolutely, and this is what we're talking about. You see, I mean, he's not even taking on the most dangerous of the bowlers. It's still short. Hits him. Now, that was right on the temple if he weren't wearing the helmet.
I reckon that's badged, as we'd say in Australia. It's right on the badge.
That's on the line, isn't it? The lion's head. Punjabi Lions, I'm sure that is their logo. The lion eats that one. They do get a leg bye from it as well.
Well, Klein Germany in the chat already saying, is it Stone Cold Scott Austin? Kind of a bit of a play on words. The famous wrestler. Yeah, good slow ball. Now they'll scramble through for one. He's not handling the second bounce. Get a bye. And Sam's asking me in the chat, what's my shot of the day? I have to say, I know I'm probably just thinking of what I've seen the last 5 minutes, but Kasim Anwar's first ball that he faced was as good as anything we've seen today, given the situation as well. There's the Cyprus flag, one of only 2 countries that have the map of their country on the flag.
That's right.
And do you remember what the other one was?
Don't
want to put you out of your misery.
Let me think.
It's Kosovo. Unlucky not to get a wicket that over. Latif Mohammed ends up going for 16. And so, Lions just edging towards something that they might be able to bowl at after 9 overs. It's 72 for 7.
Yeah, we said about getting themselves into the 80s. It's certainly looking like they could do that. It certainly needs to be a good over, productive over. They've got to take it on there, haven't they?
I'd like to see Mohammed Kamran able to bowl for both teams, and then I think we'd have a game on. Let's see them change. Just get him to change shirts. Just get him to bowl every match. I'd love to see him bowl 1 and 3 every match. Anyway, you're going to have The captain, Shiraz Ahmed, he's going to come back for the last over. Get 8 off this, you got 80 plus.
It's going to be difficult. Ahmed, I mean, remember, he picked up 3 wickets
for sure
in that over.
And he's held himself back.
He just wants to get his field right.
Bowled the 6th, and he did take a wicket with the last ball that he bowled. So, here we go. 10th overtime, buckle up. Yeah, won't carry to the man out in the outfield. Now they're going to come for a suicidal 2. They're going to get it. Wasn't a good throw, was it?
It was a very lazy-looking, laboured throw for the man in the deep. He's now holding his shoulder, but it was an underarm throw. And fair dues to the batters. They picked it early and thought, yeah, let's take him on.
Yeah, and he started saying, well, what's going on here? Should have got it back. Not a huge throw. Just trying to find a way to get Kasim Anwar back on strike. He probably thinks, they probably think he's the bigger hitter, but Austin's also shown he's able to clear the boundaries. Square ball, full straight. Will they try this time? I think Kasim Anwar is running out of gas. So he's just going to get 3 for 1. I know it's something we don't often consider, but I've been out there in the middle in a 2020, just hard running 2s every time.
Yeah.
You get tired real quick. I mean, you can fatigue. And it's easy to say run the first one hard. Oh, you're running out of oxygen. It's not that easy.
Yeah, I mean, the adrenaline is flowing as well as you're running and you're getting excited. These 2 have done well, though.
Down in the infield. Will be 1. So the team does get back on strike. Oh, Kushal Mendon watching from Prague. Hello, Kushi. Hope you're well. Wants to know, after seeing all the teams, which group do I think is the most talented? It's a really hard question because you only know when they play each other. What I will say is this Group E, especially the top 3 or 4 teams, as good as everyone's seen, I think. As far as, we talked about Group D last week, that was highly entertaining, but VOC, they weren't quite hitting their straps, were they? The team seemed to show signs of it, but so far, on the Monday, we've seen teams coming to play, and the 3 ones in particular, I think Jersey, even though they didn't quite get over the line, obviously RBS, Paco Care, as this one's up in the air, should be caught, it is caught. I think he's just stayed inside, he's got a smile on his face, so I think this one will be out. And so that's a 4th wicket now for Shiraz Ahmed. It'll be 76 for 8. They probably just want to have a look at this, but I think he had a good look at his foot. If he says it's out, I doubt we'll see anything to contradict that.
He has to land. The landing, doesn't he? And there's this one more step coming here. Look, he does okay. Does well.
It looks, this one we may get a look, but I don't see any rope movement. It's going to be gone. So nice catch taken. 76 for 8. Anwar, he goes for a very entertaining 23 off 13 balls.
And look at him go, Anwar. You said you'd be huffing and puffing, all that running.
Got his breath back now.
He's still going.
Just improving his fitness. He's going to hand the baton to Vikram Verma. The other team I'd probably throw in the mix there is Corfu. I thought they were pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a couple of shining stars in their lineup for sure. And it's... I don't think you can base anything on one performance. The same with Marlow. Okay, it was one performance, and maybe it's the first match. They would have been a little bit nervous. They found Pakar Barcelona in top form. They'll bounce back.
The 2 teams we're calling kind of the weaker ones. They're the 2 teams that run into Pakar and run into Mohamed Kamran, right?
Yeah.
Last ball of the inning, 76. 77.
You've got to come back.
77 and a half.
Keep running, I think. Keep running.
78. And no advances. So the Lions will finish 78 for 8. A pretty good recovery from them. At one stage, they were in all kinds of trouble, weren't they? At one stage, they were 31 for 7 after 6 overs. You thought they might not even bat out their 10 overs, but they do end up with, I suppose, something to bowl at. We have seen these kind of scores defended. 78 will be the score that has been compiled by the Punjab Lions. Nick Sia. Nice little knock by Scott Austin there. I think he hustled hard, 20 off 10. And also Kasim Anwar with a bit of a kick, 23 of 14. But it was our first chance to welcome the team from Cyprus to the ECL, Pakar Care. Well, they had the run this morning, and they certainly made the most of it early. Pakar Care, a bit of early heat. It was almost lights out for Gurpratap, but it was just out in the end. Kamran, well, showing he means business. And that, in the end, wasn't the worst-case scenario for the Cyprus skipper. After that, we saw yet another one go in the first over as Jamal nicked behind. And that was these early wickets at the moment. They are just making life really difficult for the batting teams against Pakai Care.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tiwari, he did well. He weathered that second over from Cameron. As Babar, well, he carried on from the way they did in the first match. Pakai Care Badalona, both the openers getting the wickets early, and that was 3 down. It was 7 for 3 at the end of 2, and it stayed 7 for 3 as Cameron got the maiden in. But then there was some nice shots here. That was a lovely shot down the ground from Tajinder Singh. He certainly did, well, showed that he was prepared to take on the attack. Maybe he went for one shot too many, but he knew that his team needed some runs on the board. And, well, he had the fielders flying around trying to stop him. He couldn't do. And, well, then there was, well, Felice Cumpliani's happy birthday to Karina as well. She unravelled her cake that well, was worn the cream there by Mr. Maxwell. He's got sticky shoes at the moment. But there you go. Felice Cumpliani's Karina, yep. Happy birthday, Karina, one of the crew here at the ground. And what a marvellous job he was doing. And a marvellous job this man is doing as well. And that's Mohammed Kamran. Took 2 catches as well as those 2 wickets. Outstanding day being it for him. And then this man was the captain. He's had a good day as well. He's picked up 4 wickets, Shahriz Ahmed. And that wasn't the best of shots that was played there. This one was absolutely plumb. And Kakir thought they were going to be able to contain the Punjabi line. Shouts a catch, but nobody's more better placed than Cameron takes his second. But there were some boundaries. Hawan, well, he started off with a huge one. That was, well, Maximo says shot of the day. That ends up all the way up the hill. What a big hit that was. And Scott Austin played a few shots as well. So a good little partnership there. And he was saying that 1 point, best case scenario, to see if they could somehow manage to get into the 80s. And they almost did. And, those two continue to talk to each other, continue to do good things. This was a good over as well from, well, taking on Atif Mohammed, playing some really nice shots as well. 2 and 2 going over there. Just took the battle really to Pakai Care boys towards the end, and then there was a fine catch taken here. This was in the last over. That one goes to the boundary. They would have got into their 80s, but it wasn't to be. They did run 2 off the last delivery. So once again, it's a very good performance, you have to say, from Pakai Care Badalona. Only Tajinder Singh with a very brave, battling 24-13. And then that good partnership between Scott Austin and Kasim Anwar towards the lower part of the innings. Managed to get their team to 78. They've got some runs on the board. They've got something to bowl to. But you just think that with the attack, the batting attack, Pakai Care Badalona have, that they'll fancy themselves to chase these runs. 79 is the target, and they're trying to make it 2 out of 2. Let's just have a look at the bowling once more. And of course, the one man that everybody now is talking about, every time he has the ball in hand, everybody stands and awaits to see what Mohammed Kamran is going to do. Well, there you go, 2 wickets, just 1 run, 1 maiden there as well. That's the class of the man, Mohammed Babar. Took 1 for 16, but this is 4 wickets there. Shahriz Ahmed saying, well, these 2, Cameron and Baba, have taken 3 and 3. Well, I'm going to take 4 for 8. That's not bad at all, Captain. And he 2 overs and only concedes 8 runs as well. And Hassan Ali, Atif Mahmood, well, they were the 2 bowlers that were attacked. They both went for 16 off their 1 over, which allowed the Punjabi Lions from Nicosia to get to the 78. So it's going to be a low-scoring sort of match with that score on the board, and you would imagine that there will be no slip-up here from Pakai Care Badalona to get them. 79 required. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo in just under 10 minutes' time as we return for the conclusion of match number 4. Hasta pronto! welcome back to this wonderful location in Malaga. Cartama, this is the Cartama Oval, and it's a terrific moment there for Gurpratap Singh, giving the baggies to his team as they go out on the field of play. Got a tough task ahead of them. And they battled really, and battled is the word, to get to 78. 8 down, thanks to 20s from Tajwinder Singh, and also Scott Austin and Kasim Anwar. And those runs, valuable runs from those 3 batters, to get them close to the 80 mark. So 79 required for victory, the second victory of the day for Pakai Care Barcelona, the Spanish champions. But can there be a twist in this match? Can the champions of Cyprus pull something amazing off? But we did see some amazing low-scoring matches last week, and something tells me that there'll be a few more as well. Going to be Mohamed Babar on strike. Well, he's certainly had a good day so far, Babar. Player of the match in their first match with those 3 wickets and those 29 runs. Can he perform again with the bat? Non-striker is going to be Mohamed Ishan. And as we welcome back in the commentary box, Mr. Maximo.
All right, let's go. 79 to win. That's a pretty good start. He just helps it on the leg side. Maximo! Mohamed Babar. Now, he just dismisses this one away. And the perfect start for Pakai Care.
What a lovely shot this is. This is all about strength. Strength and timing. He just chips it away. You see there, he doesn't even get the full swing of the bat. Sort of just stops halfway.
Tejvinder. He'll be less than plussed about that start.
Oh, yeah. This one, how does it miss? The off stump stays standing.
Yeah, plays across it. He's getting a bit too leg side conscious, I think. The first one did angle in. This one, I think you'll see. I think he's done by the seam movement there. I've seen a lot of seam, but I haven't seen a lot of swing today, to be honest. It's strange because it's a kind of overcast day. Good news is the rain, expecting around start of match 3, never eventuated. Hopefully it stays pretty dry. Come back from Tejvinder. And here's the thing, they've got runs on the board, they've got 78. They've just got to do what got done to them, take some early wickets and just try and keep taking the chances offered to them, the Lions. So, yeah, the difference between the Marlow innings earlier and this one is that this one had a little bit of a kick in the tail. So they have gotten to something in the 70s, high 70s even. Marlow, I mean, 33 was never going to be enough. Oh, this is in the air, and it's going to keep going. This one's out of the ground. Maximo is dealing in 6s. He's got a dozen. He's 2 for 4. The 2 he's hit pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, this one, he actually launches into this. We saw the one before, was almost like a gentle flick, but he throws everything at this one. And Mohamed Babar at the moment is just dealing in 6s. He waits for it, and he goes, boom, shakalaka.
Sushil Kumar's not made of glass, so you didn't get a great view of that from the side on camera, but can't tell you, it was a nice shot, just drop kicked away. Going to make Babar do something different here to try and get it outside the off stump, make him hit on the offside, but they've got no protection back there. A beautiful shot, just drives through the line, and this is 4 more. So again, this is a proper cricket shot, isn't it? As Babar moves to 16.
Yeah, lovely shot. We've seen him hit 2 out on the onside, and this time he says, okay, this one will go through the covers. He's a powerful hitter of the ball, isn't he? Powerful stroke player, Babar, and as a bowler now you're thinking, okay, where do I bowl to this man? I've beaten him once, I could have had him.
Just well balanced, wasn't he, when he played that elevated cover drive. Now he hits one, and it's pretty high, and it should be caught. It is taken, so the first wicket in ECL cricket. And it's going to go to Tejvinder, who wins the battle in the end. That was Taranjit Singh, who had to come round to his right. So that was a sweet 16, but a fast one for Babar. He becomes the first Pakai Care wicket to fall. The score is 16 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, good catch there from Taranjit. Goes up a long way, and you can see Tajwinder saying, please, yaar, catch Parla, and he does. And he ends up on the deck, sitting on the deck, but the ball stays in his hands. A really good catch, and that's an important breakthrough. And, well, that's a big plus, a big win for the bowler. He has gone for a few, but he does pick up the wicket as well, so that's crucial. 16 for 1. It was an expensive over, but they have got a wicket, so they have made a start, I suppose.
I suppose so. But, 16 runs already pretty costly. That's yeah, I mean, you get a wicket in your first over, that's something, I guess. The only way you're going to get close in this game is by taking wickets. So now we'll see the captain, Gurpratap Singh. Well, Taranjit Singh from Romania is in the chat. He spotted another Taranjit Singh out there. He said, different Taranjit Singh, same duck, because he did go for a 3-baller earlier in this match. Gurpratap, who, well, he was milliseconds from disaster off the first ball of this match. Now he's going to get a chance to bowl to Isan. Slips a York through him. Good bowling. Yeah, bit of an appeal, but I think maybe the ball hitting the ground. Even if it was nicked, I think it's probably into the ground.
Yeah, Gurpratap. He's a good all-rounder. We saw him produce many a good performance in Cyprus. So, to get a couple of wickets here for his team.
Not a good delivery. He goes up and under. Well, more up, more under, but it's over the fence. Maximo Isan off the mark with 6. And well, has he done himself an injury here?
Yeah, he's, the bat's come out of his hand. Not sure.
Looks like his grip is all over the place there. Yeah, he just loses it. I don't know that white bit, if that's part of the grip, or sometimes you get these 2 coloured grips. I mean, if that bat hits the stumps, that's going to be out. It nullifies the 6. But,
yeah, it's interesting there.
He needs to tie it around his wrist so it doesn't fall off.
Yeah, he checks his hand after. It's almost like he got like something through the handle there, which made him lose it.
Swing a bit. Handsome looking drive from Isan, who moves to 7. Yeah, all I could think of is either the bat simply slipped out of his hands, or you can get sometimes your wrist or something, you can kind of sprain your wrist, and that caused him to drop the bat. But yeah, Isan's an important player for Pakai Care because he also does a very good job behind the wickets. He was busy. It's not easy to keep to some of the pace of bowlers like Kamran, but even you saw the way one of Hassan Ali's deliveries took off and he had to acrobatically get up in the air. So we've still got it over a runner ball pace to get Pakai Care Badalona, but I wouldn't imagine it would stay that way very long. Yassin's coming in at number 3. There's another opening option for them, but they're going for Mohamed Babar at the moment. Left-hander. Slices this away. Nice pick-up, but they decide not to throw in the end. That's Sadun Chamal.
Yeah, I mean, that is well picked up, and he's just signalling there to fielder at the far end of the ground. I think that's Kasim Anwar to say, come on, Kasim, you've got to be backing this up quicker, and Anwar puts his hand up in recognition of that.
Good ball goes across him, beats the bat. So Gurpratap Singh, he's competing. He'll have a score to settle. Hey, look who's in the chat. Bruno Cavalieri, better known to us as Diesel. Hello, Diesel. He's watching from Portugal, supporting the Portuguese side, who we will see in the final match of the day. They've got a pretty important clash, really, against GEK, Yek from Corfu. Both those teams failing to register a win in their first matches. This one is dropped, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good opportunity, and the captain applauds the effort. It gets down low, but it's travelling. He does get a hand to it.
Yeah.
He'd be disappointed he's not able to hold on to this.
It was low and to his left. I mean, it was faster than anyone kind of realised, but yeah, half chance goes begging. It's the end of the second over, and the score is 23 for 1. And a pretty good over from the captain, Gurpratap Singh. Just what you need, especially after missing out with the golden duck in the first innings. As we have a look at the table, Pakai Care, they will go back to the top of the table if they chase this down. Their net run rate's so good because of some of the scores against them today. Punjab Lions, Nicosia from Cyprus. It's their first match, their first chance to register points. And I mentioned that match at the end of the day. It's going to be important, I think, for those teams to try and register some sort of victory here on day one. It's weird because everyone's trying to get in that top 3. But based on last 2 weeks, maybe you don't need to be in the top 3, but I still think that's the easiest way to do it, is to get in the top 3 and guarantee your spot on finals day. Jamal, he bowls short, and this one's going to disappear. Adios, pelota. Maximo Isan reaches double figures and does it in style. Big hit.
Sí, qué grande. Esa pelota no volver. Esa pelota va para Mabea. Qué grande. 6 carreras.
That was large. It was just way too short from Jamal. Remember his first ball he bowls in the ECL for all the wrong reasons. Lower ball. Now a slight miscue, but I still think it's going to get over. Oh, it's a good effort. You gave it everything you had. 2-footed takeoff. I like the effort from Vikram Verma, but the result, Maximo, 6 more. Pakai Care, they are climbing.
Yeah, climbing. Well, the fielder couldn't climb any higher than that. You maybe need to have your tallest man on that boundary. He does a good effort jumping up in the air, but it's not the best of bowling. It's too short. He's got to get it pitched up. Otherwise, well, he's going to be taken apart here by Ishan.
It's a slower ball, so I like the idea of that variation. It looks pretty close to the fielder. Yeah, but the cost of it going over him is 6 runs. Another slower ball. This one's drilled at him, and he holds it. Well, that's really good fielding by Verma, who had to watch the last one go over his head. Isan took this on. He was certainly willing to take on the challenge. And the result of that is a 2nd wicket. And Sadun breaks through. Oh, his first 2 were expensive. The 3rd time was the charm, and it's 35 for 2.
Yes, absolutely. And well, this one, he said, you see, if I can reach it, I'll catch him. And he does really well, because that stumped pretty hard. And Mohammed Ishan, you can see that he only had one thing on his mind. That's to try and hit it as hard as he could. Does get 2 sixes of Jamal, but going for a 3rd time lucky. His 3rd time unlucky. He's back in the camp.
Yeah, so does hit it very hard, but it just didn't get the elevation, did he? Good catch. I mean, the catch was a lot more difficult than it probably looks on your TV screen. So Pakai Care still, he'll be pretty happy with where they're at today. Pakai Care.
2 new batters in now, though, both yet to get off the mark. Sikandar Ali is a new batter that comes in, so it's the first time we've seen him lose more than the 1 wicket.
Yeah.
So it's a good fight back in a way from the champions from Cyprus, but they just got to stop because it's the boundaries that's hurting them. I mean, you can see with the low target, I mean, they're well on track, and that required rate is already less than run a ball, so they need something sensational to happen.
Double the pace they need to be going at. They haven't batted Cameron high. They're giving a couple of others a chance. This one, he's lucky to get away with this. Off cutter that felt it could be whacked around the corner. It was, but it found the fielder. Scott Austin that does the fielding. Impressed me with his batting. He stood up in a difficult time in the innings, along with Kasim Anwar. Kasim Anwar that whacked all those sixes. Batted at number 9. Incredible. Short again. And, well, it's good effort. He's going to have to get up. Probably will cut this off. I'm actually going to keep it to 1. It was poor running, really. Good effort by Verma on that deep mid-wicket boundary. He's been working hard.
Yeah, Verma's done really well here. You can see he's gone for the catch initially because he knows that's the only thing that's going to get them in this match. But as soon as he realises he's not going to get there, he gets his body in the way, takes the pace of the ball. And, yeah, you're right. I think the batters, you've got to be looking for 2 there. They take the 1. And if this is a wicket here now, you've got to say it's all down to bad cricket on the part of Pakai Care Badalona.
Yassine has to face up then. And he picks out the fielder. He just knocks it up. We'll get 1. Bit of an awkward bounce for the man square of the wicket. That's the end of the power play. Pakai Care, they're in cruise control. It's 37 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, the Spanish champions play their cricket in Barcelona. And been a team that has grown in strength over the years. They're always right up there in any competition or any event. Not just happening in Barcelona, but nationally in Spain. A very strong team, a good outfit, plenty of support their way as well. It's nice to see that Saeed is here as well, who's the president there in Catalonia. Somebody who's done a lot of good work for cricket in Catalonia, cricket in Spain. I mean, the growth and development of junior cricket is immense, thanks to some hard work from people around in the area, from the federation there in Catalonia. And also now women's cricket, which is great.
A lot of cricket going on there. I mean, we did it, was it 24-team European Cricket Series there a year ago.
Yeah.
It's quite incredible. So, things happening kind of politically and behind the scenes as well to try and get them their facilities upgraded as well. All right, here's the captain back, BET2BALL. Side edge onto the pad, onto your scene. Here he comes again. Look, even if you go down here, if you're Nicosia, you want to be able to hold your head high and at least try and hold Packard Care, try and make the game last as long as possible for your net run rate. That's one reason, but also just kind of feeling better about your first effort. Little sliced cut, and this is well timed. It's 4 runs. You've seen. It's taken a little while to get going, but we know he's a class player. This one was short. It's almost like BET2BALL was saying, go on, have a go if you think. He thought maybe he'd get a little edge down to the third man, but he controls it nicely and he gets the boundary.
Yeah, I see the difference between that short ball and maybe the ones that Mohamed Cameron fires in. There's too much width there. The ones from Cameron are at the body. It's just room to manoeuvre that away. 4 runs, nicely played.
Yeah, really well controlled shot. Goes over cover, not really timed. But, well, you're in. Thought for a second that Jamal might be able to make a play on that, but it was well over his head. Just a single to your scene. One thing's for sure though, Rico. Of course, he will be on the last game with Andrew tonight, and I'll be watching it intently. There's going to be a lot of competition in this Group E. He talked about Group D being the group of death, but I've been calling Group E the group of excitement because I think there's a lot of exciting teams to watch. Nothing more exciting than watching you-know-who at the start of the Packard Care bowling innings. Well, this is skewed up in the air. Should be taken. He's got to find it first. He does. Nice catch. Well held. Kasim Anwar having a very good game. He spikes the ball underground, but he's happy with his work as he removes another batter. And so that's Sikandar Ali, who's got to go. It's 42 for 3.
Yeah, good catch taken there, and yeah, he has had a good game, hasn't he? And I like the way he is very quick to get the cap off here, get the cap out of the way, take the catch, and yeah, that's another one. He's of course excited about it, and good Pratap Singh there, good captaincy, because once the catch is taken, he's the first to go over to the fielder, who's of course excited and saying, "Yaar, Dani karna ball, don't throw the ball into the ground."
Yeah,
and I'm sure the umpires also would have said the same. But it's good to see the captain taking the initiative and doing it and not allowing it to the umpires. You can see there, that's Tyrone Peters just saying, hey, come on, you don't want to get your name in the book.
Yeah, but that's the thing. As we see Sikandar Ali going for 1, see, that's all about deliberately changing the condition of the ball. That's what that's about. You're not meant to ping the ball into the ground. But I just think he's not deliberately trying to change the condition of the ball. He's just excited, right?
Yeah.
He's just excited. I'd bring in a rule that says if you take a catch, you can have a fight. You can fire it at the ground. Only on a catch.
Listen, I know why you're saying that because we saw that in Cyprus, fired into the ground. The
Bounced
ball
over the fence.
the ball, he went over the fence to the boundary. But yeah, it's a slightly different surface here.
Maybe it's the American football fan in me. But I always like, after a touchdown, they like to throw the ball in to the ground. I know that's not popular with Sir Rob, match referee. So he has to scale on those things. I think that secretly he loves it too. It's good. It's good. It's good pantomime kind of theatre. So 42 for 3. They have got 3 key batters out. So that's a positive for the Lions. Abid Mahboob is the number 5. Another player we've seen a fair bit of on ECN facing BET2BALL. It's a good delivery. Pitched up. I'll get one here.
Yeah, I mean, BET2BALL, I've liked his bowling here. He's really attacked the batters. He's got the Yorkers going in. Okay, he's tried different things. You saw him try the shorter ball to the left-hander, and it didn't work. And he went to the boundary. But I think he's shown just what the champions of Cyprus can do. If they just get a few things right. I mean, look, it was a bad start with the bat, the top order failing, but they still managed to get a fight back in there. And I think that's one thing that will encourage them.
Yeah, you've seen. It's a really good piece of fielding. As you've seen, slices it away. That was very well done, wasn't it?
That's
I
tremendous.
thought that gets past him, it's 4.
That is a tremendous bit of fielding. And he's really creams this, but how about that? I mean, it's literally gone past him when he pulls it back. That's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, sensational fielding. End of 4 overs, the score 44 for 3. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Well, Yannick's in the chat. He likes the spike, the Gronk spike. Gronkowski, very famous American football player. Let us know in the chat, do you like the spike after a catch? I got to say I like it, for us. Because here's my argument. You know my argument?
Give us the argument.
The ball's only being used for 10 overs. It's probably getting used for 10 minutes at most, right? You're not really deliberately doing it one particular side. I think it's emotional. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, you like it.
Yeah.
And I get where you're coming from. But the one thing I always go back to, you know what I'm going to say, is a lot of youngsters watching.
Yeah.
And, you don't want them picking up the bad habits.
You can't get excited either. Leave it to the adults. Rico doesn't want you having fun. Rico's anti-fun.
Yeah, no, you got to learn these things, and that's one thing I say to youngsters.
As long as you spike. All right, let's just get on with the game. Well, this could be a chance. Oh, nice catch. Really nice catch. And so, you're seeing that's a big wicket to get. And Mohammed's up and about. Why not? As that will be all the 4s now. The first ball of the 5th. It's 44 for 4.
Yeah, it's a good wicket to get. Yassine, he goes. And it's going to be interesting now here to see just how the Pakar Patalana boys handle this. I mean, the rate required, as we said, hasn't really changed from, because they got off to a good start with those boundaries from Babar. It stayed on the runner ball, but they're losing wickets here around, and look at them. They're absolutely pumped.
You seen
Mohammed there is saying, yes, come on, there's the manager.
You've seen he's played 40 first-class games for Salcott in Pakistan. He's a cricketer with a lot of pedigree, we know that, but does have to go on this occasion. And that was a nice catch taken. Taranjit Singh out there on the deep wicket boundary. I was going to say, well, Barry's in the chat saying just throw it in the air. Well, you know what? I've like done games with kids, and they're all copying people throwing in the air, and you know what happens?
Yeah,
comes down someone's head.
Yeah.
So I'd say
it's a lot of umpires that give you a warning for that, because I know a lot of umpires that have been hit with the ball that's been thrown in the air. So yeah, you can't win, can you?
Back to that. Tawari with a wicket first ball. And maybe second ball, because this is skewed in the air. Can't drop this. He won't. And that's 2 and 2. Well, what's happening here? Well, Pakar, they're a team. They are prone to collapse. We have seen it before a few times. And this is Umar Ahmed who comes out. Very first ball, skews it away. The catch is taken. It's 44 for 5. And Tawari's on a hat-trick.
Wow, this is amazing stuff. Tawari, well, he certainly would love to pick up a few wickets there. Maybe a hat-trick, because he was the one who was in the firing line, wasn't he, early on? He was had to play out that tricky over from Mohammed Kamran, the maiden. But now he's in the wickets, and, well, they're alive here. And, well, alive and kicking, maybe.
So, you see this catch. That's more Rico's celebration. So, Rico's telling his kids, if you take a good catch, sit down quietly, don't talk. Sit down quietly. Don't want to hear from you. Give the ball back nicely. You don't want to throw it in case someone will break a fingernail or something.
Oh, dear. Mr.
Come on.
Maximo, what
Let
do
them
you
have
like?
fun. Let the boys play.
What do you like?
Let them play. Oh, I love a good throat. Like,
Baz, have a word with him, Baz.
Bazza.
Come on, have a word with him. Tell him.
we spend all this time warning them. We
babysit.
spend all this time warning them. We've lost control.
But
We've lost perspective that it's fun. It's a fun. If you ever spiked a football, you'd know what I mean. You just feel so powerful. The balls can take it. I mean, do you see the punishment these balls take? Might as well warn the batsman for hitting it so hard.
Okay, but hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
We haven't had a good fight
Hang
for a
on a
while.
minute. You mentioned football. If a footballer kicks the ball into the stands, he gets a yellow card.
Yeah, but he still does it because it's fun, right?
But he gets a yellow
Takes his
card.
shirt off.
So we're saying the same thing here. I mean, they get a word, but not a warning. Could be worse.
Mita is in the chat. Hello, Mita. Hope you're well. She says she hates the spike. Just take off your shoe and use it as a phone. Oh, there we go. Maybe
That's one way to do it.
That'll solve our argument.
Well said, Meta.
A hat-trick ball, by the way. Well, what's happened here? I mean, 44 for 5. It's kind of taken for granted that Pakar are going to hunt these down, but this is a team that I think they were bowled out for 69, but then won a match in ECS last year. Yeah, kept the opposition of 44. It's one of the few occasions we've seen teams bowled out and winning the match. One of those occasions was last week when MSC Frankfurt did it. They were bowled out before even the 9th over mark and still defended it. So, Tawari, 2 for 1. Pretty good start for him. I mean, add 2 wickets to the score. Game on. Game on now, to be fair. Guards his way, it has to be stopped. It is. Oh, now, one thing I will say is that the Cyprus team, for the most part, they've taken their chances. I mentioned that is a key because all these teams, they have really talented batters up the top, and because of the hyper-aggressive nature, they generally will give you a chance or two. If you hang on to it, well, you can keep things under control, but if you don't, well, you're going to have a bad time. A bit more circumspect now, I think, with the match situation as it is. That'll just be 1, and what a good over that is from Tuari. 2 for 3. Halfway point of this innings. It's 47 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good over. And you just think, I mean, this is what the champions of Cyprus here, the Punjabi Lions, because they have to be saying to themselves, look, we're halfway there. We've got 5 of the wickets. So now we're bowling to not the main recognised batters. You know, look, I'm a bit surprised that Mohammed Cameron has been kept back because you're always in danger if you do that of a good batter running out of partners. I would have thought he would have come in now. But they've gone against it, and they're relying on these two maybe to knock the runs. It's probably all to do with the required rate. Run a ball still, but you lose another wicket here, then Mohammed Cameron comes in, then really a lot relies on him. So they're making this a little bit more complicated for themselves than they would have liked, I think.
They're backing themselves, backing their teammates to get it done. As we see a little edge to third man. Yes, I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it. I mean, you're looking at outside the prism of just this match, which is that, all right, we need to get some batting and some more people. Kamran had a hit this morning. Shaw will probably come in probably next. They've got 3 good batters still to come, I'd say. Add in Shiraz Ahmed, the captain.
That's fair enough, but you are 5 wickets down.
Yeah.
You know, you're 5 wickets down, and that will, I mean, until you get to sort of, you know, I don't know, under 15 required, you still got to do a bit. I mean, this will probably help. Going to race away to the boundary. It does, and it may have gone all the way, in fact. Just checking the umpires, and or does it just drop short? Well,
my instinct was this is 6. We'll check it out. It's called for by our scorers on the screen, but let's have a closer look, see what it really is. This is going, it's going, and it is 4.
Yeah, 4 runs.
They're seeing it really well, aren't they?
Yeah, 4 carreras. Well, that puts a bit of a smile on the face of the coach there.
I'll come back to that in a second, but Mahbub and Hanif at the crease at the moment. The other thing is, I think it's important to expose players not only to batting, but to pressure. So you're putting them in a pressure situation here. It's one thing to say, oh, here's a game where we've got it on toast. Go out there, have a few balls. But I think, you know, remember what happened to Albi Zalmi last week? They were under pressure, but quite a lot of their players had experience batting under that pressure. Didn't always handle it well, but as you see, another 1. So I think that's important. I still think you're feeling pretty confident about the result. 5 wickets doesn't look good, right? But think of it as, you know, with the batting to come, you do feel that they've got the batting that takes to get over the line here. Run a ball pace required. Nice little leg glance, and this will be 4 as well. That's going to land by the giant ice cube. They're low to Aiden as well. He's in the background. He's not required. 4 more to Pack Eye Care. They move up to 58. Nice shot by Mahbub.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. I think also to touch on what you're saying, I think this is all, when you've got a team, an all-star team as well, sometimes you're looking for an opportunity to go out there and bat. And these two have, and they're going to make it count. And that is a nice shot. Just flicks it away.
Shot. This is over the offside, and it's going all the way over the fence. Maximo Abid Mahbub moves to 17. What a way to finish the 6 with an offside strike. It's 64 for 5.
Yeah, big hit this out on the off. He just gets down on it, gets right underneath it. And a powerful hit. Here we go. It's a shaka. All over it goes. Powerful hit outside the off. 6 more, and that certainly will take some of the pressure off. And you can see there, Babar there getting up and breathes a little bit of a sigh of relief as they're in the 60s now. So they're almost home. 15 required of 24 deliveries. It's a good over that one for Pakakea Badalona. 64 for 5 now.
Yeah, so I mean, 15 off the last 4. Feeling pretty comfortable. Pakakea, a lot of buzz about him, particularly Kamran, but pretty comprehensive today. Despite losing 5 wickets here. I think they're well in control, but here's Tuari coming back. And he goes leg side here. This is going to go all the way. Maximo! Hanif joins the party. I think we're seeing here the depth of the Pack Eye Care batting lineup as well. As they hit 70, you start to wonder, will we even get to another over?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good shot. He's so quick onto it. That's the key here. He sees and picks the length really quickly, and he's onto it like a flash. So both these batters now have found the boundary and gone all the way over. Big hit.
Going to miss this time. A rare dot ball. Hey, what can the Punjab Lions Nicosia take out of this game, though? I think they have had a few positives, right?
Yeah, they definitely have. Swing and a miss. Look, you know, when you're in trouble, sort of trouble that we're in, 7 for 3, and then as you mentioned, 31 for 7. I think we saw that they have got batters lower down that can get them runs. So in the ideal world, if the top order do perform, they're always going to get you sort of that 120-odd mark. This is sort of swept away to the man mid-wicket to take the single. And I think they bowl very well as well. And I think it's all about, it's early days, it's about finding your rhythm, getting the batters in, batters get in touch, and there's plenty of cricket to play. Remember, in the round-robin stages, see this one, swing and a miss, this will be a wide. Round-robin stages, yeah, you want to finish if you can in the top 3. It makes your task easier, but you've got plenty of cricket to play to get yourself in form.
Yeah, good point. Be going nowhere fast. Foul ball, punches the ground after he punches the hole in the top of his sneaker with that. But look, the other thing I'd say is I think that Nicosia, they're going to have to be flexible and maybe bat someone like Kasim a bit higher if he's hitting the ball well. Get him up there. You know, don't be too set in your plans with the batting order. I think it's so important to get people informed, people that are feeling confident. Get them you know, in the important spots as you're trying to make your case and try and get up into that top 3 as we hit the end of the 7th over. And the score now is 73 for 5, so they can end the game with one swing of the bat right now. Looking forward to the last game of the day as well. 2 teams without a win so far, Marlow and Yek Corfu. And I can tell you the news from the toss. Yek winning the toss, and they'll be bowling first. So Marlow, they'll get the chance to bat first again. Last time they did that, they only scored 33, but they had to deal with Kamran. But Yek, you know, there's a lot of players I do like. Tussis Manusas, player with Zimbabwe under-19 experience. Galanis, the leg spinner. He took a bit of punishment early, but came back with a good wicket. And Marlow, I mean, they've got some pretty good players as well. Najam Shazad, the national captain from the ECC, he's in there. And Amir Zaib, he got that golden duck earlier, but I'm sure he'll be keen to make some runs. 8th overtime, and here's Kazim Anwar. A few people asking why he hasn't bowled yet, and how he gets a chance in the 8th. Starts with a nice delivery that just whistles past the outside edge of a bit Mahbub.
Yeah, Anwar certainly had a good day himself. Saw him score valuable runs. He's taken some good catches as well. And now he's been given the ball here to try and see how deep they can take this. That's a good shout. Shake of the head. Just missing the leg stick.
Well, Taliesin D saying that doesn't expect to go to the ECN live chat for NFL Trash Talk, which has kicked off in the chat. And they're a Miami Dolphins fan. I'm a Green Bay Packers fan. Yannick is a big Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan. So, season finished a little while ago. It's short, goes after it, gets it in a gap. Doesn't really get this. 3 fielders will try and get it, and 0 will be successful, as that one will tie the scores.
Yeah, I mean, he's banged this one in. I think if this is left, you're probably danger of maybe even being called a wide. I think it was so high. He's getting the signal for that's the one for the over as well. Too much width. And well, the batter saying, I'm not going to lose out on this, Hanif, because it may be wide, it may be high, but I'm going to get bat onto it. Good technique, actually. He knows there's no bat there.
It's the jump cut, 21 jump cut. So now any score will do it for Pack Eye Care. And, well, not the most convincing stroke, but it will end this match. They do it off 7.4 overs, so 14 balls to spare. Not quite the 40 that we had in the first game, balls to spare, but still pretty comprehensive win for Pack Eye Care. they put down a marker here on day one, but they haven't played Jersey. They haven't played the Netherlands either. So, yeah, what you would say is that whatever they've been asked to do, they've done pretty well. They shared around the batting, and sure, they lost 5 wickets, but still, they did it at a pretty good clip around that 10 and over rate. And yeah, I just think it's all positives for the Spanish representatives, because they were super impressive through Spanish Championship weekend last year, which was in Alfaz. And right now, they will be top of the table after the first day. What a good start for Pakakare. A team that we know a lot about at domestic level, but showing they can mix it up with Europe's best. As we look back at the highlights, and it was 79 to win. A proud moment for the Punjab Lions Nicosia players as they received their cap from their captain, Gurpratap Singh. And they would have their hands full with a couple of openers that love to give it a bang. Well, just a little love tap out of the ground. 6 to get it going. Bubba, he was looking dangerous. He was there for the good time, but not a long time as it turned out, as his innings started 6-6-4, but after that he'd go no more. Anyone straight up. He was the first of 5 wickets to fall. I suppose that's another positive for Nicosia, is they held on to most of the chances that they were offered in this innings.
Yeah, they did. I mean, that was a good catch, goes a long way, and I think Mohammed Babar there showing what he's in the side to do. Well, this one, when the bat comes out of the hands, I think that was Yassin early on, and liked the feel of that, whatever it was, the vibration that came back to him. This one, well, it's just over the little man, and he said, I jumped up as high as I could, but he does get another chance. This one was drilled hard right at him. This time the catch was taken. So good job there from Widmer. I think he had a really good day out there. He may have made some important stops, took some good catches as well. And then the captain, Gurpratap, he came into the attack. He knew that wickets were required, and this was a good catch as well. Yeah. And there was a bit of talking point about the celebration.
Yeah,
Don't go there again. But there's another man.
Give him 5 runs.
There's another man who had a good day, didn't he? I think he, Kassim Anwar, did well.
How can you not get excited? Anyway, that was the highlight of my innings. Apart from that, there was actual good catches taken. That was a nice one on the boundary, wasn't it? All the way around. Taranjit Singh holding on to that. Nice moment for him. Yeah, positives. I like it. Positives. I mean, these teams, they've been waiting a long time to be here. The Champions League of European Cricket. And Pakakare, they did lose a few across the way, but you see they always kept at that run-a-ball pace. It would be coming down little by little, the target, the runs required. See the management, they were pretty happy with what they've seen. They've spent a lot of time trying to build a very strong club team in Spain, haven't they, Pakakare? A lot of resources gone into it. At the moment, they've certainly set the pace here on day one. That was a nice kind of square drive for 6, an offside blast. And it wouldn't be too long before this one would be over. That was a nice shot as well. Just helped over the leg side. And so, Punjab Lions, and like I say, they didn't get the result here in their first match of ECL 22, but still they'll have 4 more to kind of ruffle feathers, as Pakakare, they were pretty relaxed. That's the jump cut. It's a nice shot to be able to play. So, it turns off gravity. He gets it between those 3 fielders. And before you knew it, it was done. Not the most convincing shot to finish it off, but still, nice little partnership at the end. They came together 44 for 5, so 35 runs unbroken between Abid Mahboob and Majib Hanif to finish things off. As we look at the scorecard, fairly comfortable victory in the end, 14 balls to spare. And no one getting out of the teens, but still 4 contributors that were able to get double figures. Baba started off in quick time. Isan, he top scores in the end with 19. Now you've seen misses out, and he'll be a bit disappointed in that number 3 position, which I think is probably where he'll bat more often than not. Mahboob, 18 not out, Hanif, 16 not out. So yeah, a little bit scratchy. Remember, they're coming out off the off season, so I know they didn't bat, at least a couple there. Kamran and Shiraz Ahmed you'd expect to be in the top 6, but still, I think it's probably smart in the end as they still get home with plenty of time to spare. Yeah, they batted really well. So well done to Pakakare Badalona. That will go back to the top of the table on net run rate. But also look, the positives for the Punjabi Lions, Nicosia, I think they did bowl well. Nobody really got taken apart there. And the other thing that was positive, only 2 extras, just the 1 wide, 1 leg by. So there's plenty of positives for them to take from this. But of course, it will all come back down to the batting. If they could have just put, well, you think even if they got to that sort of
105-110 score, they certainly would have pushed Pakakir.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tuari, 2 for 12, had a very good start with the ball. But you see, the others were just singles to Tejvinda, Gurpratap, and Jamal Sadun. And yeah, like I say, I think there's a first hit out. The Punjab Lions didn't disgrace themselves. And, well, Shiraz Ahmed, 4 for 8. Have a look at those figures. And he was a very important contributor with the ball, as they did hold the Punjab Lions and the Casilla to 78 for 8. He did it with 14 balls to spare. So it's been a very entertaining day so far. I'm going to hop out of the box because I know that Andrew Ryan, he's going to come back for me. I know you'll be doing the last game, so it'll be great for you and Rhino to do a game together. Of course, we've got Marlow coming up, and you did that Portugal Night Series together, and I really enjoyed that. So I'm going to enjoy watching the last game from the Fan Zone. And just a reminder, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check that out. If you're watching on our YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe. Tell your family, tell your friend, because there's only 2 more weeks of ECL. Of course, we will have ECS action then taking over. But Rico, I'm really looking forward to Game 5. 2 teams without any points. One of them will get a win before the end of the day. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We will be back in about 20 minutes to take you through Game 5. This is Group E, the group of excitement. And plenty more excitement coming your way this evening on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval on the Costa del Sol. It's ECL 22 Action Group E, and now the last game of the day. It is match number 5 of today, and it's going to be Marlow, the Portuguese champions, against Yek from Corfu in Greece. Okay, both these teams, they're searching for their first points, and they'd love to get ahead of each other in this game. Let's go down to Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, who's with the two captains for the Giant. Coin toss.
Your call. Back to ball. Back to ball. Yeah, we ball first. We ball first. Okay, good.
So Mohamed Aslam, the Greek captain, he calls BET2BALL, and that's the way that it falls. And so he's decided that he wants to have a bowl first. And look, Mohamed Aslam himself, it's hard to believe he's 50 years of age. He's a very skillful cricketer. He can bowl a bit of everything. He's got a good slower ball. He's also someone that can bat in the top order. And yeah, I'm always looking forward to seeing him play. We saw a bit of Manusis, the former Zimbabwean under-19 international. Georgios Galanis as well, the leg spinner. I know he got a little bit of a tap, but he did come back with a wicket in that previous match where they just went down by 17 runs to HBS Kreinhout of the Netherlands, but still Corfu, they really impressed me. And Ari Cavalis, he looks like a player, doesn't he? If he gets going, I think it'll be really hard to stop. Let's talk about Marlow. They had a disastrous first match against Pakai Care, where at one stage they were 7 for 7. They were bowled out for 33. So I don't really know if we can take too much away from that. There were some positives. Najam Shazad, I think, with the signs that with the bat he'll be dangerous, and also bowled a very good over. But I think their captain Mian Shahidi would have said to his guys, look, let's put that away. That one's gone. We do have a winnable game against Corfu tonight, and certainly it will be interesting to see if they can get the 2 points. Well, I'm going to leave you now, but I will leave you in the commentary box with Andrew Ryan and Rico Full for match 5. Let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss is that Yek Corfu, they've won the toss and they're bowling first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there. As we once more see this beautiful aerial shot next to the drone from Sprint Productions of the ground. And, well, this is a very important match for both these teams. As we see the fantasy dashboard come up. From the champions of Portugal, Marlow, against Yek Corfu, the champions of Greece. Both teams have played one and lost one. One of them will get a victory under their belt. The other will go back tonight without a victory on the board. So it's going to be a testing match as well. I mean, Marlow, they'll be looking to bounce back after what was a bit of a clubbing that they got from Pakakir Barcelona. And Yek Corfu, they'll be hoping to keep up the good work that they've done. I mean, though they'd had that defeat, they did play pretty well against RBS crying out. They made them work, and they did do well with the bat as well. They managed to get 100 on the board, so they probably are the team that are in better nick perhaps, but Marlow, champions of Portugal, no doubt that they'll come back strong here. They're going to be batting first. Rico Full here, and alongside me, a very dear friend of mine, and it's great to be back in the box with Andrew Ryan.
Rico, absolutely lovely to be sharing a commentary box with you again. Quite a long time since we were together in Portugal last year, but fantastic to see you and fantastic to be back here with the European Cricket Network for this European Cricket League. We're up to Group E, the final of the preliminary stages, and from what we've seen in the evidence of today, it is going to be a cracking group and a big one coming up this afternoon, Rico. 2 teams who, if they don't get a win this afternoon, will be leaving in a fairly depressed state and facing an uphill battle, certainly to qualify for that top 3. Marlow and Corfu, big game for these guys already, and what a treat to see Ari Cavalis open the bowling. First delivery coming up.
Gets a bit of glove on this, I think, on the way through, and then acrobatic stop from the man at fine leg. It does get a stop onto it. I have to say, Andrew, I mean, considering that all the forecasts we've been watching about the rain alerts, it's turned out to be a magnificent afternoon.
Beautiful day. While you and the rest of the boys were commenting over the last couple of games, I went up to the little grassy patch and got a few rays, trying to increase the suntan, given we pop on camera occasionally. But no, it's turned out to be a cracking afternoon here at Cartama Oval.
Cavalis once more. Sticking to that line just short of length of both batters. Getting off the mark here. Me and Shahid, the captain. And now Farouk. It's nice to have plenty of people on the chat. Hello once more to Bruno Cavalieri. Diesel. Well, of course, he's trying to give as much good luck to and best wishes to his Marlow team. the Portugal champions, and having a good chit-chat there with Yannick. Short again from Carvelas. He's obviously reluctant to pitch up. He's trying to keep it short of a length, maybe just a tad too short, but at the moment he's keeping it under the shoulder height here, Andrew.
He's certainly a good athlete, Rico, and compared to Mohamed Kamran, who's the other really, really good pace bowler, he's got a lot more height to work with and getting a little bit more jump off the pitch.
This one he does fire in there. Probably just angled this down the leg side a little, but no run.
Better length that one, wasn't it, Rico? Just giving the opportunity to bring the LBW or clean bowled into play. Notice that actually both teams who have got express opening bowlers have gone for the double protection behind the wickets. So fielder at fairly fine third man for Corfu, and also the more traditional fine leg. Probably won't get around to cut off anything out to the backward square leg boundary, but they're certainly looking more to prevent the edges or the tickles off the hips with the pace coming on to the bat.
Oh, and he's done him. That's a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra fireball, and Mian Shahid, the captain, sees his stump shattered, and it's first blood to the attack of Yikofu.
Oh, it's a searing Yorker, wasn't it, Rico? And we just talked about that he'd been a little bit short of a length in the first couple of deliveries, but that was too good, too fast, and Marlowe once again losing an early wicket. They are now 2 for 1, and facing yet another potential uphill battle. They really need to start getting some runs in the power play. They were struggling after their first 3 overs in the opening game, and need to get some confidence with the bat.
Yeah, they certainly do. You see that again there. I mean, Mian Shahid, he's just backing away, isn't he? He's going towards his leg stump, and you see where he finishes up when that ball shatters into his stumps. Maybe he's just expecting a short one there again and looking to work it maybe over the man who's in close there in the, I suppose, the gully position, but it gets the full one in, and at that pace, you're going to have to do pretty well to get back onto that.
Well, you get a lot of the guys in this tournament so far, when they've tried to hit big, it involves clearing the front leg, and that's all well and good when you've got someone more in the medium fast category, but there are a couple of boys here this week who are bowling with genuine heat, and that was a superb Yorker. Zaib, he's come out to the crease. He had a very tough introduction in game 1, getting cleaned up by Mohamed Kamran. Yorker on his off stump. Let's see if he can get through his first ball on this occasion.
He's a little bit more cautious, isn't he? Gets the older defensive shot in there, and that is the end of the first over. It's a really good one again from Carvelas. He's showing his class as it's 2 runs on the board, but they have lost that 1 wicket.
Yeah, another tough start for Marlowe. They need a little bit more out of their top order, and we discussed a little bit during the previous couple of games, Rico, and particularly with Corey and a few others, just whether or not you'll start to see a few teams, particularly against the likes of Carvallis and Cameron, actually start their top order with not necessarily defensive-oriented players, but players with maybe a bit more compact technique, just trying to get through those opening stages, because being 3 or 4 down by the time you get to the second or third over, it's a difficult situation to come back from.
Yeah, good point. So just basically trying to say, well, look, let's not lose a top order straight away. Maybe move them back down again. The question is, I mean, who's going to be brave enough to come up the order to put themselves in the firing line? So we see the start of the second over. And this is nicely played, 4 runs. And there's plenty of bodies out on the offside to the left-hander.
That timing was sweet like pineapple, Rico. That is a delicious shot. And Farouk steps up and just prompts a front foot down the track. Cracks it through the covers. That's an exquisite cricket shot.
Yeah, good shot, good technique as well, into the ground. What's the reply going to be here for Mohamed? It's full of ball, gets back onto it. Now this will be for me, I mean, that's a bowler. I'm going to be frustrated by this, Rhino, because you've got all those bodies out on the offside, and yet that should not be a single for me.
Well, certainly the fielder's not coming in off the circle. I don't have any problem with having a more defensive positioning, particularly during these first 3 overs. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle that time, but just not enough pressure coming in from man at cover, and Farouk clearly enjoys that offside.
The appeal, but I'm guessing this has caught a little bit of something on the way through, but it's going down the leg side.
I think the umpire just signalled a little flick off the pad. Ball just speared in. Ahmed just sort of falls a little bit away to the offside as he delivers the ball. Probably has a bit of an inclination to slide it down leg side. Wouldn't be surprised to see Zaib step across to his off and use that.
It's a nice looking shot, isn't it? Just nice, correct. Straight down the ground. Gets himself off the mark.
Well, Rico, Marlowe's in danger of actually surviving an over here without losing a wicket, which is, you've got to take the small victories when they present themselves, given the start they've had to this tournament.
Farouk defensively bogs this down to the man coming in from that very short sort of gully area, I would say. I mean, you've got a third man gully and then backward point. So certainly are putting the squeeze on out in the offside, and it's all about getting the bowler to ball in the right areas. And so far, Arthur Ahmed has done just that. Tries to take him on, and we'll get the single. That brings up the end of the over. So the score moves on to 9 for 1.
I think it's pretty good field placings from the Corfu captain as well, Rico. So from what we've seen of Farouk so far, really does prefer the ball coming out on that offside. They've only got a couple of fielders out on the leg for him, and even when we saw that last heave, clearly the bat face just closing on the ball. I think it's actually nice defensive positioning, and they've clearly sussed him out, even though he's only faced a few balls so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is the table, and Pakake battle on to go to the top with that very superior net run rate. And yeah, I mean, it does look good. RBS crying out, level on points. But yeah, that is a huge advantage, isn't it, with the net run rate there?
Oh, they've had an outstanding start to the tournament, Pakake. We were talking in dispatches last night that they were one of the smokies to potentially even threaten for the overall tournament here at the European Cricket League. And certainly nothing that we've seen today would change that opinion.
Short, and well, this will be out. It's a straightforward decision for the umpire. Just climbs onto him, and Farouk, he's going to take on the bowler straight away. And it's, well, it's not worked for him. Aslam Mohammed gets a wicket. That's a soft dismissal for me.
Really soft dismissal, Rico. It suggested Aslam Mohammed was just having a warm-up ball there, dragged it down. Wasn't a particularly good delivery, but Farouk can't put away what should have been an easy boundary and just tickles it through to the keeper, who takes a solid catch, and that's the second wicket down. Marlowe, 9 for 2.
Yeah, that one is not going to trouble the man behind the stumps there. Spiros Bogdos takes the catch, and yeah, disappointment really. I mean, you can understand. I mean, when you look back to the first match they had against Pakake Barcelona, I mean, that was a fiery attack. They bowled really well. And, you know, the batter's getting out to that sort of bowling, that sort of attack. You can say, okay, fair enough, it does happen. But when you've had that and you've experienced that, when you're out there and you know this is your opportunity to come back strong, you don't want to be giving your wicket away. And like I say, that's the soft one.
Yep, really ordinary shot. I think he'll be disappointed with that, Farouk. But it does bring Saeed Massam to the crease. Man who's been promoted up the order compared to previous times with Marlowe. Full ball, which just hits the outside edge of the bat, and they'll sneak through for a single.
So can they rebuild here? I mean, that's what Marlowe need here. They definitely need 2 batters to buckle down, get a bit of partnership going. I mean, those wickets, they've lost 2, but they've lost them early. Plenty of time to regroup. And this is played down to man at third, who's inside the ring here. And it's another single. But at some point, I suppose, you've got to start playing those big shots as well. Just the one boundary so far.
It's the difficulty with early wickets, isn't it, Rico? They're caught between a rock and a hard place. They've struggled to score all tournament in the first game in a few overs. Can't really take the long handle at the moment, but if not, they're not going to get a sufficient total, as that is certainly going to help things. That looks like it's crossed the boundary by a good foot out there, and boy, that is a necessary Maximo.
Yeah, that is big. I mean, they needed a boundary there. They were just getting under the cosh a little, and he's timed this really well, sweetly. Hand on the leg side, and over it goes. Boom! Shakalaka!
Well, we saw plenty of him in Miranda de Corvo last year, didn't we, Rico? And he's a man who's got some easy power, certainly prefers hitting to the leg side. Attempts an expansive drive outside off stump. Nice adjustment from Mohammed with the line.
Yeah, he just tried, didn't he, the ball before. Let's get this right. Yeah, we did see enough of him. Batted really well, Saeed. And sliced up in the air, and the third man takes a really good catch. He was off balance here, and sometimes it's always risky when you have the third man inside the circle, because if this goes over his head, you're going to think, it's runs. But the bowler's very happy with that. That is a good catch. I mean, he's off balance, but he just holds on to it, and nicely done. And another wicket goes. Well, he plays a nice shot, but then he departs. Not what they need.
No, it's a really good catch, Rico. I'm a big fan, particularly when you haven't got the express bowlers on, of keeping that fielder at third man inside the circle. He's made good ground there, Peter McGarfus, and taken an exceptional catch. And once again, Marlowe just seeing the wickets tumble consistently. They're now 17 for 3 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, you can see Saeed he's very disappointed with himself. And you see he's played a lovely shot, goes for 6. And then he gets himself out. So more disappointment, 7 off the 4 balls that he's faced. But a good catch there from Peter Magafas.
I was just having a look at the YouTube chat, Rico. Question from Aditya Narayan about thoughts on the Greek leg spinner. It's George Galanis. You saw a bit of him earlier today. Were you impressed? Looks like he's very happy to give the ball a bit of flight.
Yeah, very impressed. I always like to see it when a spin bowler comes on that they're prepared to give that bit of flight. I heard a lot about him. I know when Vinny was out there, and Corey as well spoke highly of him. But to see him in action myself, yeah, I was very impressed. And, well, we're talking about George. And George Galanis is going to come on here now. What a time to bowl, I think. 3 wickets down, 17 on the board, power play complete. Of course, you can put the fielders out now, and I think this is the ideal time for somebody like him to bowl.
Well, it's certainly preferable to the last game when he came in against Crownhoot and was summarily dispatched a couple of times. Much more in the ascendancy now, where the full toss on the leg stump. Probably not the greatest start for him, but he gets away with just a single.
Yeah, I mean, just having a look at this field. So it's pretty standard. 2 men straight, long on, long off. You've got the 2 on the leg side, and they've got sweeper on the off. So everybody behind the bat, if you like, inside the circle. That's what you'd expect. And I think he's really can fly this up now. I think he'd be wanting to say to the batters, okay, here you go, take me on if you want. There's that nice loop. He's got a lovely action, hasn't he? Lovely bit of flow about him, really, when he comes into his delivery stride, gets the ball up there. I think his height helps as well.
Yeah, it certainly does, Rico. It's good to see a spin bowler, particularly leg spin bowler of his height, still giving the ball a bit of air, bit of flight. Trying to beat the batsman with that aerial route.
Struck pretty firmly. Good stop, no run.
Good tactic from the captain too to bring him on when you know you've got a new batsman at the crease. Najim Shazad, biggest power hitter in this Marlowe lineup, but getting him to face the leg spinner first up, it's a bigger challenge.
This one down the ground, and well, it's a good adjustment made there by the fielder, Carvelas. I think this hits the deck and deviates from him, but he gets one good hand onto it, and enough to stop it going to the boundary. But batters do come through and take 2.
Well, he gets a bit of a hand on it. Boy, he's got a rocket arm from only the 50-metre distance of this boundary. See this one getting flown into the bowler.
He's going to get lucky with this one, and the fielder gives it chase. He gets the dive in, does really well. That's great work, and that's what the team wants here.
Wickets coming here.
That Corfu, they've got to throw themselves around if they want this. They've got to be hungry, and if you're hungry, that's the sort of fielding you want to see.
Yeah, they've been good in the field so far today, Rico. No harm in throwing yourself around.
Nice shot down the ground. Take the single. Now, what do you do here? Do you sort of say, yeah, we want to get a bit of rebuilding in here, or would you say no? And you've batter's still got to throw the bat and try and go for the boundaries as that over comes to an end?
Well, I said they're a little bit between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Rico just consistently losing those wickets means that you just can't take the same level of risk. But at the same time, you've only got 10 overs to work with. And particularly when they've got the leg spinner on, if he's going to give it a bit of flight, I expect the likes of Shazad to really try to attack him. But it's a great position for a leg to be in, isn't it? Yeah,
it's a good position for them. But I think the positive that Marlowe have to take from this, the Portuguese champions, say, right, okay, we know how the first match went. We know we didn't score too many runs, but I think it's about consistently wanting to improve. And that shot will help because that splits both those fielders straight. That's a cracking shot, but they need the consistency. What we've already seen 2 batters hit a boundary and get out. What they need is batters not just to apply themselves with taking the singles, but play the big shots as well, but put a partnership together.
Yeah, I suspect these two will actually be far more comfortable against the medium pace of Muhammad than they were probably against the leg spin of Galanis.
It's nice. It's good to see. I don't think we see enough of that sometimes from some of the batters, or some of the European-style batters. I mean, they like to hit the ball big, I know that, especially in this format, but you've got to be prepared to take the single as well. And he's done well there. He's hit a boundary, then he takes a single, and he's now got his time to get to the other end and, yeah, just compose himself when he gets back on strike again. Down the ground once more. This time will be a single.
Particularly when you're in rebuilding mode, Rico. They haven't even reached 30 yet. We're now into the 5th over of the game, but if they can at least squeeze some singles in amongst finding the boundary once or twice per over, it's going to put them in a much better position.
And I think he's lucky here. Doesn't really get hold of this. I think if he makes better contact, there's 1 or 2 fielders out on the boundary that could have catched this. So, bit of good fortune, I think, on this occasion for Zaib.
Well, they need something to go their way, Marlowe. They haven't had an enjoyable start to this tournament.
Firm contact made, but once again, the 2 fielders straight in the action. And you can hear them saying there, all day long, hold that line, it's a single.
Feels like he's pretty adept at bowling to his field, Rico. Muhammad saw that in the first game, came on when it was a slightly more difficult task against the Corona Hook batting lineup, but he's done a good job for his captain.
Hits this into the ground, no run there. Good call on Shazad, saying no, we're not risking that. End of the over, so we now get to the halfway point. 5 overs down, 30 on the board. And well, another 5 at that rate gets into 60. That ain't going to be enough. So we're going to have to see an acceleration of some sort here.
Well, let's try to take the positives out of this, Rico, after losing a very early wicket with Mian Shahid getting cleaned up in the first over. They've at least only lost 2 from then on. So for the last 30 balls of the game, they've got 7 wickets in hand. We know they've got some batsmen down the order, so there's plenty of guys in the middle order who can throw the bat. But these 2 are the absolute keys. Zaib and Shazad, at the start of the tournament, we know that they were the 2 keys, both with the bat and to an extent with the ball as well. They need to push on and really accelerate in the next 12 balls and then give their lower order something to throw the bat around to. Hopefully get themselves up to maybe 80, 85 if they can.
Yeah, I think if you can get between the 80 and 90 here, I think you've done well, especially with the start. I mean, like you said, the power play, 17 for 3. So this is an opportunity to rebuild. And he's onto this pretty quickly. It's a good strike, but well fielded there in the deep. It's not going to be easy, Andrew, at this time of day, because as that sun starts to come down, you'll see that the fielders there on the leg side to the right-hander, they're going to have that sun to contend with. You can see that though they've got caps. So, well, it's making a change out there already, which is interesting. Not really sure what that is about there, because he's done well. He's made the stop.
Making Anima Giannis move across the field. They've shifted the younger Galanis out to that area, maybe just expecting a catch to go over that side. Certainly the length that he's bowling to, he's been lifted, he's almost in the action, but that's gone for Maximo, and isn't that a needed addition to the score, Rico? Great strike.
Yeah, that is what they need, and once again, he picks the length pretty well, gets a nice swivel on this as well. Goes all the way 6 runs, so he's saying there, well, you can put any fielder you want there, but they're not going to stop this, and he's right. Well hit.
He's a good striker, Zaib. He's not a particularly tall man, but times the ball well, and he's probably got a bit bigger range of shot than Shazad. Shazad likes to hit down to the long on boundary, mid-wicket area if he can. Zaib, canny cricketer.
A bit of something to think about here now for Manusis. 2 balls, 7 runs on the board. And he's gone. goes for the wider delivery, and he can't stop himself, Zaib, to go after it, chases it, gets an edge, and a good catch there by Spiros Bogdos. So that's frustrating, and once again, just when the batter shows signs of getting into some sort of form, gives his wicket away.
Yeah, got a bit of bowling from Manousis. First couple of balls, pitched short of a length on leg stump, gave the batsman essentially free hits. That one, he's just pushed it across, a little bit of grip off the pitch, but ordinary shot in the end from Zaib. He'll be pretty disappointed.
Yeah, it's all about the variation. I like the thing what Manousis does there. He goes to bowl and then he stops himself, and I'm just wondering whether he thought, well, hang on a minute, I just had an idea. He just had a little brain wave and thought, I'm going to do this with it. Instead, he does. He gets it. He sort of gets this to drift and leave the right-hander. He follows it, chases it, and gets the wicket. So, and you see another batter now has to make his way out there. And this is going to be Asim Sawa, someone else who is more than competent with the bat here, but somebody has to apply themselves in this inning.
Yeah, they absolutely do, Rico, and probably needs to be this partnership. As you said, a good change from Tassos Manousis. Struggled with his length the first couple of deliveries, and good catch from the wicket-keeper too, Spiros Bogdos. He's been pretty good with the gloves so far today. Showed some good signs, actually, Corfu. Difficult first game coming up against Cranhoop, but actually they've shown they've got a fair bit of depth in this side, and certainly their best players, in particular Carvelis, are up there with the highest quality that we've seen at the tournament so far. So if they can just get some of those middle tier players making a few contributions, they'll provide a useful challenge for most of the teams in this group.
Someone who says now gets himself set to bowl to the left-hander, so he's going to go through the stumps and the umpire coming round the wicket. Short, and it should be punished, but he's only found the fielder. Gets himself off the mark, though, Sawa.
Pretty generous first ball to the opening batsman. He's a hospitable character, Tassos Manousis.
Come on, boys. Pressure on these two here, lads.
The Yak Corfu saying, come on, let's keep the pressure on. 38 for 4. This has been pretty well thumped, and it's over the fielder. Bowl! He's got it us. Que guay, que grande, que genial.
I think his heart may have been in his mouth for a moment, Shazad. He's had to get that over the head of Carvelis, who's about 15 feet tall. That is a nice strike. Probably actually didn't get all of it, but he's a strong young man. We saw him hit a few maximums in the opening game for Marlow and essentially carried their batting lineup single-handedly. Need a few more of those.
Yeah, and this time, yeah, that's what he's got to do, doesn't it, Shazad? I mean, yeah, he's hungry for more, of course. He wants to hit the ball big, but he probably knows also, Andrew, that he's got to stick around.
He absolutely does. Probably needs to be there until the 10th over, to be honest. Marlow, they're now 44 for 4 off 6 overs, so 24 pills left in the kiddies. We have a quick look at the bowling figures. Carvelis with an excellent opening over, and keep in mind they've still got the opportunity to bring him back in the remaining 4 overs here. Arslan Ahmed, he was pretty impressive, only going for 7 off his first. That opening over and the capacity that Corfu have with Carvelis and that Pakai Care have with Cameron, just having such a weapon where it's not only the case that you're keeping the runs down in the power play, but also potentially sending 2 of the better batsmen from the opposition back to the pavilion. It's just such a weapon to have.
Delanis, the young leg spinner, to continue. This is right down the leg side. Leg bias it is.
Good to see the young man appealing, despite the fact that I don't think there were too many umpires in world cricket who would have gunned the batsman.
This one will be a wide, and it is. Just trying to, you can see what he's trying to do here. It's quite clever. I'm just wondering if he's trying to entice Shazad to come out of his crease. Hit firmly, and that's going to stay hit. 6 more. Yeah. Shakalaka.
Nice strike from Shazad. He may not have got all of the previous one, but he has belted the cover off that ball. That's a lovely strike. And we've talked about the fact that his power sits in that mid-wicket to long on region. He showed us the best of it.
Yeah, that's a nice shot and a good way to bring up the 50 as well. So, yeah, 52 now, Marlowe.
What a piece of bowling from a young man. Saw him charging down the track, just held it back a touch.
Yeah, that's well. I mean, a lot of batters would have continued with the shot. So Shazad just stops himself. And this time he gets lucky. Chase on for the fielder. And
Yes, boy.
oh dear, oh dear. But I was going to say he does really well. He does all the hard work. And it's Peter Akvasia gets there, does the slide. I get a feeling he's kneed this over the line.
Well, generous to have the clap from the bowler. I'm not sure I would have been applauding that. He did well to get around. Made good ground too. Looked very comfortable with the slide. Excellent bit of bowling from Galanis to get the top edge. It spun towards the boundary. As unfortunately not hit the hand, and as you said, Rico, just hit the top of the knee and careered over the boundary line.
Yeah, it's disappointed. Shorter one, and this one could get him a wicket. It wasn't the best of deliveries, and oh, it gets put down. And well, now they're trying to pick it up. It's like a hot potato out there, but they do finally get it in. Oh, that's a big chance, and well, spare a thought for the bowler. And well, that's a fielder, I think, Alexandris, who just got moved there. And, well, should have left Miro Wilson, be saying.
Well, Alexandros Anamogianis, he's been shifted around the field a couple of times today. He could have made a star of himself with that catch.
Up in the air, and this one is another one that sails over the boundary. 6 more, and, well, Najam Shazad is starting to show his power, and he's just starting to put a few smiles on the faces of the Marlowe players.
Well, credit to us, Rico. We talked about them potentially getting up to 85 if they bat well in those back-end overs, and Najam Shazad has just given Marlowe a glimmer of hope here. Certainly not a sufficient total at the moment to confidently defend, but 64, still 3 overs on the board. If he can retain the majority of the strike, there's an opportunity for them here.
Yeah, I mean, look, plenty of action tomorrow. 5 more matches, and it all starts with Farmers taking on the Punjab Lions of Nicosia. Plenty of matches to come there. Which one stand out for you? I'll tell you what. I mean, Farmers versus Pakar Barcelona. That'll be an interesting one. And then you got RBS crying out, taking on the Pakar team as well. So 2 tough matches. Let's try that again. 2 tough matches coming up your way. Well, exciting stuff tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, Rico, match 10. Toby Isavise versus Mohammed Kamran in the opening exchanges. I can't wait for that.
This is nicely played, and I had a feeling that they'd go back to Carvelis to see if you could break this partnership, and they have. And the first one's been negotiated quite well. So Sawa is playing his part, his role in this partnership, just guides that away.
A good captaincy from the Corfu skipper to bring Carvelis on. I think it's the right time to do it, but actually nicely done from Sawa. As you said, just using the pace, getting it down to third man, scampered through for the 2.
Does well. And this time just traps this one onto the onside, gets a single, and gets Shazad back on strike. Shazad here now, I mean, okay, he'll be looking at the score. He obviously knows that this is a big over. I think, you know, if you can negotiate these 4 deliveries, that's Carvelis out the attack, and maybe stick around for the next 12 and try and get as much strike as you can, and just really try and get that score close to the 90 if you can.
Interesting from the captain. Brought one of the fielders up there, but he has pushed the long on back. That's Galanis.
Well, that's a spicy delivery. It could get him a wicket, and it does. And he bangs this in short, and he probably knew that Najam Shazad would want to take it on. He does. He gets a miscue, and the trap was set, and the wicket is taken.
Yeah, it's a tough call for the batsman, Rico. I think Shazad, maybe if he's had his time again, probably should have just said, look, let's get through this Carvelis over. There's just such a difference between the quality of this young man and the rest of the Corfu attack.
Yeah.
I think they probably should have taken the chances. Still 12 balls coming in the last couple of overs, whereas with him back in the sheds, it really puts a cap on the type of total they can reach here.
Yeah, I mean, nicely taken catch there by the fielder. You can see there, it's Manus, and he's needing his cap and his shades to take that one. As the sun's right in his eyes, but yeah, I mean, he's batting well. I mean, he's shown that they do have some good batters in there, some good hitters as well. Najam Shazad,
30 of 15 deliveries, so going at a good pace. 2 runs the ball, but of course he'll know that he would have wanted to be there, certainly for the remainder of these innings. I mean, he just had to see out Carvelis really, but I suppose that's clever bowling. You know that a batter who's in is going to go after you.
Doesn't mind digging in short, does he? Carvelis uses that height, uses the pace. He's a tough customer to take when he jags the ball in, getting it up to rib height.
Well, how about that for a start? He says, well, this is what I think of you. Said, and that one's woken up our scorers. Well, there's given them their voice back as well. This is a humongous hit. That is brutal. And, well, there you go. That's MSP and Miles By in the score box. This has been absolutely thumped. Well, there you go. Well, that actually goes inside. Well, that was a catching opportunity. MSP puts it down. But it doesn't matter. They don't care. They're liking a 6. Full toss. And this one is going to be 4 runs. And the fielder makes a bit of a hash of this. 4 more.
Well. Najam Shahzad, their prime batsman, gets dismissed. And all of a sudden, Ikram, who fought along in the first game, has come out and absolutely smoked his first ball for 6, standing deep in the crease, then gets the full toss from Carvelis. Doesn't hit it with quite the same intensity, but a misfield out in the boundary from Galanis. 6 and a 4, transforming this innings.
Yeah, certainly, and this is a 6 and a 4, and after more. And hit this pretty well as well, but to the fielder, Ikram. And, he won't mind that. Gets a single and gets himself back on strike.
Yeah, it was a good piece of bowling from Carvelis. You'd sometimes expect a young man, after he's been pumped for 10 off 2 balls, to maybe just lose his head a little bit, try to go for the bouncer and end up with a top edge going over the keeper. But he's played it sensible. He's got a good Yorker, used it when he needed it.
Yeah, I mean, he's picked up 2 for 16. I wouldn't have bargained for those 2 boundaries, would he? Look, I hope you're ready, because if they're flying into the scorers box, there could be one coming our way. You ready?
Well, I'm ready.
Warmed up.
I'm ready, Rico, and I'd suggest there's a couple of safer pair of hands here than there has been from Corey Rutgers all week. Given what's his record in taking balls outside? It's about 1 from 15.
I think, yeah. I mean, yeah. He did, at least he did catch one. I think he's caught 1 out of 10. So Corey,
certainly not shy in going for them, and he's made good ground on a couple of occasions. Just the hands failing him when he most needs. Can't see him down by the inflatable Euro cricket ball at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be coming around sooner or later.
Lucis back into the attack. And won't mind that. He gets a single. Sawa now, the left-hander. He's going to run a ball. It's time for him really to open his shoulders. Now, you see now, this is the time when you can afford to take the risk. I mean, you're into the 8th over, 5 wickets down. There's more batters to come. So things are a little bit different to as they were a bit earlier for Sawa, so now he really's got to be backing himself to play a big shot here.
Yeah, it looks like Manus is going to probably stick with this slightly short of a length line. They've got 4 fielders coming all the way from the top of the stumps on the offside, the man just behind point back on the boundary. I suspect he'll also probably try to hold back the pace a little bit here, expecting that Sawa is going to swing across the line. Absolutely no one in the infield on that space in leg stump in front of the wicket.
Well, this one, I'm not sure what this has done. I mean, wait to see what the signalling is from the umpire. I suspect it's probably buys, is it? No, he's taking a bit of glove on the way through.
Good to have some commentary from Spiros Bogdos with the gloves behind the stumps. He probably described it better than we could. It's sort of remarkable. And that ball's gone through.
Yeah, so that was a chance, I suppose. Graham hits this firmly, puts to the fielder, and no mistakes from, well, that's Carvelis. And he's been pretty good out there. Look at that, he's so cool, isn't he? Just chews his gum and says, yeah, any day, every day. So he does get a wicket, and it's a good one to get because Ikram, well, we was starting his innings explosively, but he goes for 12 or 5 deliveries.
Yeah, good little innings though from Ikram. Gave it the innings the push along that it needed. Put Marlow in the position where if they could even potentially squeeze up to 95 or thereabouts here with a few blows and the coming balls. They've still got a few wickets in hand. 6 down. Still 4 in hand for these final 9 deliveries. Tell you what, Carballis doesn't look like a man that you want to pick out on the outfield. Those big buckets for hands, he's not going to drop too many.
Yeah, I mean, we see some good catches in front of us there, haven't we? You see Carballis, he's taken a few as well. Julian DeMay as well. He's made it look easy. So that's what you want, your best fielders, as they say.
This is a man I think we've been waiting to see, Rico. Zulfi Shah. Remember Miranda de Corvo, first ball he faced in the entire tournament. He absolutely launched it for a mighty 6. He's not a likely looking hitter, but boy, with hitting across the line, he can give it a whack.
Well, this was a 1-2 whack. And does this go through him, or is this going to be signalled wide? No, it touches a bit of the pad. Leg byes here. Well, that was the one you wanted to go for. That was right in the art for left-handers, wasn't it? Yeah.
He swung about half an hour too.
That's in the belly, isn't it? There we go, right in the belly. Thank you very much. And, well, Carvallis is there again. And, well, he does extremely well. Well, that's the sign of a talented man. Takes a catch and realises he's going to go over the boundary, flicks it back up in the air, gets his balance right and takes it. That's great work.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a look at this on the replay, but it looks like he's managed to take that catch and complete it without having his foot on the boundary line with possession of the ball. That's an excellent piece of play. You can just see what a high-quality cricketer he is, can't you, Rico?
Yeah.
Outstanding stuff, and just so relaxed, and just shows the modern-day fielder, particularly these youngsters who are being brought up and actually training to execute those catches, because it's such a part of the modern game, particularly in T10 and T20 cricket. It just does it very calmly. Good cricket all round.
Yeah, the awareness is so good there. I mean, 1 or 2 would have probably done the same thing, but just thrown the ball back into the field of play. But he's also aware enough and alert enough and confident enough just to flick it up and take the catch. Had it under control all the time, and well, isn't it good for a bowler like Manusis to say, yeah, I've got a fielder out there that I bat to catch anything. 3 for 16.
Pretty good spell for him. Got a nice little breeze to work with here.
In the air, could be a 4th. Oh, just dropped short. But a great effort, and the bat as well. Oh, one of them wants 2. He's not going to get back here. And, well, that was a little bit suicidal. There is another wicket. It is not the 4th. It won't go to the bowler, but it's another one in the over. And that's not good to see. I mean, you can see what he's trying to think. You know, he's trying to put the pressure on, but there is still 6 balls to go. You don't want to give your wicket away like that.
No, not at all. But a wonderful feeling from Georgios Niktas. Dived and actually came up with a good stop to start with when he couldn't get to the initial grab. And then, as you said, a suicidal second run. You could see that Shah was so determined to push through for the 2. It was never there, and quite sensibly his partner, Popat, who's only just arrived at the crease, has sent him back. Zulfi Shah gesticulating as he comes off the field. I'm not sure he's got too many arguments. Not sure if there'll be a few comments at dinner of, sorry, Jash, you just barbecued me here tonight. That was poor running between the wicket, and even in the desperate final stages, they needed his hitting out there.
Yeah, that was Shah. I like that. He's standing there. Did you see that? Did you see that? And I think the new company batter said, yeah, your fault, buddy. He said, oh, all right then. He sheepishly walks back to his cap. So, look, we go into the last over here. They've got 81 on the board. Now, I was saying that if they get to that score between 80 and 90, they've done well. Well, a good over here. Could see them get past the 90. That's what they're really looking for here.
Well, looks like they've only got 2 wickets left in the hatch. Mahmood this morning, we know he's not quite got the power of some of his middle order brethren. Going to be a big job for them to find a couple of boundaries in this final over.
Tip is up in the air, gets up and over. They've got to keep running here. Got to look for the 2. They will get the 2. So that's all he's got to do is pat onto ball. Try and make sure there's no dot balls.
Nice work from Buzis out on the outfield there. Actually, that ball was spinning away towards the boundary. Face first dive, and he's managed to tap it back for his other outfielders to come and collect.
Yeah, nicely done. In comes Ahmed. That's firmly struck. Definitely one. I think you've got to push here. I think you really do. I mean, they decide not to. But I suppose that's with 8 down, you're probably thinking, all right, we know who we got coming in, so you probably don't want to risk it. Good throw.
Excellent fielding performance from Corfu so far. They've thrown themselves around, taking the catches when the opportunities presented themselves.
Austin Ahmed. This is well hit. He's found the gap here, and oh, it's almost was a brilliant stop. And once again, the sportsmanship is fantastic there. It was a great effort from Nikos Bouzis as he comes in. I thought almost he's pulled off an incredible stop, but just gets away from him and just touching the rope there. 4 runs, valuable runs these.
Yeah, valiant effort coming in from the mid-wicket boundary. It was actually a really nicely timed shot from Mahmood. He's had to slap it back on almost the half volley and got a good bit of hand to it, but unfortunately just lost control. And as you say, good sportsmanship. It's been very evident in most of our matches here throughout the tournament so far. Excellent to see.
The delivery places out nice. They'll definitely get one. You can see everybody saying 2, 2, 2, 2. And, sometimes that's the worst, isn't it? And you're the batters out there and you've got everyone else telling you what you should be doing. So 2 there, takes a single. So we're getting close to that 90 now. So this is a really good recovery.
Yeah, they've scratched together what's at least a defendable total. Just back to that 2 there, Rico. I think as the teams get more familiar with their opposition, they'll work out who the gun arms are in this competition and certainly pick out a few players that when you're in these later stages, you can probably at least push the second on.
90, Popat will want a big wild swing at this. And hits it pretty well, but to the fielder, only the 1 run. So we got through between the 80 and 90. 91 now with the ball to go.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with this, Marlow, considering where they were after the power play. Managed to cobble together enough boundaries, a couple of innings that have punctuated the effort here in these 9.5 overs so far. Ahmed done a pretty good job with the ball. Just won't want to give away a boundary on this final delivery.
And yeah, you got to run, and it's worth taking a chance, and it doesn't miss by much. They'll take the 1 by here and take the score up to 92. And that's really well done. I mean, look, the first 5 overs 30, which means they've got 62 off the next 5, and they'll be more than happy with that. I think that's what Marlow desperately needed. They needed to show some fight, and they did. No batter really went on to score big runs, but enough of them chipped in.
Yeah, it just shows what even little contributions like Mahmood there at the end, getting 6 off 3. If you can manage to build enough of those around a couple of good innings, like Shazad once again being the anchor of this score, then you can put together a defendable total. It's still going to be a big chop to defend that, and particularly if Carvallis gets going like he did in the first game. But they've got something to work with here, Marlow. It was a really, really intriguing battle to start with, particularly with the big man Carvallis coming in and bowling some rapid balls in the opening spell. He has got some heat, and poor Shahid, he was struggling and got cleaned up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great delivery. Carvallis there. You saw him getting ready, warming up. Well, it looked like he was ready for some kung fu fighting, wasn't he? But he bowled pretty well, and he did pretty well with the field as well. You're going to see some good cricket from him. But this one, well, it was catches there. That was Farouk there. It looked like he was getting set to get a big knock in himself. He was disappointed with the way he got out. But then there was some nice shots there. I mean, Shazad, we know what he can do. He had to perform, and he did. He got 30 on the board before he went.
Yeah, I think they've got to have a look at this batting order, Marlow. I know they've pushed up guys like Saeed Massam and Amir Zaib up the top. I think maybe they need to try to reserve them to come in 6, 7, 8 over.
Yeah.
Just give them some acceleration when the ball's a little bit older, when it's not getting so much sideways movement. At the moment, those guys are getting trapped up the top, going early, and they just haven't got some of the hitting down the order to really take them to a big total. But nonetheless, it was a really, really gutsy effort from the rest of the batting lineup. As we see, Tassos Manousis bowled a couple of good overs of off spin, really held the ball back, didn't give the batsman too much stuff to work with, and the Marlow team really, really struggled to hit consistent boundaries off his spin.
Yeah, Manousis, like you said, he bowled really well. He took 3 for 17, and he backed up Carvallis' pace really well. It was a bit of luck here, as the fielder does well, but as he slides in, and Khalida there sees the funny side of things, gives him a clap. No, that's good as well. Little things that are important. You've got to keep your players' heads up. But this one, he's trying to catch hold of it, couldn't do. He gets hold of this one pretty well, and that does go the distance. And there was disappointment as well, though. And that was the short ball, and it was almost like it was set up. Bangs it in. goes for the shot, does Shazad, but not able to get it past the man there. We thought that was going to be an important point of the match, but well, the good news was that Marlow, the batters that came in, were prepared to take the fight on. And how about the first 2 deliveries that man there comes in and he decides, I'm going to go big, and Ikram absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, a couple of really, really nice shots from Henrico, and that was probably the impetus that the innings needed at that time. Without him coming in and swatting a couple of boundaries off his opening 2 deliveries, they could have been really looking at a total more around the sort of 75-80 mark. To be honest, once Shazad got out, they were 67 for 5, and we probably had fears that they wouldn't get anywhere near the 90 or 100 mark, so they've actually done pretty well in the end. And this is going to give them at least something to bowl to. We know they've got a good bowling lineup. Shazad actually looked really impressive. He's opened a couple of overs in the first game today. We haven't seen much of Saeed Massam yet, but he's a good quality bowler. And even someone like Asad Mahmood, who bowls little left-arm mediums mixed with a few spinners, he's a really, really tough character to get away. So if they can get into the teeth of the Corfu batting lineup, I think they're a genuine chance of defending this total.
Yeah, look, I mean, they know, and they will know who the key batters are. I mean, Kevelas is one. You've got to get him early if you can. Then look, they've got, and we've seen it, and when we were there in Miranda de Corbo, we've seen that they have got the bowling and they've got the variations that could trouble plenty of teams, but it's getting those key wickets early, and certainly Kevelas, he's going to be the key man to get.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's still some confidence on the YouTube chat for Marlow as we have a look at their batting lineup. Once again, the openers just really struggling. Shahid out for 1 off 4 in the opening over to Carbalis, and Farouk 7 off 6. Najam Shazad once again held the innings together, but he was really helped out by Mir Ikram, who came in and belted 12 off 5, including 2 boundaries in his first 2 balls against the pace of Carbalis. That was a really important knock.
Yeah, it certainly was, and a good little partnership there for Bet and Mahmood. It may not seem like much, but those 10 runs between them gets that score into the 90s and 92. And like you say, it's a score that can be defended. It was a good recovery from them. But we have a look at the bowling figures there. Of course, Manusis 3 for 17. He's been classed, but Carmel is up there at the top again. 2 more wickets for him. Certainly looks like that it's going to be a group similar to what we saw last week, where it's going to be the bowlers maybe going to be on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Tassos Manusis was a really important inclusion in the bowling lineup for this today. He got through his 2 overs, only went for 17 runs, but most importantly 3 wickets. And it's just that challenge of taking the pace off the ball, particularly when you're coming up against the middle order, trying to thrash the bat a little bit. I thought there was a good bit of captaincy to give him a few in those middle orders, and he ended up with the best figures for the innings. So Marlow, the Portuguese side, they reached 92 for 8, setting Corfu 93 for victory in this final game on day 1. Rico, what's your prediction at the moment?
Well, I think look, what I'm going to say is Marlow, they need to pick up some wickets. If they can get, I mean, we say this quite often, if they can get the first 5 overs in and restrict the score to around about 45, 50, but have picked up 3 or 4 wickets, I think it's going to be a really close one. It's one that Marlow showed some grit with the bat there. If they can do the same with the ball, it can be an interesting conclusion.
I agree, Rico. I think if they can get Carvalis early, then they're in with a real shot in this game. It's going to force the rest of the Corfu batting lineup to pick up the slack. So we'll be back in a matter of moments for the second innings of this game. So please come and join us then for the final game on day 1 of Group E here at the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Welcome back, European cricket fans, to the Cartama Oval here in Malaga in the wonderful Andalusia region of Spain. And we have a great contest here for the final game of day one of Group E of the European Cricket League. It is Corfu, who is attempting to chase down a target of 93, which has been set after Marlow ended up with a 92 for 8 in their first innings, recovering from a very, very difficult situation after the first couple of overs. And Rico, I think Marlow have got a big shot at trying to defend this.
Yeah, they certainly have. And this man will want to do better, though, wasn't he? Wasn't able to get runs on the board first time round. And it's Peter McFuss. But yeah, I mean, look, speaking of Marlow, I think they'll be encouraged with where they've ended up. I mean, like I said, 30 off the first 5, and then they did accelerate, scoring 62 off the next 5, getting the 92 on the board. So 93 required. It's all about being tidy, getting those early overs in. And I think the other most important thing is you've got to be good in the field. You've got anything that comes your way, you've got to take. You take those catches, then you're in this match.
Yeah, they'll get some opportunities. They're opening up with Najam Shazad, who's their premier fast bowler. I suspect they'll use him to try to make 1 or 2 incisions in this first over and then potentially leave him for Carvallis, who did all of the damage for Corfu in the first game. Here we go, first ball.
Good start. Yeah. Plenty of noise out there as well. They want to be backing and supporting each other. Well, Marlow, the Portuguese champions, up against Yek Corfu, champions from Greece.
Good to see Peter McGarfus going out to open with the traditional Greg Chappell floppy hat. It's an outstanding sartorial choice to start off this innings.
Just add once more to him. And this is, he tries to flick it away. It does get stopped. It's off the pads. It's good little bit of keeping there from Jared Poppet. Smothers it, doesn't let it go past him.
Did talk about in the first game, Rico, that Shazad falls away in his action a little bit. It's a strong man, but does have a tendency to push the ball down the leg side. Probably doesn't give himself quite the opportunity to bowl the outswinger as much as he should, but he's generating some good pace at the moment and certainly providing a bit of a handful of batsmen that he's faced today. He's now got the left-hander, Manusis, on strike.
So Shazad needs to get this right straight away to the left-hander. Well, this one just hits him. Now, where does this hit the batter? And I mean, he has got the arm guard there. Was that off the arm guard or was that more? Let's have a look. So, here's the delivery. Comes through. Yeah, it was well.
See why he's wearing the arm guard, Rico. He certainly led with the elbow and didn't look particularly comfortable playing the short ball. Maybe Shazad's been doing a bit of scouting from the Corfu domestic traps and knows that he's not a big fan of the ball going in at the rib cage.
Well, that's why we say whatever protection you can get on yourself, get it on. That certainly saved him. It's a good, quick, sharp delivery. Shazad is attacking the stumps. Good bowling, good start.
Yeah, and once again, technically, when he does fall away, it's not necessarily a bad thing when he's bowling to the left-hander. It does enable him to push the ball across the batsman from relatively wide on the crease, and he's come up with a couple of good deliveries to Manusis the first 2 balls. Excellent start for Marlow.
Decides to attack, so a bit of a chase on for the fielder here. He should get to it. Batters will come through for 2. As the throw comes in. First runs of the bat.
Somewhat agricultural swipe for Manusis, but there's plenty of open pastures. The field is very offside dominant. One man on the outside down a fine leg, and the other at third man. They're the only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle for these opening 3 overs.
This one sort of tucks him up. That's a good finish to the over. You just see the wind also just starting to pick up here now. You could probably maybe just pick that up. Sometimes on the old, some of the microphones are getting a little bit windy, blowing from left to right across the ground. So it certainly would assist anything that's flicked away by the right-hander on the leg side.
Probably not the easiest time to bat at the moment, Rico. We haven't got too much natural light left. There's still a bit of heavy cloud cover, as you can see on screen at the moment, so it's reasonably dark. Still decent batting conditions, to be honest, but just that slight blustery cross breeze that's picking up occasionally, certainly helpful for the bowling team.
Yeah, I mean, that over there, you see what a good over does here. It takes that rate up. So now all of a sudden you're looking at 10 required. So it's almost like saying, well, we did score 100, you know? And that's what they've got to do. A couple of overs like this. Edge. Oh, and he palms this away. And in comes the throw. Well, where's his ball ending up? And it's being stopped. Well, what an opportunity this is. It hits the gloves hard here and not able to control it.
Yeah, disappointing effort from the keeper, Jayesh Popat. I was going to say from the first game, actually, we saw Godinal will actually bowl a lot of nice balls, probably about a foot outside off stump, but get enough tail away to make himself dangerous. Exactly going to plan on that first ball. McGarfus gets the edge through and the keeper can't complete the dismissal.
McGarfus gets off the mark. It could have been a pair for him. Gets lucky.
Bit more of a challenge here for Gondal, bowling to the left-hander. He's going to have to try to squeeze it in on his off stump.
This is a good-looking shot for 4 runs. That's just all about timing. Doesn't try to overhit it and gets into position. And once this gets past the bowler, it's always 4.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Just struck it down the ground, all timing. And as I said, Gondal has probably got a less favourable action when it comes to bowling to the left-hander. Just a little bit full, pushing it up, hoping to get the ball to swing back in. Just timed nicely down the ground for Manousis. Classy shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot and it deserves the applause that he gets. Gondal, what will his reply be? Oh, this has been absolutely cracked, but that's gone off like a bullet. Nobody's stopping that. What a shot.
Well, he may be the skipper, Mian Shahid, but I'm not sure he was too desperate to throw the hands out to take that. Manousis has almost ripped the cover off the Kookaburra. Superb batting, and 2 boundaries and 2 balls has broken this chase wide open and come back to that dropped catch off the first ball from the wicketkeeper Popat. All of a sudden should have had a new batsman at the crease and 1 wicket down. As it turns out now, Corfu consecutive boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, they've made a change in the field because of that. And this should be stopped, pick up and throw. And that's good cricket. It's nicely done. Came at me and Shahid, the captain, pretty quickly.
It was a nicely struck shot. He's opened the arms a couple of times in the last few balls. Manousis wasn't hustling to the other end as quickly as he might have. Run out opportunity if the throw had been more accurate.
Bowler, 7 discussions about where exactly he wants his field. Certainly it's very attacking on the offside. They've got that man sort of a couple of metres in from the 30-yard circle. And this one goes over and to the boundary, 4 runs. It's a good shot to play in the power play. He's getting control of this all the way. He knows what he's doing. He knows he's hitting it over the top. And once he clears the infield, that's 4 runs.
Yeah, I know he's an experienced captain, Shahid, but I really don't get the field that he's got at the moment. It's only 2 fielders allowed out inside the power play. Fine with the 3rd man if you really think it's necessary, although the pace that Gondal's bowling, I don't think you desperately need that man on the boundary.
No.
But what on earth he's got a fine leg on the boundary instead of having some cover from him in that deep cover region. I just don't understand that.
And you can see that the batter, he knows what he's trying to do. He knows with that field the way it's set, you can afford to play these shots. Yeah, very unusual. I mean, 3rd man, like you say, yeah, fair dues. A fine leg for me. It has to be inside the circle, and you've got to give protection out there on the offside.
Well, to be fair, Gondal has bowled exactly what he always bowls to the right-handers, and that is the ball outside of off-stump, usually tailing away. Actually got a little bit of nip back off the deck on that final delivery, but he's done exactly what's expected of him. You've got to have the field to support it.
And this is where we are. Look, both these teams are yet to register any points on the board. One of them will. And who will it be? And at the moment, well, your guess is as good as anyone's because it could go either way. And, it's wickets acquired by Marlow, but also to keep the rate down. That's the other thing. I mean, they may be thinking, look, if we can keep these 2 in, and keep the bowling tight and get that rate up and try and keep somebody like one of the big hitters like Carvelis sat in the camp. Well, we're all right, but you can see if the umpire is going to put his arms up in the air, and there's another man putting his arm up in the air. Well, there you go. We've got the Karate Kid out there, Corey Ruckus. Well, he's enjoying it. What's he on? What's he on, Andrew?
Don't know, Rico, I don't know, but I think he's hearing Kung Fu fighting in his head while we're all hearing something different, including the big gong every time there's a Maximo that goes over the boundary. But pretty ordinary ball from Asad Mahmood, just comes in, first delivery of the game, short, half track, and it's dispatched by Manousis. They've at least got a better field for Mahmood, who, as you say, tends to actually bowl a pretty good length and usually cut to the cover, and that's a lovely shot straight down the ground. An absolutely quality stroke from Manousis.
Yeah, good shot. Manos arriba, Vitro. Manos arriba porque es 6 carreras. And this one, well, sometimes you have to belt it. Other times, timing. Sheer timing will do, and that was beautifully timed.
Yeah, much better length ball from Asad Mahmood. That tends to be the length that he will deliver, but he likes people to have to get tied up and probably cut it out rather than come down the pitch, and just held his shape beautifully. Wonderful shot.
Well, this wasn't the best of deliveries, but fortunately for the bowler, Manousis doesn't get hold of it. So he moves on to 24 of the 10 deliveries he's faced so far.
I think Mian Shahid would have been hoping for Mahmood to get out of this over with maybe only 7 or 8, but under massive pressure after those first 2 deliveries, and he's some self-inflicted pain, actually. A couple of poor deliveries from an experienced bowler.
Asking the question, and shake of the head.
Probably need to get McGuffus back on strike as much as they can. He's struggling to get the ball away, as you see. It's not a bad delivery, just tailed back into the right-hander. It's a good call from the umpire, but needs to put a bit of pressure on him with a couple of consecutive dot balls.
Works this out to the fielder out at mid-wicket boundary. Take the single. Now, needs to finish well here, doesn't he? Needs to finish well, the one ball to come.
Yeah, if they can, they'd love a dot ball here so they can get McGuffus back on strike for the start of the 4th over. Certainly doesn't want to go for another boundary. He's already leaked 14 off this 3rd over.
It's nicely hit, and that's going to be a boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs, and certainly has exposed the gaps in the field. There's good batting, and Manousis moves on to 28, and that is the end of the power play. It's a good one. 35 on the board. I suppose the only benefit here now for the champions of Portugal, Marlo, is they can spread the field a little.
Come on, Nassim, come on.
You can spread the field a little, but they've got a classy batsman to deal with in the form of Manousis. Certainly a batsman like Mahmood is relying on the batsman trying to overhit the ball and potentially swing across the line, but he's played it very safely, very straight, hitting right back over his head. Wonderful batting, and that Manhattan is certainly looking in favour of the Corfu side at the moment. 35 off the first 3 overs, an infinitely better position than Marlow were at the same stage.
Delivery full straight, but well, I'm going to first just place it down to the man who's straight there at long off.
If I was a skipper, I would actually try to bring the field in a little bit for McGuffus. I think you've got to try to keep him on strike for 2 or 3 balls at a time if you can, and actually push him to try to play a power shot, because at the moment he's just rotating the strike and giving Manousis as much time at the wicket as possible.
Yeah. This is a nice looking shot. It's going to be chased for the field if you can get there or not. And does get a foot on this. And if this gone to the boundary, there seems to be enough noise suggesting that it has. We'll probably see it again here. Certainly the fans and the spectators thought it does. You see the umpire just checking here now. Let's have a look. And well, yeah, that's 4 runs.
Feels like it's tickled the rope. Good effort from the fielder, almost dislocated his ankle.
Well, yeah, I mean,
top of the ball.
This is the sort that can be nasty. You go over on your ankle on that. Well, that's the end. of your week. 4 more runs. Smashed hard, but straight to the fielder. Good stop.
It's an interesting start to the Saeed Masam run-up, isn't it? The legs go flailing almost like Bambi on ice for the first couple of strides before he actually starts to propel himself towards the batsman. It's quite a sight.
Yeah, there you go, yeah. Oh dear, this one's going to be called a no ball because of height. And free hit coming up here now. Things not going right for Marlow at the moment. They're in the field.
I tried the change up, hasn't worked at all. Hopefully our main camera will just move back far enough so we get a look at this run up as Masam tries to charge in again to deal with this no ball and the free hit. There we go, the flailing legs.
Oh no, no, no. Well, they'll come back for 2. Total misjudgment from the fielder. And see that just, those little errors are costly, not so much because of the runs, it's because it just keeps for some strike.
Needlessly too, actually. Masam dealt with that free hit situation pretty well, got the ball right up in the block hole, not getting backed up by his field.
Single again, and yeah, he's bowled. I mean, apart from it was the attempted slow delivery, wasn't it, that he got wrong, but apart from that, he's bowled pretty well. He's got the ball up there.
He's a pretty talented young bowler. We've seen plenty of him on the European Cricket Series over the last couple of years. Rico has the capacity to swing the ball a little bit, bowls with enough pace to worry a few batsmen, but certainly tends to bowl a good full length and gives himself every opportunity with the clean bowled and LBW dismissals.
This is going to be a wide delivery. Once again, good work behind the stumps for Jayesh Popat making the stop.
Yeah, that is one area that Masam does fall down. A little bit like Shahzad. He's probably a little more straight up and down with his action, but does have a tendency to spray it down the leg side.
Up in the air, is this going to go the distance? It does. 6 más. Balle, Kinda Sola. 6 carreras, and that brings up the 50. So 50 without loss at the end of 4. And at the moment, there's doesn't seem to be much going Marlow's way here.
No, it's a really tough start after Shahzad's first over, which is actually a really, really good one. Bowled with good pace, managed to beat the bat on a couple of occasions, dealt with the left-hander Manousis really, really well, but from that point on, actually, the bowling attack has looked a little bit toothless, and there's been boundaries coming very frequently, and it feels like Corfie's well in control of this.
Yeah, they're in control. What would you do here? Would you give the ball to the jump Shahzad and say, right, okay, we need a wicket? If he's probably the man who's more likely to give you that, say, look, try and get the breakthrough for us.
Yeah, I think the skipper would have liked to hold him back until Carvelis came on in the innings, but they've just failed to pick up a wicket, certainly not helped by that drop catch in the second over. I think you've got to go back to Shahzad.
Well, let's see what they're doing here. I mean, it's not Shahzad. The game would Sim Sawa starts. Well, that's a lovely pick up and throw. And if this could be close, they're asking a question. This will go upstairs. I think, looking at it first off, I think he maybe just gets there. I think it was direct hit, probably would have been the one that gets him in trouble.
It was a good bit of fielding. Used the bowler, and the bowler got back to the stumps relatively quickly. It actually got in a fair way down. Manousis had to put in a big dive. Bat might have popped up in the end. Yes! Actually, it's hard to tell with the umpire getting his backside in the view of the wicket, but actually, as the bat has popped up...
Oh, does it go past the line and then go up? Because there was a law change, wasn't it, that if it slid in, goes past the line and then goes back up. Keep an eye on this. This is going to be really, really tight. I think he just gets in because I don't see the stumps broken. I reckon the bat goes in and goes up, but because it's gone, because he slid in and then it's bounced up, I think he's okay.
Really, really close call. Really close call. Once again, a good bit of fielding. The bowler got back to the stumps pretty quickly.
One-hand
Great
pick
pick
up.
Geez, they could really do with a wicket here, Marlow.
So what? Played back out. But yeah, it's one of that. I mean, they have got the fielders in close, haven't they, here to try and stop that single. That's intelligent batting from MacArthur. Still hits it over the top of those two infielders, gets the single and gets the main man on strike.
It's good unselfish cricket from MacArthur. He's been an excellent foil for Manousis so far in this innings. Manousis managing to face 17 balls so far. MacArthur's just rotating the strike. He's 8 off 10. He's done a good job.
Changing the angle now, so he's going to come over the left armour. Sliced up, and he's going to get lucky as well. This will go all the way to the boundary, and nothing going Marlowe's way at the moment. It's going to go on anywhere, but goes more or less straight over the keeper. Full safe, couple of bounces, and 4 more runs.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad bit of bowling from Sawa. Floated it wide of off stump, held it back a little bit. Unlucky top edge, but when things are going your way, and they are certainly going the way of Tassos Manousis at the moment, he is flying.
And moves himself to 45. And quickly as well, just 18 deliveries.
Not a difficult equation for Corfu now, 36 off 33.
Firmly struck, and this is through the gap as well. 4 more, all the way along the deck. Powerful hitting from the left-hander. And Manousis is certainly looking the part here in this knock.
Well, umpire Stephen Gooch giving an appreciative nod of the head to that shot. It was slapped across the line, but short. Not a huge amount on it from Sawa, and deserved to get dispatched to the boundary. Excellent batting from Manousis, who is quickly approaching a half-century.
And he brings it up in style. He goes big. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka, lagya, badaya, batanu, Manousis ni apni 50 banali, and he's still going strong. 55 off 20 deliveries.
Well, not sure what you just said there, Rico, but I'm sure it was very complimentary batting, very complimentary to the batting of Tassos Manousis. Stepped down the crease, and hasn't he shown some power hitting straight down the wicket? Firmly struck. Beautiful shot.
And this time, just trying to take the single off the last ball. But the bowler, well, at least he gets that win there. And it's not quite gone to plan. And not sure what's going on here. Well, I think Peter is saying, well, this bat just doesn't do it for me. I want the same one that Manousis has got, because he's won. The ball's going to the boundaries. Well, let's see what he does here. Quite often, the batter changes the bat. It doesn't quite work as you expect it to, and they end up getting out. Well, let's see if Peter MacArthur can do better. But he's doing his job, though, isn't he?
Well, he's doing his job. He's got a nice front row seat to the power hitting of Tassos Manousis as well. MacArthur's 8 off 10, but doing his job, really not having to extend himself at this point. In fact, with the wide brimmed hat, looks like he's just settled in for a lengthy test match innings. Not having to get the strike rate going particularly rapid at the moment, as we see Shazad come in for his second over. Just drifts down the leg side, tickle away.
Yeah, that's going to be disappointing, because straight away from the very first delivery, he does what he doesn't want to do, which is to give the single to MacArthur. So Manousis will go back on strike, and I think he'd be up for this. I think he quite like the pace coming on to the bat.
Had him in a bit of trouble in the first over, Shazad, just bringing the ball from around middle and leg stump and just pushing across Tassos Manousis' bat, but he's certainly got his eye in since that point. I suspect they'll eye the fact that they can get a bit of a run rate push here, Corfu, if they can finish this off quickly.
Just down the leg side, and wide delivery. It's okay, line to the right-hander, not to the lefty.
Hard to believe that this was the same man who was jammed up on one of his early deliveries, getting cracked in the arm guard. He's looked so in control since that point.
Yeah, I mean, well, maybe it's the wake-up call he needed.
Shazad choosing to go around the wicket. I'm not sure this is actually strategically his right move. He'd had the same batsman in trouble in his first over. Sticking over the wicket's probably the plan. Manages to jam him up there a little bit. Manousis is still looking a little bit uncomfortable when the ball's short of a length, with a bit of extra pace. Yeah.
Short into his body. Sort of ducks into that one, really.
Caulfield requiring 24. Still 28 balls remaining. Unless there's a flurry of wickets, they should do this relatively comfortably.
Full toss, and it's been absolutely thumped, and despite the desperate effort of the fielder, it's 4 runs. And well, even if he does catch this, it would have been no justice because it has been called a no ball as well. So the trouble just mounts for Marlowe and Shazad here. Well, I don't think any quick bowler should be bowling one this high. Yeah, that's a good call. Called early as well. And well, couldn't save that, so that's going to be 5 runs. The no ball and the 4 to the batter. And now the free hit.
He's gone back over the wicket. An unsuccessful foray coming around. He's got to deal with the free hit. Bit of pressure on Shazad.
And well, they can run. They should be running. Well, the bat's running. And well, they decide not to. Well, there was silence around the ground because a lot of people are probably thinking, what's happened here? He's out. Why isn't he out? Well, look at this. It's not the first time we've seen the bat have a mind of his own. It's good delivery. Of course, it is a free hit. It don't matter. Where's my bat? He says. Somebody give him a bat. And, smile on the face there of the man at square, Stephen Gooch. So, well, it's a dot ball, I suppose. Well, there's somebody there that is staying focused. I know that look. I'm not moving. This is the good luck chair. I'm not moving from this chair. Yeah, we've all been there. Single take and good delivery. I mean, once he gets his line right, he's a difficult one to get away, Shazad.
Yeah, it looks much more comfortable bowling the left-hander over the wicket. It's just it's an irritating habit of some bowlers that they go for runs off one delivery and then decide I need to change the angle. Yeah. Sometimes you just got to back yourself to be able to deal with the batsman in front of you. Let's see, McArthur's back on strike. 2 balls to go in this over.
This one is just played down. I mean, a few people on the chat saying that Marlowe, time for a rethink. One thing I will say is going back to the ECC, and it certainly followed the pattern for Italy, who started badly and then got off to a good run. Well, Brescia, the Italian champions, were the same. They didn't start well, and they finished with a flurry. Yes, well bowled again, bit of bat on this. And Portugal in the ECC, and of course I'm talking about the European Cricket Championships as well. Well, they were the same, didn't start very well. I believe they lost maybe 4 on the spin, and then they came good towards the end. So maybe that just like Brescia, Marlowe are going to follow the same sort of pattern, not start well, and come good, because at the moment this looks like it's only going one way with 17 required, just 24 deliveries.
Yeah, it's difficult. They certainly haven't represented themselves particularly well, Marlowe. They'll be disappointed after this first day, ending up 0-2, almost inevitably 0-2. But they're a side that has enough good players and enough experience that they can pick themselves up off the canvas and come back better over the next couple of days. They're not out of this competition. Oh, looks like they've thought they might have got the outside edge, but no call from the umpire. We'll have a look at that on the replay. We're not at the best angle here in the commentary position. Pop-out will be happy to have actually cleanly gloved one.
Oh, that's just missed everything, isn't it? Absolutely cut him in half. It's a good take on the keeper, but nothing on that. Goes through, and that's what he does, just gets a single. So this bat still not finding the boundaries for Peter. There's that look on his face, but he's shaking his head, but look, he's doing all right. He's doing his job.
Chewing the gum just like an angry opening batsman in Test cricket. Grizzled veteran, holding things together after the first 6.2 overs of this game. Amir Zaid coming in for the 3rd ball of his over.
Goes for the shorter one, and does this go to hand? No, he can't stop it. Again, a desperate effort from the fielder. The umpires will just check, but put him up in the air. Put him up like you just don't care. Seis carreras más.
Yeah, lovely shot again from Manousis, but if we see on the replay, actually, the fielder out there at deep mid-wicket took a couple of really sluggish steps when the ball's first gone in the air. He probably actually had a play at that ball, but needed to move, and to move very, very quickly. As it is, put in a bit of a despairing dive at the end, and that ball's gone for yet another boundary. Superb striking from Manousis.
Yeah, he's hit the ball extremely well. And he's not finished yet. This one's hit straight and hard. And the fielder does well. He looked and think about the two, but he's not to be, and it's Shazad after his bowling spell. 2 overs for 10. He's done his job, hasn't he? Shazad probably a little bit unfortunate not to pick up a wicket, bit unlucky. And now throwing himself around in the field. Interesting shot, just sort of flicks this away. Gets a single.
Well, McGarthur's no danger of getting to 100 strike rate at the moment, but as we said, he hasn't had to do a huge amount with Manousis going at a rapid rate. He's 67 off 27.
Yeah.
This match crawls towards a conclusion. So he's just making a few changes, wanting to get that leg side field a little bit straighter. He's got the man out at deep square on the boundary, deep in wicket, and also long on.
In the air, well, this is the opportunity. The fielder comes in, and the catch has been taken. So Zaib gets the breakthrough, and a terrific innings from Manousis comes to an end. But maybe that wicket also has just come a little bit too late.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Rico. Warm applause for Manousis as he walks off the field from bowler and some of the fielders. It's good to see, but lovely bit of bowling from Zaib, actually. Just looks like he probably got the ball to move off the deck a little bit. Got Manousis hitting inside out. Hits the outside edge of the bat, and well taken. It's a good catch. Never easy with those ones that are popping up in the air with a fair bit of spin on the ball, but safely taken. Looks like Adnan Gondal there, who bowled a pretty reasonable over in the start of this innings. Taking the snare, but that's some excellent hitting from Manousis. What a cracking innings, Rico, and he's basically taken Corfu. He stumbles up the stairs, was far more elegant for the vast majority of his innings, with 67 off 28, strike rate of 239. That's a super innings.
It's a really good innings, and when you think, as you said, the way it started, with that one that clumped him on that arm guard, well, once again, I suppose it's a good job that he had the arm guard on, because otherwise he could have been in a bit of trouble, but all smiles on the face of the Greece champions. Back to the action. Well, this is a nice looking shot all the way along the deck. Gets a single.
Sweetly timed from McGarthur. Maybe he'll open the shoulders a little bit now that Manousis is back in the sheds. He's been joined by Arik Velas. Not sure they need his big striking to get them home in this innings today, but I'm sure he won't mind striking a lusty blow, or possibly just 2 lusty blows, given there's only 7 required to overtake the Marlow total.
Hits it firmly, but no run there. Yeah, I'm just wondering if this were, I know there's not too many runs required, so may not have made a big difference, but we'll just change it up a little bit. Maybe Carvelis, you can say, okay, we know what you can do, you're in good nick. Maybe just give somebody else the opportunity to go out there.
Yeah, I like your thinking, Rico. There's going to be times in the tournament where they can't rely on just the top couple of batsmen, and particularly just getting batsmen exposed to this arena as all the branding, all the television cameras. It's something that you just need to get a look at, just be ordered to be performing well later in the tournament, as that goes straight through the skipper fielding it. Cover, fortunately, it's only a single. But I agree, get as many exposed in these early games as you can, and then you can rely on them more later in the tournament.
Yeah, just take that opportunity. And Carvelis, you know that he's top draw. He's been fine form today. We've seen him bowl well and bat well and field well, of course. Gondal.
Looks like a sickeningly talented cricketer, Carvelis, doesn't he, with both bat and ball. Nice ball from Gondal. He's found that line just outside of off stump again, but he just looks the complete package, doesn't he, Carvelis? And showed a great set of hands in the field on a few occasions earlier today.
Yeah, he did. And look, you see there, he's just speaking to Peter and saying, yeah, look, this is why you missed it. And look, take nothing away from Peter McGarthur as well. I think he's played his part intelligently. A lot of batters would have probably thrown the wicket away in frustration, but he's batted smartly. And this one's up in the air, and he will get a boundary. 4 runs, and It's nicely played, and well, he's one boundary before that one. Well, that makes it 2.
You only need one video to post on Instagram each day, Rico, and so McGarvis has got his boundary.
Yeah.
Throwing the bat outside off stump. Nicely timed. Gets just over the fielder who was standing there backward of point. And it races along to the boundary.
Well, almost there now.
Come on, Peter, finish it with a maximum.
See if he hears you or not. It's by the skipper.
The end of the over. Corfu, 91 for 1. 2 overs still. Suspect they should be able to do this, only requiring 1 per over. I don't think the run rate's going to be too much of a concern in these final deliveries.
I think this would be this will be looking to do it off this, the very first delivery. He's come out and he's been quite aggressive, isn't he? Straight away he's hit the ball hard, but more or less to the fielders. It's going to be Zaib to continue. Zaib is the only bowler to get the breakthrough.
Jubbly bowls a nice straight line, capable of getting the ball to tail back into the right-handers. Sure, that's probably what he'll be trying to do with Carvelis here. Humps that through the offside. They'll only take the 1.
Score start. The other concern here for me, and if you're a Marlow player or supporter, is that even though they have performed better in this match, which is going to be the second defeat, the scores are tied, but they've only picked up just 2 wickets in the day.
Yeah, they're a better bowling side than that, Rico, but just failed to consistently put pressure on. Go back to the caught behind opportunity that they had in the second over. Just wickets can put pressure on, and I'm sure Jayesh Popat will be disappointed.
Well, it goes up in the air. This should be the second wicket, and it is. And, well, he did listen to you. Peter McGarvis does go, or tries to go for the big Maximo to finish in his style. He doesn't, he loses his wicket. And that's unfortunate for him because he's batted well all the way through. And he falls at the last hurdle.
Oh, I say fair play, Peter. Trying to finish the match off with a 6. You don't get too many times in your career where you can take a free swing like that. Zaib, good length, just popping up on him a little bit. Didn't get the full face of the bat to it, and it looks like Shazadu's taken a nice, easy catch out in the boundary. And that's the end of a solid innings, we will say, from Peter McGarvis. Did his job.
Yeah, he did what he had to do. I think what I liked about that innings, Andrew, is quite often we see a lot of batters, if they're not flowing, if they're not hitting the ball well, they rather than reading the match situation and playing to that, they'll still go for the big shots and get themselves out, and that could put unnecessary pressure on other batters going in. But he hasn't done that. He knew he wasn't hitting the ball fluently, but he stuck to his task. He kept giving Manusis the strike when he had to, and then there towards the end, tries to finish it in style. But that's a good innings from him.
Well, warm round of applause from his teammates, acknowledging the brutal effort to make it through 8.3 overs. This innings from Corfu, really holding the side together with the willow. As wicketkeeper Bogdos has come out to join Carvalhas to hit the glorious winning runs.
Yes! And he does indeed. And that one will go all the way to the boundary. So finishes with a nice little shot. And it's been a comprehensive victory from Marlow. They've got some homework to do tonight. And I'm certain that they'll get together and have a look at what they've done here today. I mean, they haven't done, I don't think, too much wrong. You've got a few players that are a little bit rusty, like a lot of these players will be, haven't played much cricket. And maybe just need to readdress the batting lineup. That's an option for them. And, well, with the field, we did say that any opportunities that come your way, you need to snap them up, especially when you haven't got too many runs on the board. And there was that opportunity early, it wasn't taken. But well done also to the champions, GEK Corfu of Greece. They needed to come back strong themselves and get a victory, and they have done.
Yeah, they have done. Tough day at the office for Marlow, but Corfu has done exactly what they needed to in this second game to finish off the day 1-1 after a gutsy performance against Cranhood early in the day. Tassos Manusis, didn't he start in difficult fashion, cracked in the arm guard, and then Peter McGarthis put down by the wicketkeeper Jayesh Popan. He had a tough day with the gloves, but from then on it was all one-way traffic. Tassos Manousis hitting a couple of lovely shots down the ground, really keeps his shape well when he tries to hit hard. Swatted a couple of excellent pull shots through mid-wicket, and even McGarthis got in on the party. He ended up with 2 boundaries, thrashed through the offside. Saeed Massam, he tried hard with the ball, Rico, but just didn't have the impact that his skipper needed.
Yeah, they weren't able to get that breakthrough, and one positive sign also for Zek Corfu here is that they were able to do this without really using the abilities of one of the key players. I mean, we saw that the first match, really, it was only one man that was doing all the damage with the bat. They didn't need Carvelis this time. Nusis showed that he was able to do it, and certainly, I think with that knock and also his 3 wickets, he'll certainly be receiving, quite gratefully as well, the Player of the Match award.
Yeah, I think that's fairly certain, Rico. He's been excellent and really played his part with both the bat and ball. Just wonderful striking. He seems to be a guy that can accelerate his run rate without necessarily taking a huge amount of risks. Doesn't take massive swings, although we saw him lose complete control of the bat. That was off the free hit off Shazad. Bat went flying. Unfortunately, not much contact with the ball other than hitting the off stump. But from that point on, Manousis just felt like he was in complete control. Until such time as Zaid managed to pick up his first wicket. Well caught, but by then Tassos Manousis had done all the damage. He ended up with 67 off 28. It was a match-winning innings, and as you say, Rico, he'll be a deserved recipient of the Man of the Match award.
Yeah, absolutely. And that man there, Peter, batted well as well. That was his second boundary. That was a really nice shot. But then he went for glory, went for the big shot for the victory, and it was the safe hands of Shazad. And he's certainly one man that's performed well for Marlow. He scored 30 runs as well, bowled pretty well. He was good there in the field. But there you go, that was the winning runs, and well, only took 1 ball from Spiros, the wicketkeeper that came in, and job done there. And they'll be happy to get that one in the bag.
Well, I'll say Spiros will be happy walking off the ground with a strike rate of 400 after 1 ball, which I'm sure he'll be posting about on his social media accounts later tonight. But it's been a wonderful day here at the Cartama Oval, Rico. I think this is looking like it's going to be another excellent and probably unpredictable group. I suggest we've actually got a bunch of teams that are pretty evenly matched. Marlow have had their struggles today, but Corfu, I think, probably the wild card. Their top players are actually really top draw.
Yeah, I mean, Corfu there, champions of Greece. I mean, Carvelis, like we said, not out there in the end, but it was, I think, important for them to get that victory without him having to play a big part again. It just means that they're showing a little bit of depth, and I think, well, you see there, a good knock, 67 to 28 for Manousis. That really sets them up well because he's now in form. You know, Carvelis is in form, and I think, well, there's 1 or 2 in there as well that we haven't seen yet. So they're showing good positive signs. And with Marlow, though, well, they've got to do some soul searching. Really, you look at the bowling attack there. I mean, Zaib there picks up the only 2 wickets. I think Najam Shazad, he does well. Just 10 conceded from his 2 overs. But the others were expensive. You see there, you know, there was Asad Mahmood there, Saeed Mirsam, as well as Asim Sawa. I mean, they went for too many.
Yeah, they're a better bowling lineup than that, Rico. And Shazad is just carrying the side at the moment, and he's top scored for them in both games. A pretty good innings of 30 off 15 here. A couple of lusty blows off the leg side. Had a bit of support by Amir Zaib. He ended up 16 off 12, but it really just wasn't enough, and Corfu just chased it down with ease. Still 9 balls left in the innings. It was just a cakewalk for them in the end, and Manousis really driving them home.
Yeah, it does. I mean, look, if you're the Greece champions, you know, you've got a win under your belt, you're going to go back, you're going to be a happy camp. Or a camp that's not going to be happy is the Portuguese camp. Now, if you're part of that group here, what are you saying to each other? How are you lifting yourself for the matches you got coming tomorrow?
Yeah, with great difficulty, and I think it doesn't really get any easier for Marlow. They've still got some quality teams. Feels like maybe the Punjab Lions from Cyprus are probably their best chance of pushing themselves up the table a little bit, but they've got some quality sides to play. I mean, Cray and Hood looked very good today. Maybe a little bit of softness in their middle order. They really need their openers to fire, but they've got some good quality with the ball. They field pretty sharply, and I think Farmers, we're still yet to see the best of them, but actually they're a talented all-round side. They've had a lot of players who have had experience at the top level playing ICC qualifiers. I think they're still a big danger team in this group.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Portuguese champions, Marlo, they've got some work to do here, and no doubt when they're back as a group. Look, it's only, that's the important thing that we always say here. It's only 2 matches in. There's still plenty of cricket left in this group. And remember, here at the moment, it's all about the round-robin games. And we've seen on 2 occasions from 2 groups that it's the team that doesn't necessarily finish in the top 3 that have gone all the way to win the group. But what the most important thing is they've got to show signs of improvement now. I think the batters have to stand up and fight. The bowlers, they have to bowl a better line. And in the field, when you get that half a chance, you've got to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Marlo still have some hope. I mean, it's only 2 games, obviously. All the teams get through to the next stage as well. It's all about positioning at the moment.
Yeah.
Difficulty for Marlo, they're just probably down on confidence at the moment. And we've seen a number of those players have great success, not only in the Portuguese domestic league, but also at international level as well. There are some quality cricketers in that lineup. They're just struggling, in particular with the bat. Now, to be honest, I think if they can get the opportunity tomorrow, particularly if they win the toss in any of their future games, get the opposition in to bat, just so that they're not feeling like the game's running away from them in the first couple of overs.
Yeah, it's a good point. And, well, I'll tell you what else is a good point. It's been fantastic for me to finally be back in the comms box with you. It's been a long time since Portugal, and it's quite ironic. It was Portugal we were last together, and the first match we do after that was a Portuguese side, the Portuguese champions, Marlo. They weren't at their best today, but I do believe, like you say, I think they will regroup and come back stronger. But we've seen some good matches, and we were talking about this group being exciting and entertaining group. Certainly has been that way so far, and it's been great, hasn't it, to have all our people out there staying in touch with us as well through the YouTube chat. So thank you, everybody, and well, keep it up. And as we always say, tell your friends, tell your family, get them to subscribe as well. And thank you, of course, to everybody who've been watching around the world as well, our global cricket family.
Absolutely, and I'm sure on behalf of Vinny and Corey, who have thoroughly enjoyed calling the day's games for us today, we're back with 4 more days of Group E. There's some cracking clashes that are yet to come up, Rika. I think tomorrow, match 10, final game of the day, we've got Cameron up against Visay. That will be worth the price of admission alone.
Yeah, look, we've got some really exciting individual contests as well as team contests as well tomorrow. I think it's going to be an exciting day. And I think Pakake Badalona, I think maybe they had an easier start to the campaign here today, but the matches they got tomorrow are going to be interesting and exciting ones. But yeah, from myself, from Andrew, and also from Vinny and Corey, thank you all very much. You're the best audience out there ever, and you know that. And because you're there, we are here. Thank you all very much for all your warm wishes as well, and your comments. Keep it up tomorrow. Remember, we will be back tomorrow. Hasta mañana. And, well, be safe. God bless.